YouTube, let me go live. Ah, there I go. All right. First things first, can you guys hear me? Uh, who here got Spider-Man 2 or Super Mario Wonder today? Not me, because I did not know there were those two games were even a thing until right when you said. The Baldur's Gate 3 takes so much time I can't even think of anything else. Oh, I've heard. Who we got here? Hello, Artie. Hello, Darby. Hello, Brandon. Did I scare you somehow? I don't know what I missed. Hello, Dave. Hello, Adam. Hello, Sepsis. The gang's all here. Yeah, I got ready early, so I was like, yeah, I'll just start a little earlier, hi, Tammy. Hi, Lame. Because look, man, I gotta check because randomly it'll just decide not to let you guys hear me, even though I never touched the mixers or the whatever those things are called. So, as you may have noticed, I am sitting on the floor. Where are the Clown Hotel murderers? I left them in my rearview mirror. My God, the time I was still so exhausted from last week. Like I'm just blown away at the sheer nothingness in between. I appreciate you guys humoring me too, but I really oh god damn it, Artie. I really appreciated it because I felt after like I ended that short stream, I was like, man, I feel shitty because that was nowhere near as fun or cool as I was hoping it was gonna be. Oh, thank you, Adam. But I did get I you know what, I got all the footage that I needed, so at least there's that. I just it was a bit of a letdown. I was supposed to do that. Remember that ghost hunting thing I was telling you guys about? Yeah, they said it was a guided tour, and when I finally found out what it was I was supposed to do, they literally just hand you a guide, like a book. I was like, that's not what guided tour means. Hi, bright boy. There's a place somewhere kind of near the Clown Motel called the Dinky Diner. I regret not stopping there. I didn't even see that. I would have totally stopped there. I am 666 years old. But yeah, I had ordered a new um computer desk because the one I have I like, but it's a little too big for the area that I have it in because it's not going to be in the corner because it can't be. So I ordered a smaller one that would probably be a little more functional. And it said it was going to be here 2 days ago. So I took everything down and I was like, oh, I can sit like this and work from home for a couple hours while I wait for it that following day. Didn't show up then. Then they were like, oh, it'll show up tomorrow. And I was like, didn't show up yesterday. And I was like, okay. I was like, I have to stream tomorrow. I'm gonna be streaming on the goddamn floor. And yeah, it was supposed to show up today around noon, and I am still waiting. Let me see if they changed it. They probably did. It's kind of late. Did you leave a picture? Because I don't trust that you. Oh, they actually delivered it. I don't trust that they did it at the right place. But I'm so sorry. Let me check for like 2 seconds. Let me go check my front door and see if it's actually there because they've been leaving it at other people's houses and it's been a little frustrating. So I'll be right back. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Don't get weird or don't get too weird. Oh, geez. Ugh. Color me surprised. They actually did deliver it. I wasn't expecting that. Ugh. Sorry. Oh, Tammy, where's your charger? Whew. Ugh, my goodness. You were born weird. Yeah, there was one. So anyway, now I have it, of course. I don't know when it was delivered, but now I'm on the floor because it's not like it's like, all right, you guys, we're gonna pause for a minute while you watch me build a watch me build a computer desk. Hold on. I do want to show you guys this super rad wallpaper I'm gonna use to actually redo it, or redo the top. And then we'll get to the spookiness. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask. How is everybody? Is Matt here? Matt was going through some shit. I hope he's doing okay. Check how cool that is. It's a spooky wallpaper. Not bad for like 15 bucks. It's a pretty decent size roll. I'm not gonna be able to do everything I want to do with it, but it's only 15 bucks, so maybe I can get more. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Hi. She's back. Everyone stop being weird. Well, you had to do, you gotta do it twice. You gotta let everybody know, otherwise. Yeah, yeah, I do worry for you guys. I think about all you guys when you guys tell me stuff stuff about your life. I think about how you're doing. You got to see Beetlejuice in the theater? God, I know they do stuff like that for Halloween. Last year they showed Corpse Bride, which I didn't get to see in theaters, so I got to see it last year. But it was Corpse Bride and something else. I think it was Edward Scissorhands. No, because that's more of a Christmassy kind of movie. I don't remember. My memory is it's pretty much gone. You graduated today. Congratulations. You graduated college, or sorry. Apologies. It's the I'm trying to remember. I need to start like having little notes for everybody so I can keep up with you guys. Congratulations, Sepsis. Either way, like graduating any type of schools it's quite a The Shining TV movie or Salem's Lot? Am I gonna lose cool points when I admit that I haven't seen either? Like, I've seen reviews on the Shining TV movie, and I've always planned on watching Salem's Lot, but I haven't gotten around to it. I'm sorry, Miss Tammy. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps giving you two or posting two of your messages. It's so weird. Nice going, Germany. That's very good. Okay. Oh, and I need to warn you. You guys will probably get hyper super goofy, Jen, because I've had coffee, or so it's just been caffeine and basically sugar. So I am going to be just loopy. Because I did that thing. I don't know if you guys ever do that thing where you want to eat something, but you can't think of anything, and you procrastinate trying to figure out what you want to eat until you're like, well, shit, now I can't because I got a thing I have to do. And what the hell's my foot touching? And is that whatever? I can't reach it. That I ran out of time, so I had instead like I just had a bunch of Oreos. Just a bunch of Oreos and snickerdoodle flavored coffee. So I am just all over the place. You know what? That I had really thought about sorry, I'm having a what is it called? I don't know why it's sliding. Anyway, yeah, so I I'm gonna get super loopy. Spooky or yes, actually, I had little orange ones. And I also bought just because it was called vampire. Oh no, tomato blood. I bought Heinz ketchup because I walked by it and I was like, oh, that says tomato blood. I was like, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen. And I was like, I don't even really use ketchup all that much, but I ended up getting it, and I kind of want to like empty it out. Like obviously I'm gonna have to eat it because I don't want to waste it, but I kind of want to do something with it, like maybe put it back here because it's so funny. It's just so cute. Who else thought Tom and Emma would be a cute couple? Tom and Emma from the the Bunny Massacre movie or not movie game. Must have been being a lady gets sliding things. Yeah, yeah. I'll have the only time I'll have ketchup is with French fries, and I only ever eat crinkle cut fries because they all taste the same, but for some reason I just really like really like crinkle cut fries. They're just they're just sorry. I bought it and I thought I downloaded it and it's taking its sweet time downloading. I thought I could stall. Not with a spoon at least. No. Uh, I used to really like ketchup in high school. It was like my favorite condiment. Then I moved on to mustard. It's the texture. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's any or that much different from um Murder House. Yes, thank you, Tammy. I mean, they probably could have been a good couple if Tom didn't turn out to be a child. I'm trying to like be careful with my words because I don't know if you can get in trouble for because I know like Instagram, like TikTok are like that. But yeah, if he wasn't a child, I usually just lurk, but I thought I would stop in and say hi. I love your Let's Read. Oh, thank you, thank you. Is it Villano 5? Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry it's kind of taking me a while to start this. It's almost there. It's at 90%. I don't know why it's taking so long to download, but it is what it is. So just we're just stuck. I wanted to play Dead by Daylight, but my computer it keeps crashing. I'm going to practice that a little bit more so the next time you guys want to play and I have time and availability, I can actually help you guys out instead of just being just being a menace. Oh, you don't like fries? Oh, it's the tech. You don't like fries? They're tech. Oh, wow. You don't like? Oh, it's the. Oh, you mean? Oh, I see. Sorry. Apologies, Adam. I was about to say, wow, that's crazy. I don't know anybody who hates French fries. Yeah, I like maybe I guess I do like the crispy fries. Toads were in med school. And I apologize, Adam, you were right next to Artie, and I thought it was this for some reason, and you both start with A's. Yeah, if Tom was in a creep. Thank you, Tammy. Viano. That is lovely. That is a lovely name. I hope I hope it's not or I hope it's a name and not uh something in another language. That maybe I shouldn't be saying, "Oh, that's lovely," but it sounds lovely. So, about to finish Carrie, so give me another Stephen King novel. Have you read Oh, you probably read Shawshank, right? What about The Green Mile? Have you read that or seen the movie? Because I do. Go for soggy British fries. They are soft. Insomnia? Insomnia. Oh, has anybody seen the, what was it, the Boogeyman? Has that come out yet? The Boogeyman, the Stephen King. Oh, there it goes. The Stephen King movie that they are saying, oh, it's so scary. People were freaking out in the theater. And I was like, is that real, or is that just a um like a tactic that they'd use to get people, like, get butts in the seat? Ooh, Tommy Knockers is a good one. Christine is a good one, which is kind of funny because it's Christine is probably one of the dumbest. It's, oh my god, it's not even his first evil car movie either, is it? Doesn't he have one with trucks? I saw that when I was a kid and it scared the hell out of me. Nightmares and Dreamscapes by King. The Collection. Ooh. Been called worse than a creep. I'm not to ladies though, you're saying. And blocked me on Instagram because she was mad at me for no reason. Tammy, do you mind if I ask how old are you? I'm pretty sure I've asked before, but I don't recall. You're still in, you're still in high school, right? You're a younger one? Hi, Carlos. It was a tactic. Has anybody seen it? Will I be reviewing the FNAF movie? It depends. Like, if the FNAF movie, if I can find it on DVD, because the only thing I have right now is a DVD converter. I don't have a Blu-ray converter, which kind of sucks. No, it's Max. Oh, that's what it was, Maximal. Gods, yes. I don't know if it's gonna, do you know if it's gonna be, like, genuinely, like, a scary movie, or is it kind of supposed to be a, like a dark comedy is? Because I know it's only rated PG-13 because, you know, they want the younger kids to get in there. Children's everywhere. Stephen King says it's the worst movie based on his own words. He directed it himself. Oh, that's funny. Dude's mom possessing a car. Did you guys hear about, since we're talking about Stephen King, have you guys heard about the song that he kept playing over and over again, and his wife threatened to divorce him if he stopped, or if he didn't stop listening to it? Yes, Tammy. Yes, I was asking you because I've asked you that before, but there are quite a few people that I talk to weekly on here, so it's hard to keep up with who's like the age ranges. You love that movie? The Maximum Overdrive movie? The Mangler. The Mangler. Okay. All right. I'll add it to my, we need to start making like a Google Doc or something. All right. Now we can finally find out what was up with the nun game storyline, since I couldn't figure out where the hell I was. He was a drunk crackhead, surprised he's still around. I mean, his stories were still pretty terrifying. Like, some of them were like Pet Cemetery is one of my, like, favorite stories ever, because it still to this day genuinely freaks me out. Hi, Transmission. Hi, Zach. Lawnmower Man is the worst Stephen King adaptation. I don't know. What about that one with the raisins? The raisins at the airport? They had, like, little razor teeth. I remember watching that because I used to peruse the old tape section in high school and, like, thrift stores and stuff like that, and they had Langoliers. That's what it was. The Langoliers. I'm pretty sure that was a Stephen King. Jenny, do you know Dina? I do. I've been meaning to talk to her more on Discord, but yeah, we've chatted more than a few times. I've known her for a few years. She's lovely. She actually I saw that she posted a video on her website where she's talking about Halloween Kills or Halloween Ends. I can't remember which one it was. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. But yes, if anybody has a chance, she doesn't post as much as she used to, but Dina Cybercat, she is lovely. I adore her. She's one of the reasons why I'm sitting here talking to you guys now, because I thought it looked like it was interesting and fun to talk about movies and things that interest you and find your own little niche and cool people to hang out with. Like her and Phaelus are the two reasons that I'm sitting here today, and to a lesser extent, Spoonie. But I kind of wish he was still around. I mean, I guess he kind of is, but all he does is stream stuff now, or I don't know if he's. I found you through Dina a bit back, and she is great. Big fan, despite her internet. Halloween Ends is the worst Halloween film. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I have heard no good things about it. So it's am I on Blue Skit? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. The Langoliers novella was good, but the movie was weird. I'm sure I'm sure at the story, the way it was explained was probably terrifying, because you know nothing is as scary as your imagination. But man, uh they I almost turned it off because I was watching it because I had heard of it, but the it was like two, was it two or three? I don't even see my horror VHS collection was stolen a number of years ago, so I don't have it anymore. But am I on Blue Sky? Oh, I'm not. I don't know what Blue Sky is. Spoonie is doing streams with the Faz. Oh, really? I can never say that. But yeah, I I was watching it and I remember the first tape ended and I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. I wonder, because it says she can keep hearing, like the little blind girl says she can hear stuff and blah blah blah. I was like, this is kind of creepy. And I think I recognized somebody, but I don't remember who was in that movie that had like a recognizable face. But uh um but I popped the second tape in, and I believe like maybe like like a half hour into the second tape, somewhere around there, it we got the big reveal. And I remember thinking, what the fuck am I looking at? I do want to talk about it, but I think I do want to talk about the Langoliers, but a lot of people have talked about the movie on, and I try to go a little more obscure with horror movies, but maybe I'll do that. I want to talk about Candyman too, because I really loved the first one and the second one. Tell Spoon to quit sending me those dirty pics. Oh, I see somebody. Oh, that must have been you. I didn't want to. I almost added some of you guys. Okay, I'll take it, Artie. Why not? Might as well try. Like, spread my wings a little bit. Um, that. What about Silent Hill? Silent Hill is absolutely ones that I wanted to do. I was actually gonna do the first one for December, but Candyman 3? I don't think I've seen Candyman 3. I forgot there were I was referring to the Jordan Peele one. I completely forgot that about 2 and 3, if I'm being real honest. Ugh. But yeah, I'm planning on doing Silent Hill. I'm going to film and edit all of the Clown Motel review stuff, and that should be up on Halloween. That's like that is my deadline. Even though I fucked up because Spirit Halloween was supposed to be released on Friday 13th, but unfortunately, you know, you guys know how that happened. I absolutely will, Carlos. You just got to keep your eyes peeled. I'll maybe, you know what? Maybe instead of December, maybe the first Silent Hill is one I can do next, because I like Silent Hill. I finally got around to talking about Fatal Frame, and that's one of my favorite horror games too. So might as well start off with that one. Oh shoot. Am I gonna oh no, I was about to say shoot, am I gonna have to start with 0, but I don't think it matters. It's crap. Well, it's probably right up my alley then. Because you know me. No one remembers 3. Yeah, I imagine no. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tammy. Is forgive me for asking. Markiplier isn't gonna be well. It'll be 16 on April. I think you, Tammy. I think you might be the youngest person that's a fan of me. That's kind of cool. I didn't think I would um be interesting for the younger kids. But Tammy, I'm sorry that your dad's not going to be. Has he passed or is he just going to be stuck working? I again, I apologize if you have mentioned that. For what it's worth, my father has also passed away, and so is my mom. So I'm basically like just me and my siblings. What's my Discord? It's under my name. It's under the same name, Jennifer. Uh, just with one N, Artie. Spoon has an Insta. No, but it was they were fake posts. I was trying to find a fake generator for OnlyFans, but I couldn't find it. And then I was like, well, maybe I'll make an account for OnlyFans. And then I realized, wait, I'm gonna have to put in like my information and my card information and stuff like that to pull it up. I was like, I don't know if I really want to have my information tied to that, but I am kind of. Oh no, I'm teasing you, Artie. I'm teasing you. Um, I was so I could probably if I could probably make him an Instagram and just do thirst traps all the time. But I was originally gonna put a couple of you guys' names on under the fake Instagram, but I was like, I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to do that. I'll just make up random weird weird ones because I was like, I don't. Your dad died. I'm sorry, Tammy. It does it's awful, and you're so God. You're just a kid too. That's rough. See, I was an adult by the time I lost uh, the people, my parents and people that I care about. I can't imagine what it's like when you're young. Oh, my Spirit Halloween video probably would have spoken to you because I originally had a whole ass rant about how shitty Carson was about trying to compare a shitty deadbeat dad to a father who died. Ooh, I had a whole rant because it pissed me off the first time I watched it, but the second time I was like, all right, maybe this will bring down the mood. But yeah, I was super freaking pissed off. But maybe it was also best if I didn't. So trying to keep things. I also uh keep it lighter. I also had a story that I ended up cutting because it was kind of long and I had no place to put it, which if you remind me, I will tell you the story that I had to cut from the Spirit Halloween movie or movie review. Well, it's not. Well, I guess it does kind of count as a review. I kind of hesitate referring to my videos as reviews because I'm not. I don't know how to make movies. I'm not a very good actor, so I don't really. Then who did I send that money to? Oh, I'm sorry, Tammy. Well, hopefully the Nun Massacre will bring you up to be a little bit happier. And I don't know if you're uh on Discord, Tammy, but you're like feel free to join the Discord if you want. Everybody's super chill. Um and you can share animations on there. You can show us your animations if you want like feedback on if you're like, "Hey, does this look good? Does do what can I do to improve? Does this, like we're all very kind and supportive people." Join somebody else's Discord. Look for my little avatar. Yeah. As I tell everybody, if you love You like if you love and adore your parents and your grandparents, they're decent, good people who raised you the best they could and were like your best friends. Check in on them all the time. Call them. If they text them. Just let them know that you love them. Let them know that they mean something to you, because it's crazy going to bed and having a mother and then waking up and no longer having one. And it is crazy going to bed after you lose your father and waking up and realizing that wasn't a nightmare. Like it is rough. So my condolences. Let's bring the mood up a little bit, because Tammy needs a happier like mood. So we're gonna get everybody in a better mood. That said, let us talk about Nun Massacre hair flip. Just kidding. I won't do that. I swear I won't do hair flip. I felt bad because I thought it was getting annoying. And I'm spending my money and sanity on my dad's immigration. You know, wish I could give you a hug, but I don't know what good it would do to relieve. Do like a everybody group hug. Group hug. Oh, Tammy. Oh my goodness, Tammy. Do you follow me? I'm also on Instagram, and that's okay if you don't. If you haven't hair flip, if you haven't found me on Instagram, find me and I'll follow you back. And let me know if some of you guys. Hey. All right, fine. Hair flip. There, Dave. Jeez. Life's a gas. What? Life's a piece of shit when you think of it. So always look on the bright side of death. All right. Can you find me? Sorry, another pause, guys. Discord. Is it just me, or is Discord kind of hard to navigate, or am I just so in love? Can't find. Let me see if I can find you. Oh my goodness. Oh, it just occurred to me. I haven't seen a couple of these guys online for a while. You do follow? Okay, I'll search for you and follow you back if I haven't already. Artie, is your Discord the same? Wait, it just occurred to me. I don't think I know how to find either. Okay, I'm glad, because I remember when I first downloaded it, when it was relatively new, I was like, I do not understand how you're supposed to find anybody. I was like, why is this so needlessly complicated? Okay. All right, ladies and gents, we are entering the prologue. And already we have a name that I've never seen. Do? All right. Hold on 2 seconds. I just got to send a certain somebody. Do. You guys have the funniest names. All right. Well, I sent you a friend. Hopefully it's you. Hopefully it's you that I just sent that to. You follow me on Instagram? Okay. Okay, Tammy. I'll find you and I'll follow back. If you post your animations there, I'll definitely comment. All right. Send me a there's a delay. There's always a delay for me. Like it is what it's exactly. You're bee holder. God damn it, Artie. Okay, for real this time. We're starting 2 seconds. Where'd you go? Where'd you go, bee? There you go. There. All right, we got that. Is a song that I took as a gamer tag when I got When you got me when I got me Xbox. Oh, it's one of those ones that you've had for a long. Hi, Dave. Sorry, we were just chatting about stuff. Hope this story has a nun with it. Do you want me to do the Valley Girl accent one? That was a hard thing. That was that accent was really hard to like hold on to for like long periods of time. And it started to slip into freaking Hank from Barry. What, Dave? Okay. And prologue. I have no idea how to pronounce this name, so I apologize. And I have not seen the name Apollonia since I didn't know it was a real name, honestly, because the last time I heard it was a Mystery Science Theater episode from like way back in the day that had Gomez in it. Okay. Prop it up. Euphema? Alright, whatever. Sister Euphema was afraid of Mother Apollonia, as the children were, maybe more. A floorboard creaked, and the young nun froze. Her stomach tightened with dread. She held her breath and listened in the halls of the school, begging for more information. Euphema didn't want to gossip about the Mother Superior. The truth was, she wouldn't have told a soul how she felt, but she didn't have to. It was all over her face when Mother Apollonia's heavy footsteps marched past her office and stormed down the stairs. Things got to be so bad that I guess it has to be Euphema. Euphema found herself creeping around the school as she thought she were a student, always listening for the slightest footfall that might alert her to Apollonia's arrival. If the Lord saw fit to watch out for her in such a time, Euphema would sometimes sneak into an empty classroom or dart down a hall, anywhere out of the path of Mother Superior. It wasn't that Euphema was in any way lazy. The truth was that she did a great deal of work around the school, far more than some of her fellow sisters. Yet nothing she did could please the elder nun, who, seeing Euphema pausing to watch the birds through a window, so Euphema's me. Through a window, would snap her finger as though the younger nun were a dog. While blushing, Euphema jumped at the attention. Apollonia might say something like, "Idle hands, sister." Oh, wait, sorry. "Idle hands, sister. I noticed you haven't dusted the bookshelf in the western wing for some time. You betch." I don't know. I'm getting spicy in here. I do like boobs. I think everybody does. And that wasn't so bad, but it could get bad. For some reason, with the children, it was always bad. Euphema truly despised watching Apollonia interact with their students. The old witch ignored the children completely until she was in a foul mood. Then, as much with the nuns, the person on whom her cold eye landed became the subject of her heinous whims. And this didn't even include the class she taught. Euphema heard rumors that Apollonia's unlucky pupils were partially maltreated. But Euphema didn't like to dwell on these things. Who did? Bad things happen to everybody in life, after all. The best thing was to simply soldier on, to provide the gentle influence the children needed to balance out Apollonia's harsh tutelage. I need some water. I was getting spicy in here. The spice shows the boobs. You heard him, Spoon. Ew, don't get close to me. There you go. Exploit them! Exploit them! Look at that chest. Now get out of here. Oh! Oh! Look what you did! My God. It's just always something with you. Tit shot. Yeah, I love to say. Like I said, I don't have OnlyFans. I don't think that's something I would ever do. All right. The good Lord had put Euphema there just for... Oh, sorry. The good Lord had put Euphema there for just such a purpose, no doubt. There was no sense in doing something as outrageous as reporting the foul behavior. After all, if she worked hard, kept improving her relationship with God, and didn't rock the church's boat, Euphema might be Mother Superior after Apollonia died. When the When the convent and the school when then the convent and the school it ran would be capable of some reform. Wouldn't that be nice? What a bastion of godly education it would be. Until then, it would resemble its present custodian, grim and bleak. Its somewhat dim halls rendering all the more frighteningly dark, beginning with the earliest hours of each night. Maybe I shouldn't have had coffee. Jay, stop exploiting him. Someday, school. Someday. It, like the children, and like Euphema, would just have to get through the final years of Apollonia's life. Until then, Euphema would remain skittish, frozen in hallways, looking for an escape route, her breath held to catch the sound of Apollonia's footsteps. Another floorboard creak. You know the funny thing about that, Dave? I actually have a little... Oh, shit, I think it's right here. Oh, no, this one's a seagull. But I have a little stuffed animal that's a booby, which is a kind of bird. As I'm sure you're surprised by that I have a crazy amount of bird stuffed animals. But I need to find or figure out where I put that and just throw it out next time. Ugh, I kind of look like a blue meanie with this fucking thing on. All right. Euphema released the breast she'd been holding. That step was much too light to belong to Mother Superior. Crossing herself, Euphema... I can't remember how it goes. Like this, I think? Crossing herself, Euphema resumed her usual evening path through the school and continued extinguishing lights as she went. She paused by the bathroom and, leaning in, snapped off the light for the night. Or switch for the night. Wait, she's... Oh, extinguishing lights. The way she made it sound like I was like, what year is this? Hi, Ghost. Oh, sorry. I got a squeaky voice. Just finished Madison. Highly recommend you check it out. Oh, okay. A blue mini. It's kind of hard to see because the I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't fuck around with the camera. Every time I do it goes crazy. Okay. When she leaned back out, who should be standing at the hallway end but little Janie McDonald? Goodness, Jamie, hair flip. No, just kidding. I won't do that. I mean, I think that'll get super obnoxious super fast. Goodness, Janie, Euphema laughed, her hand upon her suddenly racing heart. You scared me. Oh, said the girl, her tone listless with exhaustion after another long day in the halls of St. Cecilia's. Sorry, I thought you were Mother Apollonia. With a light laugh, Sister Euphema shook her head. There's a frightful thought. Janie smiled weakly at the kinder nun's conspiratorial camaraderie. It was an unnerving smile. The girl's lips moved, but her blue eyes, vast orbs once full of light, did not. Those eyes were not the only thing that had changed during Janie's time in the school. Her very face had lost the glow of childhood. At 9, the adolescent had already achieved the grim aura of adults. Welcome to adult world. Tie blades to her hair, so every flip... Hooah! Oh! Man down! Now, Janie, she said, with a glance around. You know you should be in bed right now. Yes, said Janie in that same soft tone, her hollow voice drifting like off like the wind. Did you need something? Janie didn't answer. It was odd. She had become very quiet these days, but even by Janie's standards, she was acting withdrawn. Sister Euphema shared a glance with the jolly clown doll clutched in the girl's arm. Ew. Was Janie sleepwalking? Her eyes were open. That's kind of what I thought she was doing too. Her eyes were open, but Euphema had heard that some people could sleepwalk, even sleep talk, very convincingly. I used to sleep talk too when I was younger. In fact, sometimes I still do if I'm in like a new place that I'm unfamiliar with. Sometimes I'll wake up and I'll be sitting up at the end of the bed that I'm in or in the couch, or other times, like the very first day that I slept here when I first was moved in, I woke up sitting at the kitchen table. I'm probably scared the hell out of my poor birds. Let's see. Perhaps the staff needed to keep an eye on her that night. Euphema put a kindly hand on Jane's shoulder and tried to urge her away. Janie stayed so still she might as well have been a statue. Come along, Janie. Janie, laughing despite herself, a nervous laugh, a high bird's laugh somehow pleading in its twittering. Euphema said unsteadily, Aren't you just a little saint, Lucy, rooted right here on the spot? At last, a true smile twisted across the girl's features. A dimple appeared on her cheek as she turned to look eagerly at Euphema's face. Here was a hint of the Janie who first came through those boarding school doors, a mere handful of months before. Bright and high-spirited and more than a little giddy. All the qualities that tended to get children sent to schools like this one. I love St. Lucy, said the girl. She's my favorite. They wanted to do bad things to her, huh, Sister Euphema? They did, said Euphema sadly. Oh, I'm sorry. They did, said Euphema sadly, finally getting Janie into motion. Hand lightly on Janie's shoulder, the nun guided her towards the stairs and the floor where the students slept. Yes, indeed, they wanted to take her to a place where her life would no longer be her own, and where her body would be subject to terrible things, but she wanted to devote her body and soul to Christ. So instead, Janie beaming grin never faltered, and Euphema found it extremely unnerving. She pulled out her own eyes, right, Sister Euphema? Whew. And then she put them on a plate, like how you showed us in the painting. What are you showing these children? Holy shit. Is this a... No, this can't be an actual saint. I need to add voice acting to my animation. It depends. Because some people just add text. Some people have it's just your style of animation. You know, like, you know how they'll have like silent films, but if that's not really the way it is, you can always do that too. I don't trust that chuckle. Oh, he's my friend. Yeah, you can see Chucky. Corky's behind me too. St. Lucy is a real... Oh, okay. Wow, Darby, you know your saints because you're the one who brought up the god of the god of birds and something else. It was something else that, like, I think it was like, I'm blanking on his name, but I know you'll know it. For some reason, such a sentence sent a strange bolt of guilt running through the nun. But why? I wonder, what could be inappropriate about teaching the children the lives of the Catholic martyrs? It was part of their curriculum. This seems, damn. I got nightmares from the Nun Massacre game. Yeah, it's right out the gate, too. It does not give you, like, a moment. And my stupid ass, I streamed it a while ago. And, my dumbass could not figure out, or I couldn't find what it was I was, or like the next, step. So, I ended up having to quit. Can't remember what I played after that, because the stream was kind of slow. Or kind of, only like a couple hours long. Or even an hour long. And Sepsis is right. With voice acting, if it's not well done, it can drag the voice acting down. Or it can drag the animation down. Let's see here. The nuns did their best to explain everything in an age-appropriate fashion, of course. But how age-appropriate can you be when you say, oh, this woman was going to be sent someplace to be a prostitute? I'm guessing what they were trying to say. So she plucked out her eyes, because that'll stop them. I'm going to have to look into this person. The Forgotten Realms gods. Well, the Forgotten Realms gods are interesting. But when it was all said and done, the children were going to hear the stories at some point. It might as well be introduced early in their education. Then they might spend a lifetime closely acquainted with the miraculous gifts God bestowed upon believers willing to sacrifice their bodies in the name of faith. That's true, agreed Euphema. As they made it to the landing of the stairs, some sources say she gouged out her own eyes, and some say somebody else did it to punish her. But you know, when they went to bury her, they discovered the Lord had restored her eyes. Janie laughed wildly at that. Euphema's diaphragm tightened with panic. Apollonia would hear the girl for sure. The nun paused there on the landing to listen as closely as she could. At the same time, she asked the girl, just what's so funny? Because! What good are her eyes when she's dead? Well, wow, this 9-year-old makes a real good point. 10 days until Halloween. Bad voice acting is fun. I will give it that. The hallway and the floor above them creaked. One step, then another, heavy, determined, drawn by the sound of a child's laughter. All the blood drained from Euphema's face. Oblivious, Janie went on with the shake of her head. If God wanted anybody to listen to him, he should have kept Lucy from going through all that in the first place. Or if it had to be that way, he should have made the eyeballs of the people torturing her fall out or explode. The girl added this last thought with a morbid laugh. I like Janie. She's an odd one. I'm going as a zombie with glass sticking out of... Oh, that's gonna be cool. You have to work that night? That sucks. I mean, like I said in the Spirit Halloween video, there ain't nothing wrong with just watching scary movies and having, like, pizza and drinks and everything and just enjoying the night. And if kids come to your door, that's always fun too. You just pause the movie and waltz all over. Hand candy to Captain America and a witch and I think it's... God, I miss handing out trick-or-treating. They don't have, like, there are kids in this complex. I see them playing, but I don't think they go walking around the complex. Nobody showed up last year when I was doing... What was I streaming? Resident Evil Village. I think that's what it was. You're going as Michael Myers? Cool. Who doesn't miss Tammy? Okay. Where'd it go? Euphema was too busy panicking to pay her any attention. Mother Apollonia was coming right this way, and here they were on the stairs. Oh, how could she turn them around without Janie noticing? Some ill feelings within the convent of the school. It wasn't appropriate for the students to know how Euphema and the others feared Apollonia, yet fight or flight had a powerful hold on the human mind. Euphema was just in the process of turning Janie around without worrying about an explanation when, to her horror, Mother Apollonia's harsh tone cut through the pearls of Jane's laughter. Janie, is that you? She's old, so give it... Euphema's eyes squeezed shut. Exhaling, the young nun forced herself to call, "And me, Mother Apollonia!" The pace of the footsteps increased. By some miracle, Sister Euphema managed to produce a smile. Apollonia appeared at the top of the staircase. "Well, there's one of our teachers. I have no idea where the other sisters are lurking about tonight. Just what are you..." I kind of sound like the Wicked Witch of the West. "Just what are you doing here with Janie, Euphema? Did you find her wandering around again?" "If God really cared about me," Janie said to Apollonia, her laughter snapping off like a light and her demeanor growing ice cold, "he would make your eyes explode." Oh. Damn, Janie. Take it down a notch. The best place to go is Georgetown. We went the last time we went. Looking at us and threatening us to go away. Hey man, if you just wear like a scream costume, ain't nobody can see how old you are. Jenny just sounds like me from It's cool to be weird, Tammy. It is cool to be weird. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Euphima's stomach flipped. The mouths of babes, as it was said. Mother Apollonia's eyes didn't explode, but they did bug out from her head, her thin lips falling open in a great O of shock. Apollonia seemingly struggled to process this suggestion. Euphema, catching Janie by the shoulders, looked at the girl and tried to figure out if she understood what she had just done. Now, Janie, that's not a very nice thing to... You come with me right this instant, Euphema! Get away from her! Oh, but Mother Apollonia, I think she's just tired. Apollonia backhanded slap was as quick as the bite of a cobra. A flame exploded across Euphema's face and was quickly followed by a wave of overwhelming numbness. Whoa! I'm sorry. I would not, under normal circumstances, I would not attack an old lady, but if you're gonna smack me across the face, I will smack you back. and I got that youth behind me. Semi-youth, anyway. Eyes filling with tears against the pain and humiliation. Euphema, I don't care if you are a nun. You should know better. Keep your hands off of people. Okay. Eyes filling with tears against the pain and humiliation, Euphema stumbled back from the child, one hand unconsciously pressed to her stinging cheek. If she's tired, she ought to have stayed in bed. Come with me, you little brat. With a claw-like grip, Apollonia snatched Janie by the wrist and dragged her down the stairs. Euphema knew what was next. Soon the two would be behind a closed door of Apollonia's office. Then, through the frosted glass, all manner of terrible cries would pierce Euphema's heart. Why did she respond when Apollonia called out? Don't worry, Sister Euphema. Oh, sorry. This one was the child. Don't worry, Sister Euphema, said Janie over her shoulder before being pulled out of sight. With her free hand, she waved her clown toy. Even if God won't protect me, Bongo will. Oh, he's named it Bongo. And then Janie was gone, and so was Apollonia. Euphema could breathe again, but not without shame to think of what Jamie now endured. Inspecting her fingers to make sure no skin had broken, Euphema considered returning to the bathroom to investigate her face, but if no blood was to be seen, there really was nothing to be done. She'd put some ice on it once she made sure the dormitory lights were out. What had Apollonia been doing upstairs? Whatever it was, the answer wasn't turning off lights. Euphema shook her head in annoyance. What did the woman do around here, other than frighten children, of course? Well, someday, when Euphema was Mother Superior, this sounds like the nurse that from the previous story that we read. She's like, when I'm head nurse, blah blah. I was like, I don't even think things are going to be boding well for Mother Euphema, or Sister Euphema. I want to go to Tokyo one year for Halloween, because I have heard that Tokyo is fucking amazing in Oh, I didn't even know you did one. Apology accepted, but I don't know, just as long as you didn't make that joke to somebody in our group, that's not fun. But yeah. And Dead Island is a lot of fun. Dead Island is another game I really enjoy. Oh, thank you, Artie! I'm gonna put that towards... I gotta remember to write that down. $20. So I always... Whatever you guys give me, I usually just circle back and put it back into the channel. Sorry, I lost my place. Sister Euphema barely had time to spiral into her usual grandiose thoughts of self-justification for her complicity in child abuse. She stepped past the dormitory where Janie generally slept. Seeing as the light was off, Euphema would have ignored it had she not stepped in something wet. The nun stepped back, glancing down at the wet hem of her habit. Water? What could be leaking from that room? Did a pipe burst somewhere? Or maybe it was the doing of that new air conditioning system. Euphema knelt and pressed her hand to the wet substance. She inspected her fingertips to find them painted crimson. Whoa. Her mind almost wouldn't comprehend what it saw. Blood? Blood. Blood was oozing out from beneath the dormitory door. Surely it couldn't be. Yet, as her mind scrambled through possible alternate explanations, it found nothing. No way to explain the growing pool of vital fluid steadily flooding out of the room where a quarter of the students slept. Oh, Jesus, I would be terrified to go in there. All the $10 you get from, all $10 you get from 20. Oh, yeah, please do not spend any more money on it, because it looks like I'm stuck at 9. So if, I don't know, I feel terrible. But when that contest is over, I would like to send everybody stuff. Oh, are you stuck? Oh, Artie is stuck. You know what? I'm thinking I'm just going to turn off ads in the future for streams, because I hate mid-rolls in videos. So I don't put them in my videos, but now YouTube, I guess, knows what's best. It's like, oh no, it's really for you that we add mid-rolls. I was like, I don't fucking want mid-rolls. That's why I put no mid-rolls. I hate them. Like no duets. Well, it sucks because I feel, oh yeah, but it's nothing crazy, because my videos and my streams don't normally break past like 1,000 views, so it's not a whole lot, but it I like entertaining people, and I hate mid-rolls, and I hate that YouTube has decided, despite me saying no, YouTube, I don't want that shit, it's forcing me to do it, and it was out of nowhere. Yeah. All I heard was rolls. Oh, did oh, did all of you guys get the ad at the same time? It would be nice if the stupid stream would warn me that you guys, or when you guys are getting roll, or the, did someone say rolls? Ooh. Can I, Elvira? Oh, I'd have to re-listen to her. I haven't heard Elvira in a while. Ooh. I'll make some cinnamon rolls. I almost said simulin. Okay. It's gonna be spooky here in a second. Breath held, desperate to see the source of this substance, Sister Euphema kept to one side of the pool. She pushed open the door. 20 dead students bled in their beds or upon the floor. The sight drew a scream from Sister Euphema that was so loud, so high and fearful, that it seemed to come from somewhere else. She had never heard herself scream that way, never felt as though she were dreaming, because she had simply so panicked that there was no room in her brain for anything but unconscious survival mechanisms. Dead, truly dead. Each and every one of them lay still, drenched in blood, their throats slit and their nightgowns seeping through from multiple stab wounds. All these lives were no more. Everything about the future that had been so certain now was taken away forever. Plans were reduced to failed dreams, parents to mourners, Euphema to a madwoman, or very nearly. Though tears streamed down her face and baleful sobs racked her frame, she retained her sense enough to step back from the blood and look around. A phone. She needed a phone. Mother Apollonia had access to the only telephone in the building. Forgetting her fear of the old woman right away, Euphema rushed down the stairs. Her heart pounded in her ears, and, drawing her hem a few inches higher to avoid tripping, the nun prayed that whatever had happened in that dormitory had not happened to the rest. There would be time to check when the police were on their way. Mother Apollonia's office stood oddly quiet, a square of light pouring out of the darkened hallway through the frosted glass window. Euphema tried the knob, and finding it locked, jiggled it rapidly while pounding her fist upon the wooden frame of the door. Mother Apollonia, please, I must talk to you this instant. Let me use the phone. Oh, please, it's an emergency. Apollonia's habit appeared in silhouette, visible on the other side of the office through the frosted glass window. Heart leaping, Euphema managed, "The children!" before the lock opened for her. Beneath the constant tries of her hand, the door swung wide. Euphema was as unready for that as she was for the corpse on the floor before Apollonia's desk. The body was almost unrecognizable, its screaming mouth and empty red eye sockets like a set of variations, on the same fleshy orifice. Crimson river of thick blood had swirled with the gore of ocular matter, a viscous pink face paint over the cadaver's cheeks. Its eternal scream seemed to predict the one Euphema produced while her hands flew over her mouth. Desperate to look anywhere but the body, her eyes lifted to the phone. Like an automaton programmed for the goal, Euphema stepped towards the desk where it sat. She snatched the receiver off the base, which fell to reveal its lines had been physically cut. The floorboards creaked behind Euphema. The metal of a knife plunged into the back of her shoulder, the cold blade curiously hot as it impaled her flesh and plowed her deltoid in two. At once unable to move her left arm, the pain so overwhelming she could no longer think straight, Euphema collapsed forward and away from her assailant. Somehow, its removal was even more painful than its insertion. And the same could not be said for the second stab, or third. Hot blood lapped across the floor as the knife punctured her lungs, pierced between her ribs, severed her vertebrae to send an unbearable scream of lightning agony racing down her calves and into her skull. That was one so bad she vomited a little, her sobs turning into gags and thereafter into an inescapable retch as she began to choke. "You didn't have to look," said the nun's attacker, pulling Euphema's veil from her soft blonde locks and gripping her by the hair that had once been a source of pride, that had once attracted praise from other women and longing looks from boys. What happened to those days? Where had all the time gone? Why had Euphema spent so much of it here, belittled and abused by Apollonia? The flesh of her throat pulled apart by the blade's behest, or at the blade's behest. Blood splattered down Euphema's black habit and over the front of the desk. When her killer dropped her, she managed to stay upright, her cheeks pressed to the cool surface of the wood. A tear rolled down Euphema's cheek, mingling with the blood and the vomit. The killer shut the door. "I'm panicking, Nettie. I can't work the knob." Yeah, it's You want to touch the fire on the stream? Oh, I love Elvira. Don't know if you even noticed. Touches the fire. Well, hopefully, if your screen is hot, that might be an issue with your phone or whatever you're watching this on. Okay, so chapter 1 takes place in 1978, it looks like. Ooh. 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 Just twist it. Dawn fooled around with the knob of Barbara's radio until Andrea leaned forward and slapped her hand. "Would you cut it out already and pick something already?" What's a 78 accent? Because I guess it's close enough to the 80s, but I think the Valley Girl thing was that mid 80s? Whatever. "Would you cut it out and pick something already? We'll be there by the time you've settled on a station." "I can't help it. If I hear Night Fever one more time, I'm gonna throw myself over these cliffs." While Barb laughed, Mary scowled sullenly from behind Andrea in the back of the car. "Some of us like the Bee Gees, Dawn." I mean, they're okay. they're boomer dad music, but they're okay, I guess. They're staying alive, right? That's who the Bee Gees is. "Some of us like fun," Andrea agreed, pushing her honey-colored ponytail back over her shoulder. "You need to stop trying to be cool all the time, Dawn." Scoffing, Dawn adjusted the wire frames of her glasses. "I can't help it that I like music. This stuff they're always playing on the radio just isn't interesting. It's all dance music. I don't like to dance." I'm trying to think what... "Good, Dave. absolutely. I'm always supportive of people looking for higher education. Go for it. Mary repressed a smirk. She turned towards the darkness of the storm, her face against the glass and her eyes glued to the black clouds responsible for the relentless rain. Maybe if you had somebody to dance with, you would like it more. Hair flip. Well, gotta stop doing that because I keep losing my head. You'd like it more, but most of us put ourselves out there on the floor and have fun whether we're single or not. It's just about the beat, you know? There was no point in defending her opinion that this was the real problem with disco. Oh, disco! Disco stew. Yeah, but I think most of the Bee Gees aren't staying alive. Oh my god, Darby, that was a good one. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. I have a feeling that most of the people, or most of the people in this book, are not going to be staying alive. Eh? Uh. It wouldn't do anything but aggravate the people around her. Dawn couldn't help it, though. She was obsessed with music and was widely known as, well, sort of a total nerd. Too busy for boys or other forms of extracurricular amusement, she had thrown herself into her art and was spending one last summer at home before going off to Juilliard in a well-earned scholarship. Ugh, Dawn. Given how outrageously busy she kept herself by working on new compositions, studying existing ones, and laboring part-time at the local instrument repair shop, it was a miracle Barbie had ever noticed her. But that was just how Barbara was. One of those insanely perfect people, the nice sort of young woman who became president of the drama club, took all the advanced drawing classes, had at least twice been in the student council, kept a boyfriend, and still managed to go to parties and remember everybody's name. Josephus. Dawn got kidnapped. Must be Tuesday. Dawn always had it in her head that somebody so type A was bound to be a bully. Upon getting to know Barbara during drama club, however, Dawn had to admit there was something genuinely magnetic about her personality. And genuine was the word. Barbara was one of the nicest people Dawn had ever known. She never had a mean word to say about anyone, and once she became somebody's friend, that was that. With graduation having passed, Dawn had expected Barbara to stop talking to her altogether, and it was true that both girls saw less of each other. But when Barbara and her boyfriend Kevin decided to throw a party to mark the start of summer, Dawn was one of the first people she called. So even though Mary and Andrea were a little more stuck up, a cheerleader and a volleyball player, respected. Are volleyball players known to be stuck up? That just seems like a random. Like the cheerleader, yeah, there's the stereotype mean cheerleader girl, but going for a teacher's degree, that is a great idea. The world can always use more teachers. And it does help to have a psychology as a minor, or child psychology as a minor. It really does help. Dawn found herself looking forward to the night for more than a week. There had been promises of good-looking guys, most of them single, as well as beer and various other recreational activities. However, this storm, which seemed to have increased in violence as Barb's car crawled up the treacherous mountain, path to the fast beat of her windshield wipers, did not bode well for Dawn's love life. Do you really think people are going to risk coming all the way up here in a storm like this? At Dawn's question, Mary shook her curly red mane and enthused. I was just thinking the same thing. How's anybody supposed to see anything in rain like this? Look, you can barely see the boys' taillights. It was true. With the beating rain and blackened sky, the red lights that Barbara followed were far from their brightest. Taking it slow, her hand at 10 and 2, Barbie was nonetheless constantly making adjustments to compensate for the slight drift this way or that. Dawn tried not to be too nervous, but Andrea, laughing as she leaned forward, didn't make it easy. Come on, do you think people are willing to miss a party at a spooky place like Saint Cecilia's preparatory school? This was such a cool idea, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Ken. Hi, Barbie. What's my favorite music? I'm not sure. Like I don't think I have a favorite genre. I think the older you get, you just kind of just listen. Like I'm sure there are people who have like a genre that they like because there's always metalheads, there's like pop fans or K-pop or whatever. But yeah, I'm kind of I guess eclectic, I guess would be because I have music from all over the world on my phone. I've got 'em across genres. I don't think I have one that's particularly like pagan folk, metal, and Broadway tunes. Yeah, see, like Darby is also kind of across the board too. Like Broadway metal, Broadway tunes, and pagan folk are pretty across the board. We know what she meant. 80s and 70s rock is pretty damn good. I particularly like 80s music. I also really like the fashion. I don't care what anybody says. I love all the hot pink or like the hot colors, like the hot pinks and the hot yellows and hot oranges and hot purples. Where did I? There it is. Dawn couldn't help but think Barbara bore more resemblance to Farrah Fawcett than any doll, yet the nickname still fit her somehow. While Barb smiled at it, she said, "Well, I hope it'll turn out well. But I'm worried that Mary's right. Who's going to want to come up here and rain like this?" Heart sinking, Dawn said, "You mean it looks like it's just going to be us?" Barb's admission made Dawn collapse back in her seat with a disappointed sigh. Another missed opportunity. At this rate, she was going to end up in Juilliard without even having held a boy's hand. Oh, I'm sure there was plenty of banging and stuff in Juilliard. There's only so many. There's only so many hours you can play you can play your violin before you want to play the cute girl down the hallway. So you love Elton John? Oh, I love Elton. I like Elton John. I love a lot of his songs. When are you gonna come down? When are you gonna to learn? I think that might be my favorite. I think Goodbye Yellow Brick Road is actually my favorite because I tend to that one gets stuck in my head the easiest. Don't be sad, Dawn. Barb reached over and patted her hand, drawing her attention out of her sulk. We'll still have fun. Yeah, totally. Who wouldn't have fun at a super spooky abandoned prep school that was home for a bunch of child murders? Seems like fun. You guys will with your boyfriends. Meanwhile, I'll just be hanging out the seventh wheel again. Ugh. Resisting her urge to fiddle with the radio, Dawn stuck her hands under her thighs and asked, "What's so special about this place anyway?" Andrea gasped with delight, leaning forward again. Again, the jock. That's kind of weird referring to her as a jock. That just seems like a football player term to me. Don't go breaking my heart. I couldn't if I tried. Okay, so I sorry, I have to pause the story again because I it's that song right there for years and years and years, and I couldn't find it because I guess it wasn't uploaded to like YouTube or what was that other. There was a few like back in the day before YouTube dominated. There were different places where you could upload music, but I remember, and I remember asking people, and nobody knew what the fuck I was talking about. We had an old VHS that had recordings of the Disney Channel, like a long, long time ago. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that, say long, long time ago, but um, it it was Elton John singing "Don't Go Breaking My Heart" with Minnie Mouse. And it was just a vague memory because I had not watched that tape and then couldn't find it when I remembered it. So it had been years and years and years. And I would ask people, like within the age, I was like, "Do you remember that?" And people are like, "No, no, no." And I remember I would keep looking I would like keep Googling it, and I would keep searching YouTube, I was like, did I dream it? I was like, I could have sworn. Like, not even my younger sister remembered it. We used to watch that tape all the time until it was goddamn near threadbare. And and then one day it popped up on YouTube and I was like, I didn't make it up. It's fucking real. And you can look it up on YouTube right now. It's Elton John Minnie Mouse sing Don't Go Breaking My Heart. And it is so funny because there's a part I was like, Disney fucking knew. Disney knew this part. There's a part where they're singing and they're on a beach or a boardwalk or something, and Elton looks through one of those things that you put a coin in. You can look through them, like the I don't know why I can't think of what they're actually called. And and Minnie Mouse is sitting on the beach with like super muscular dudes, and she's like waving at Elton. I was like, oh honey, I was like, Elton ain't looking at you, baby. Baby girl, I'm sorry. It is. It was pretty cute. Like, I don't know if he had been. I'm sure by that point he was out. But Periscope, thank you, Adam. Um, I'm pretty sure he was out. Like everybody knew he was gay at that point, but it was still really funny to think that I was like, if he's still in, I was like, it was like at that point, if he was still like kind of like being coy about whether or not he was or not, it was it was adorable. Like I have it, I saved it because I go back and I watch it every once in a while. Now the only other thing that I've been trying to find again because we had all these old tapes, it was a bumper, and I doubt anybody knows this because I think it might have been a local thing or not, I don't know. But it was for Fox, the channel, or yeah, it was a Fox bumper from it had to have been in the early 90s of, oh, maybe I mentioned this before, of the Simpsons, but they're rotoscoped over certain scenes from movies, and I don't remember any of them with the exception of Homer and Bart did that scene from Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid where he goes, I can't swim. He goes, what are you, crazy? The fall will probably kill you. He was like, oh, good point. And they jump in the water. Hello, Zellers. Oh, Dave. Oh, Dave. That was another thing that just popped in. God. He does the hello, Zeller. Who the hell was that? That was a wrestler, wasn't it? Because wasn't his thing with hello, ladies? But yeah, that's my white whale still, and every once in a while I'll Google it, and I was like, one mystery solved, and then I have one more that I think I might have solved recently. uh, Watching I think it was a horror movie, and in the movie there's a part where there are two vampires, and I think they're in a car or they're somewhere, and they're talking about drinking blood, and one of them says that he doesn't really care for the taste of blood because it tastes too metallic or something like that. And I think I haven't watched it, but I think it might have been that Jim Carrey movie when he was like 20 or something, like Once Bitten or Twice Bitten or something like that. But I need to watch that. Sorry, I'm off on tangents because I have a bunch of caffeine and I have a bunch of a bunch of caffeine and a bunch of sugar in me. So I'm all hopped up. It's like staying the night at the Easter Ripper's house, and we all know. Yeah, yeah, no. I'm sorry. I would have climbed over and just sustained a bunch of cuts because there's no freaking way after I saw somebody die. I was like, no, I'm not playing your stupid Easter game. I'm going to hop over this goddamn barbed wire fence. I don't care what I have to do. I don't care if I'm all super cut up. I'm not doing this. Talk about my birds. Oh, that's right. Thank you, Darby. Oh, apologize, 13 people watching. Once bitten. Thank you, Adam. Adam, you always know. You always know what I'm talking about. It's funny. Um, I found out recently something about my Pidgey, Beatrice, Rosie, and Boo, my dove. I have these little sticks that I have out, and I was planning on doing like crafts with them, but they're just kind of out. And I noticed they were getting bicepses. Congratulations! I'm sorry you have to leave early. You're gonna miss all the great stories. Um. Da, da, da. And I noticed those little sticks were going missing, and I was like, "What the hell?" I was like, "Oh, all right." Well, I assumed because Tippy likes to chew on stuff or knock them off where she is. If she's able to push it off where she is, she will. You got us, Tammy. And I really like interview. Oh, Vampire Hunter D, Dave. Vampire Hunter D. The first, I don't know, between the first and the second one, I don't know, but I love Vampire Hunter D. Um, anyway, then I had just put down their food, and I was watching Boo and Beatrice Rosie interact, and I noticed Boo had some of the sticks in his mouth, and I was like, huh. Why is Boo carrying sticks around? And I watched him like hop under because there's the big cage where the parakeets and the cockatiel sleep, and underneath there's a little spot that they've made their own little nest. And I looked under, and Boo is building a nest, and I was like, wait. I was like, I was like, I'm pretty sure that's a female like bird habit of building a nest. I was like, I know, like some like male birds will do it. I was like, I think that's predominantly female. And not even like 15 minutes later, Beatrice starts doing a hey baby, let's let me climb on top of you for 3 seconds and then hop back off type thing so you can lay an egg. And I was like, oh holy shit, Beatrice Rosie's a dude and Boo is a girl. I've had them backwards this whole time, but to be fair, I'm not the one who misgendered Boo. I was told Boo was a little boy. So now I gotta think of a name. Oh wait, no, I don't have to think of a name because oh hi Keanu. Hi Zach. How's everybody doing? So yeah, da, da, da. Darby had said that uh Beatrice, because obviously can't be Beatrice Rosie anymore. he he should be named oh god, from the first Ghostbusters. I always forget Nick uh Nick Moranis's character's name, Clothor. And by the way, to answer your earlier question, Darby, I don't think I answered. Yeah, I will be I will be I will be Gorzo. No, God, there is no Jenny, only Zool. Vince Clortho, thank you, Vince Clortho. You guys are so, man. We really do have a fun like little. Oh, I'm talking about my birds. I have. Oh, I don't know if you know this, Tammy. Maybe I haven't talked about, but I have many birds. I have four. Wait, one, two. Yeah, four parakeets, a lovebird, a cockatiel, a dove, and a pigeon. Because I love them, and a couple of them, I either the pigeon I wouldn't have gotten, but he was going to be euthanized, and I did not want them, or didn't want him to be euthanized, so I was like, I'll adopt him. So, because he was on there's like a little animal adoption place near me, and normally they don't do that, but they've been so overpopulated that they just didn't have room. I have four. I I almost counted Baloo, one of my my little parakeet that passed away. Yeah, I'm the bird lady from Home Alone 2. What are you gonna do about it? Yeah, and I absolutely am, because I also like nursed a Pidgey back to health not too long ago and released her back to her mate. And I tried to catch one today because that one could walk, but that one had wire, or not wire, like string or wrapped around its little leg, but it wouldn't let me get too close to it. Gozer. Yeah, there I am. Ah, Gozer. Or feed the birds, tuppence a bag. I want to feed the birds. I don't want to open a bank account, Father. I want to feed the birds. Okay. Sorry, I got off on a weird tangent, so I apologize. Oh, okay, it does show me when ads are inserted, kind of. It's like doing like a tiny little notice. The best character? What's the alternative? Oh, I forgot he was in that movie for like a split second. Oh, that's your favorite part when I talk about myself? Ooh, I love the library ghost. That's a fun one. Get her! I would like to think I am sweet. I'm pretty. Thank you, Tammy. It's like I try to be. I try to be approachable and I try to be as kind and positive as I possibly can be because there's enough negativity in the world. So okay, back to the story about the killer nun. Ooh, Tim Curry is awesome. I'm gonna be very sad when he. Oh, okay. I'll wait 30 seconds to see if you guys get through the ads. If you touch them, Jenny, their moms won't take them back to their nest. That's actually a old wives' tale. That's not true. You absolutely can move them. It's probably if the mom and dad are around, it's probably best you don't try to pick them up or move them or anything unless you can see where the nest is. Because they will attack you. Depending on the type of bird, if they see you strolling towards their baby and you pick them up, there's a chance that the mom and dad will try to attack you. Who's faking? Oh, I'm faking. Well, I told you, dude. I don't really talk to people outside of this, outside of the streams. I'm usually relegated into either working from home, where I just answer emails, or aw, Artie. It's okay, you got us. Let's see. Andrea gasped with delight, leaning forward again. The jock said, "Oh, St. Cecilia's prep school? You mean you don't know?" Dawn rolled her eyes. As she twisted in her seat, a few strands of hair fell across her cheek. Dawn blew them out of her way and asked, "Let me guess, it's haunted." People don't know. They say nobody survived a night there. If then how they... Wait. How many times have I been attacked? I haven't, because I know if I do, like, I've been able to see two little baby birds that fell out of the nest. Both I was able to get out of or get back into their little nest because they were close enough where I could reach and put them back. But one came close, but I literally just kept saying no, like, as if the bird was gonna listen. So the bird just kind of like, he or she just flew around me until I put the baby back. I do have birds. They're my precious ones. I love them. They all, by the time I started, usually I start about an hour or so earlier, and they'll make cameos at the beginning. My lovebird Tippy, she's the character of the group. I have this the cockatiel's super sweet, and she'll usually just hang out and probably just poop on me because that's how she rolls. But yeah, Tippy loves attention, and I don't remember. Maybe you guys can help out. What was I playing? Was it Fatal Frame where she dangled in front of my eyes and tried to bite my eyes because I wasn't paying attention to her in the middle of a boss fight? I was like, I need to see. I think that was one of the better better jobs I did at a boss fight when I had a small animal like demanding my attention. Yeah, Tippy. Oh, you grew up with Tippy? Yeah, she's a little lunatic. I absolutely adore her. Well, technically two right now because I'm turtle sitting a itty bit a little baby. You grew up with Tippy? Oh, I'm sorry, Artie. It's always a bummer hearing when pets pass because they're so cool and it sucks when it happens. Like I was beside myself when my poor little Blue passed away. But at least he was around his brother and sister because that's where I found him because I thought he was just laying on his stomach until I saw his little legs up. It was very upsetting. People don't know. They say nobody survived a night there. Okay, said Dawn with a laugh and a side look at Barb. So the natural thing is to have a party there? Waving her hand, Barbara said, "Oh, come on. It's just a silly urban legend. I was really hoping that we'd be able to set up outside and see the stars. Seemed like a nice place to have a good time without bothering anybody else, at least." Your tip. Aw. I'm sorry, Artie. She was alone for the RE for final boss. Ugh. I'm sorry, guys. I wish I could like nix the main ones because that can't be fun. She was alone. She was alone. Seemed like a nice place. Oh, sorry. Without bothering anybody else, at least. Anyway, always one to take the bait on something like this. Dawn found herself asking Andrea, "And what happens to people who stay the night exactly?" Well, with a cheesy wiggle of her eyebrows. I don't. How do you wiggle your eyebrows? That yeah, the that final boss fight with the rocket launcher. That was the probably the funniest dumbass thing I had ever done because it was it was less that I fucking missed the dude right in front of me with a goddamn rocket launcher and more of everybody's reaction because I could see in my peripheral just everybody going, "Wow." Wow. Shut up. Ugh. Andrea explained, "St. Cecilia's was renowned for its ability to take even the most hardened juvenile delinquent and turn her into a good, God-fearing young lady. But then, one night, there was an incident." Barbara turned the radio off and Dawn asked, "What kind of an incident?" "A massacre," answered Andrea. "All the students, teachers, everybody was killed, stabbed to death, and left to die floating in their own blood." Wow, maybe I shouldn't sound so enthusiastic about that. At least for me. Oh. Why do you sound like my crazy grandma? Because I am your crazy grandma. Just take off my wig and put on my old lady glasses. Dawn balked at this. "You must be kidding." "I'm totally not. In fact, they never figured out who did it. Some people think a maniac broke in and killed everyone that night, but it's hard to say. On top of all that, one of the kids went missing. So Janie's the killer is what we're saying. Enthusiastic is the way to go." Oh, trust me, I know. Oh, I'm letting other people know just in case they ever want to watch just that part. I need to eventually cut that and just show that one part and stick it on my Instagram because that was one of my favorite online or stream moments ever. It was very fun. That's you Dave, you fucking jinxed me with that too because I knew when you said it, I was like, you got into my head. One of the kids went missing, and so did one of the nuns. Mother Superior, I think. say, said Mary, who had been listening to all this quietly and now looked a bit pale, you don't think it's like those gnarly Satanists or anything like that, do you? Wow, they're hitting the satanic panic time. That's right, because it was around 19. It was like the late 70s, early 80s, right? Dungeons and Dragons is evil. Ugh, Lord. That's what some people say, Andrea continued, her eyes bright with lurid delight to relate a tale of such horror. They think the girl and the nun were taken to be part of some kind of crazy cult ritual, sacrificed. You know, the rumors is that the nun is still seen wandering the halls looking for her dead body, or the person who killed her. She's the one responsible for all the deaths of people who try to stay overnight, I'll bet. Far out. Whoa, there it is. Far out, said Mary earnestly. I was trying to remember 70s slang, and I completely forgot about far out. Dawn rolled her eyes. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, the music student told them. Who could ever think there's truth to a thing like that? I don't even know if I believe a massacre really happened here, or happened there. I said, Dave, you got into my head because I think you clocked it, or immediately you're like, you're gonna miss. It's like, shut up, you're not gonna miss. Oh, I missed. Tam, it's not like you can anybody can hear or see you when you're watching watching something on YouTube. So I think you're fine there. We are evil, come. We have all the funds. Slapping a hand upon the back of Dawn's seat, Andrea insisted, it's true! You can look up articles next time you're at the library. Something like 60 people, students and staff members, lost their lives that night. Dawn was only about to ask for a few more details when Barb's car came to a sudden stop. While the compact rumbled in place, Barbara put it into park. To Dawn's surprise, she grabbed her umbrella and got out of the car. Straightening out in her seat, Dawn peered through the rain-covered windshield. The boy's car had come to a stop, it seemed, for reasons that were obscured by the weather. Barb's boyfriend, Kevin, stood outside of the covered Jeep with his hands on his hips. When Barbara came up behind him, they carried on a brief conversation during which Mary and Andrea leaned forward to see. Mary looked over at Dawn. What's the problem? Just as Dawn was shaking her head, Barb's conversation with Kevin ended. Still beneath the shelter of her umbrella, she returned to the driver's side of the car and let herself in. Water splashed across all of them as she had to leave the door open a few seconds to shake off the umbrella, a fruitless effort amid the driving rain over which she raised her voice. Kevin says the road's out, explained Barbie. While the women in the back seat moaned with annoyance and settled into their respective places, with a shared look of disappointment, Barbara slid into the car and shut the door behind her. At a more reasonable volume, she continued, he says his Jeep can make it over the mud that's left, but it'll be cramped. What about the turntable? Mary looked over her shoulder toward the trunk. We can't bring it out here in the rain. Oh, a turntable, wow. Evil has the best benefits. Oh, I like Ernest Goes to Camp. That was a fun one. Chucky versus the Leprechaun. I was about to say, isn't Leprechaun like a magic thing? But I guess technically Chucky is too. D&Ds are written by 7-year-old nerds who are elitists and ladies and trans characters because... Oh yeah, that's right. It's so silly what people call Jennifer Aniston did win. She somehow got a career out of that performance. But we know it was Friends. Everybody knows it was Friends that catapulted everybody. God, a turntable. I want a turntable. Then we'll have to make do with what music we can find when we're there. Really? What music will be at a Catholic rundown play? Like, no, that's just a silly. That's just a silly. Then we'll have to make do with what music we can find when we're there. Maybe there'll be something. Yeah, church music. That's boring. Church music. Do you want to listen to Jesus something? I don't know any any church songs. It's not something you can really make out to unless you're real weird. Real weird about it. With that winning smile bright, even in the given circumstances, Barbara turned to gauge Dawn's opinion. Well, Dawn, should we roll with the punches? Did she really have a choice? Something gnawing at Dawn's inside said that turning back then and there might have kept the night from being, what, cursed? She was being ridiculous. How could she let a scary story get to her? It was kid stuff. Shaking her head, Dawn opened her mouth to agree that they could all squeeze into the Jeep with a bit of work. Lightning pierced the sky. Seconds later, thunder. She's like, "Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine." Coo, coo, coo. That was my lightning. Or thunder, I guess it would be. Jesus Something is a great song. Chapter. Oh, that's a 2. That's a there's a 2, but it's like super, super tiny, like squished, so it looks like 1. I'll say, wait, I thought I just read 1. All right, chapter 2. How are we doing on time here? Just slide you over here. Just an hour and a half, and I've only gone through the first. Sorry, guys. All right, chapter 2. Hey, if you fall asleep, you fall asleep. It's what it is. The chunk of the road that had slid away from the hillside did not bode well for the journey. Dawn pondered her decision as the 7 high school graduates bounced around together in Kevin's Jeep. With Kevin driving, Barbara... Wait, Kevin? It's just Kevin? I thought he's gonna have... Oh, no, 7. Okay, 7 high school students. Okay. With Kevin driving, Barb had been offered the only free seat available, and Slim Dawn, being unattached, was forced by circumstances to perch on her friend's knee. Well, there were worse fates in the world, Dawn supposed. Her glance darted away from Barb's smile as their eyes met. At least Barb didn't cover herself in cologne like the boys did. Scott, up in the passenger seat besides Kevin, had Mary on his lap. Whatever he wore managed to make Dawn sneeze at least once, since she and Barbie were in the seat behind. Andrea, meanwhile, snuggled up with Chris, an effect that was somewhat funny, given that the athletic young woman was a hair taller than her quiet, slightly nerdy boyfriend. She managed to knock her head a fair few times on the cover of the Jeep, and each time everybody laughed. Everybody except Dawn, who could only manage a nervous smile. "What's the matter, Dawn?" Barbara's question, though gently phrased and meant well, was addressed to Dawn in front of the whole car. She had no choice but to say, "Oh, nothing. Just got a little damp, that's all." "Well, we'll be there soon." Fiddling with the headlights and trying a few other settings before giving up and ending where he started, Kevin squinted through the torrential downpour. "I don't think I've seen rain like this since I was a kid. It really is coming down tonight." With a sigh, Barbara glanced out at the sky as if searching for the moon. Instead, she received yet another whiplash of lightning. "It's too bad that we'll be the only ones, but it might still be fun. We'll have to stay the night for sure." Dawn couldn't help but laugh. "You seem almost excited. Aren't you?" Grinning, shrugging, Barbara said. "It's an adventure. Who doesn't want to be stabbed to death by a creepy nun? I mean, come on." Oh, that's right. I forgot that you've met you've met people or met celebrities before, Artie. That was one way of putting it, anyway. The Jeep, having navigated past the narrow section of the road without causing any more of a landslide, managed to climb the rest of the way to St. Cecilia's prep school without further incident. In fact, by the time they were up there, the rain had eased somewhat. A sense of optimism established itself. Maybe a few friends could make it after all. Dawn wasn't sure she had wanted them to, in truth. As the Jeep slowly rounded the last bend, the school building came into view. A chill rushed down Dawn's spine. "There it is," said Barb, her tone bright as though she had seen a celebrity. "Oh, what a beautiful building!" For a certain definition of beautiful. Maybe it had been once, but being neglected as it had been for something like 30 years, St. Cecilia's preparatory school had fallen apart. The weed-riddled grounds were covered in bricks and debris, and not just from the school. Trash was scattered around, and the sight of it actually put Dawn at ease. So others had been there. Plenty of others from the looks of it. Maybe homeless people use this place to sleep sometimes. Hikers, maybe, coming up the mountain and passing through the area. The teenagers would have to be careful, of course, but surely there was nothing to worry about. Not that she was worried, of course. Dawn pushed away her feelings as Kevin parked the Jeep. The teenagers all remained where they were, leaning forward, staring up at the looming black building that glowered coldly down towards them. Or down at them, sorry. The tall windows arranged along the facade were bleak and dark, revealing no hint of the rooms inside. Only the assurance that whatever they expected to find there, they would be wrong. they would be better off not going on. They would be better off turning around and, "I got the beer," said Kevin, cramming his keys into his pocket and climbing out of the Jeep. One pair at a time, the remaining teenagers followed suit. First Scott and Mary, then Chris and Andrea. Dawn moved to get out. Barb caught her hand. "Do you want me to have Kevin drive you home?" Almost laughing, Dawn said, "It took us over an hour to get here. Think about how long it'll be before he gets back." "That doesn't matter. I want you to have a good time. If you don't feel safe, it's important that we get you home." There was a definite temptation there. That same intrusion that had been buzzing in her mind all night now nudged Dawn as though to indicate now would be her last chance to turn around and exit the situation. All the same, Barb's kindness moved her. How could she disappoint her friend during their final summer before college? She smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine, really, Barb. I guess I'm just confused. What's so cool about this place?" "I don't think you would have known. I'm fairly sure I've not gotten drunk in your living room." I wouldn't call myself a Doctor Who fan. I'm aware of some of the like the creatures, like the weeping angels. I always thought were really, really cool. Like, I know I watched that episode, but I don't. How long is this book? They're usually the puppet combo books are about like 200 plus pages. And I usually have to go through 2 streams to get through it. I'm sure I could probably cram it all into one if I was able to read the whole thing without stopping and going on tangents, but that is impossible for me, so. Like War and Peace. Donna! Let's see. I've always wanted to see it. I love creepy stories like the ones they tell about this place. And with everyone going away to college, you and me and so many other people are going out of state, well... For once, Barbara's cheerful expression faded into a complex and distant look of meditation. She shook her head. "Anyway, I had a great aunt or something who worked here while all that stuff happened. Sister Euphema. She was a nun. I guess I just wanted to see if I could meet a ghost." Dawn, laughing, said, "I didn't know you were into stuff like this." Somebody called from the door of the building. "You guys coming?" Kevin's voice was only barely audible over the renewing storm. Storm flipped its hair. "Looks like it's starting up again," observed Barb, sighing heftily and opening the door for Dawn. I sure do know how to pick a date." A date and a location. The school was pitch black as they entered. With the front doors boarded up, the teens had lugged their beer around to the side of the building and found another entrance. This smaller door yielded at once and opened into the hallway that, though flooded with some of the thickest darkness imaginable, was still infinitely drier than even the covered Jeep had been. Everyone sighed in relief, while Chris dug out a Zippo to shed a little light on the... They didn't bring any... The kind of... That kind of makes me, that kind of makes me a little mad. I was like, you guys were going to an abandoned building and you didn't bring fucking flashlights. It's the 80s. The late 1970s. Ooh, not the 1700s. What the hell? Think you would enjoy... I'm aware of Donna too. And if I recall correctly, like she was my friend who was really into Doctor Who's favorite character. Let's see. Sorry, I got stuck again, or I got. While Chris dug out a Zippo to shed a little light on the subject, the ladies shook out their hair. Scott and Kevin peered around in the darkness. Man, remarked Scott, water dripping from the gelled hair that no longer looked quite so styled. I love the way this woman writes. I guess this place doesn't have any power, huh? Oh, well, I found my hair flip. Wait, let me do it again. I guess this place doesn't have, like, any power, huh? Hair flip. Why would it, numbnuts? It's been abandoned for years. Shaking his head, Kevin looked for a light of his own. He came up with a pocket flashlight attached to his keys. That's convenient, Kevin. I'm yelling at teens. With their combined lights, they discerned the... There's like a... Hold on. There's like a thing. Wainscoting, the corner of the hallway, and beyond that, a set of stairs. Looking down the long, dark hall, he grumbled... Wait, who? Kevin? Okay. I think it's Kevin. They might have a generator somewhere, though, since they're not so far from town. What was that about numbnuts? Hair flip, muttered Scott, bumping shoulders with Kevin on his way down the hall. You guys didn't bring lanterns or anything? Barbara sighed. Oh, sorry. He's like, you guys didn't, like, bring lanterns or anything, hair flip? Barbara sighed. We did. There just wasn't enough room in Kevin's Jeep for it. Not with all of us in the beer. Oh, priority. Oh, he says, priorities, said Kevin agreeably. While everybody else laughed, they paused at the staircase. His flashlight's weak beam shone on the first flight and the landing where it ended. A spiral of dust caught in the illumination between ominous slices of darkness. A door's handle invited them deeper into the building. Kevin led the way to it, continuing aloud, "There's got to be like a gymnasium or something around here." A dining hall, actually. It was, after all, a boarding school dedicated to the refinement and re-education of young ladies, and therefore bore some similarities to a college or a prison. I was thinking about making a YouTube channel so I could post my animations. I would say, if you do, you have to be prepared that some people can be, like, shitty for no reason. So if you have a thick enough skin to just ignore them or tell the trolls to fuck themselves before blocking them, then you should probably wait until you're a little bit older and you're able to like let the shitty comments just run off your back like it's water. Because otherwise it's gonna suck. Because some people are just miserable assholes. So they found it fairly quickly, trying the metal door off of the landing to find yet another dark hallway. Each side was lined with offices, and at the far end loomed a juncture with several options: left, right, or another imposing set of stairs with landing coated in shadow. They decided to head to the right, and at the end of this second hall, managed to find the broad dining hall doors already open. "Say," cried Barb, hurrying forward as Kevin's flashlight illuminated the largest space they'd yet to find. "This place is great! Just what we needed." "A little trashed," Dawn couldn't help but note. In the absence of students to feed, the neglected place had become a storage unit. Boxes were stacked everywhere. More dust motes pranced through the beam of the flashlight. A rat's worm-like tail vanished through a hole in the floorboards. Another entrance to the room seemed to indicate a path all the way around the school, but who knew if that door even worked? The third exit led to the kitchen, its great swinging double doors shut and a window in them missing its glass. "Oh, come on. With a little reorganizing, this place is the perfect dance floor. It's fun," insisted Barb. "Where are you going to get the music? You guys don't have cell phones. This is the 70s. Dawn wandered over to peer into the dark kitchen. The industrial-sized scale, barely reflecting the occasional pass of the faint flashlight beam, seemed fit to weigh a person. Wow. It made Dawn shudder as her friend went on. "Rustic!" Rustic. brownies. Ooh. Oh, you you're talking about or still talking about Doctor Who? You know, said Andrea, I'm with Barb. This place is perfect for us. Some music and some lights, and we've got ourselves a party if anybody shows up anyway. I wonder if there's any. Oh, wait, who's. Oh, it's Mary. Okay. I wonder if there's any kind of radio or something around here. Mary pondered the question aloud, searching uselessly through the darkness, but clearly unwilling to actually touch anything, lest she disturb a spider or another rat. I can look, Hairflip, Scott began, but his girlfriend grabbed his arm with a noise of protest. No, Scott, don't leave me here. It's too creepy. Somebody else go. Jesus. You were just making a gay discoy go? What? Andrea rolled her eyes. Totally lame. Chris, how about you go? Yeah, Chris, go alone. But Chris, with a few glances toward the darkness that represented the rough position of the doorway, shook his head. Me? No way. It's the 20th century. Why should I have to go wandering into the darkness just because I'm a guy? Oh my God. Andrea almost laughed, but instead left it at, you're kidding, right? While Andrea and Chris fell into soft bickering, Dawn cleared her throat. She said, I can go. It's no big deal. This place is falling apart, but it doesn't seem like I'm going to fall through any floorboards or anything. Can't spell at this point. Woo! People are either drunk or high in my comments right now. Barbara, visibly thrilled that there might be a way for her party to come together, rushed over and took Dawn's hands. Really? You wouldn't mind? Oh, I sure appreciate it. Chris, could you let her borrow your zipper? While Dawn accepted it, Barb suggested, maybe try those offices along the hall there. They might have something. This place was sealed up and condemned once the investigation was over, and the parents took what of their children's belongings they were allowed to have back. There might still be a few useful things lying around. I highly suggest there's a radio. Like, I don't think Catholic nuns tend to be like big big radio fans. Just saying. A few useful things and a few dangerous things. Just because she wasn't going to fall through the floor, that didn't mean Dawn didn't have to watch her step. It was entirely possible that there were loose nails along with crumbling bricks, or that one rat might make another appearance and not be quite so skittish. Dawn, after all, was skittish enough on her own. The dark hallway... Ooh, sorry. I readjusting. I'm just looking out for you, Tammy, because I know when I was 15, I don't think I could handle some of the shitty comments. Like, I've gotten... Now I don't give a shit, because who the fuck are they? Why should I care? But you can always just have one or have a YouTube channel and have it like private, so you can just have select people look at your animations until you feel more comfortable being or showing them to public. Tammy's thinking about starting up a YouTube channel, Dave. But I told her I would support her if she wanted to do it, but also be aware that there are shitty people out there that will try to make you feel bad for no reason. So, like I said, just miserable people out there. You just gotta develop a thick skin. Sorry, I'm looking where... Oh, there it is. Dawn, after all, was skittish enough on her own. The dark hallway lined with offices loomed before her, the ceiling so tall that she felt like a child just to be there. It seemed as if the hall beckoned her down its path, wished to swallow... Oh, sorry. It seemed as if the hallway beckoned her down its path, wished to swallow her. She pushed her imagination away and tried to focus... Oh, she pushed her imagination away and focused on trying a few doors. It was true, the building had been left mostly as is at the time of its abandonment. Dawn couldn't blame them for leaving it this way, but it was eerie to open a door and find a desk, a file cabinet, a retro television. No radio, though. Exactly, Artie. Hold on, I'm gonna grab this. Ugh. Check it out. I made a banana pillow. A banana pillow. Sitting on something, and then I got this. I just put this to make me sit up straight because I'm starting to slouch. It's 2023. No. Okay. She shut the door and tried another room. This one was some kind of medical ward, it seemed. Outdated medical equipment lay scattered and rusted around the room, and a cot in the corner rested crookedly behind a screen. Dawn had just slid open an empty drawer when a noise, the slamming of a door, she thought, echoed down the hall. But banana! Good night, Darby. Thank you for stopping by. Well, Tammy, if it does make you feel better, I don't get them very often. Get what at Target? What? This thing? No, I got it at a thrift store. I have no idea where it was, but look how clean it is. Like I usually don't get like stuff, but I think whoever bought or whoever donated it never did anything with it and just donated it. and I made the banana pillow. God damn. From the direction opposite the dining hall, her blood running cold, Dawn lifted her head from her investigation and edged to the dark corridor. No other sounds emanated around the corner. She leaned around it, the lighter in hand, and struggled to stare through the darkness. No movement distinguished itself from the empty space of the hallway. Maybe the person who donated, possibly, yeah, possibly. There's no, Dave mentioned Zellers earlier. Target bought Zellers, but instead of just keeping the name in Canada, they're like, no, we want our brand here. But what Target didn't seem to realize was people loved Zellers, and they had they had trouble getting their merchandise to their stores in Canada, and then they eventually closed. It was so not a single Target remains in Canada. So maybe it's possible. I was like, it looks like there was one at one point, but it was cut off. So I couldn't tell you. Could not tell you. Been donating to Ukraine and Israel because family. It's all, oh yeah, that's that whole thing is just it's terrifying. I don't but I'm in no position to comment on it because I don't have enough information to have besides saying human suffering is just I can't. My heart breaks for everybody suffering through all that. Okay. Oh man, I'm sorry I brought it down again. Where did it cut? There we go. Quiet as she could, Dawn edged towards the noise and wondered what it was. Maybe somebody really was staying there? If so, they'd better offer that person a beer or something, just to be friendly, to stave off trouble. Too bad. Nuns, I'm listening to music. After determining, there it is, that the courtyard door, nailed shut with several boards, was probably not the source of the noise, Dawn continued around another corner and found a hall not unlike the one on the way to the dining hall. These large doors were closed. Dawn edged towards them while making few sounds as possible. The lighter's flame danced in her hand with every movement. The handle of the door before her turned under the gentlest touch. On the other side, Dawn found the chapel. Though it was as dusty and dark as the other rooms, Dawn lingered in the doorway not due to fright, but due to the beauty of it. The chapel's design was old-fashioned somehow, with thick green carpet and a swirling pattern reminiscent of paisley on the walls. But the small room was nonetheless rich with an eerily pleasant aesthetic. Somehow, it still looked prepared to host its next service. A crucifix up near the altar solemnly overlooked the pews. She was just edging towards it, lifting her lighter to see a carving more closely, when the Zippo illuminated something else. A little clown doll smiled at her from the corner of a pew. Ooh. End of chapter 2. I forgot that talking can dry out your throat. All right, chapter 3. Butt pumpkin. You guys are goofy. Expecting the pews to be empty as she had, Dawn's heart raced at the unexpected toy leering in the light of the Zippo. While she pressed a hand to her pounding chest, she bent down and investigated the strange toy. What was a thing like this doing here? It did seem fairly old, she supposed, but given that everything else in the neglected building seemed to belong more or less where it was, the clown doll was incredibly out of place. Not to mention free of dust. Ugh. You're in DC? Oh, that sucks already. Dale of Oats. Dawn had expected an allergy-inducing mushroom cloud to puff up when she lifted the toy from where it sat, yet it seemed clean. Old, but clean. The threadbare toy sported oversized trousers decorated with polka dots. A colorful bow tie flopped down over the front of its shirt. With its red yarn hair and crooked beret, it could have been cute were it not for the strange face. Its arching eyebrows high over somehow lascivious eyes? Reminiscent of the curve of a too long smile that was ornamented with buck teeth. Ugh. Phenomenal. That reminds me of, that kind of sounds like, with the exception of the red hair, like the yarn red hair, which is more reminiscent of Raggedy Ann and Andy. It reminds me of those weird statues, those clown statues that it seemed like every single grandparent had in the 90s. Woo! Artie, are you gonna be okay? Especially since you've been kind of partying, or you're having like a one-man party. Its patterned yellow shirt reminded Dawn somehow of the walls of the chapel around her. Its bottom was marked in a child's scrawl. Bongo. She shuddered, looking around as though someone might watch her. The only one who did, it seemed, was the doll. Shaking her head, Dawn set the doll down. As she did, an old cabinet caught her eye on the other side of the pew. Gasping, she hurried over to see its contents. Candles! With a relieved roll of her eyes and a quick praise for somebody she only believed in when convenient, Dawn took a tall, green, votive, I don't know why, I was having trouble with that word. A green votive candle from the location of many more. After a certain point, she'd been more concerned about running out of lighter fluid than finding music or a light for the party. Bearing her new candle with her hand cupped around it, Dawn looked for something to help her transport the unlit candles back to her friends. A basket set among the debris at the base of the crucifix. The real miracle here was that the stained glass windows on either side of the cross were both still in perfect condition. They made her wonder how much of a mess in the room was made because of people breaking in, and how much was it from original cops carelessly investigating. A shame the building had no caretaker. It really was a beautiful chapel. Ouch. Would have been anyway, without the litter, bits of crumbled plaster, and old pamphlets strewn about. With a basket full of candles looped over her arm and the one light flickering in her hand with each step she took, Dawn turned to exit the chapel. But there was Bongo, sitting alone on the pew. For some reason, she felt a little bad. I guess I owe you one for all this, huh, pal? She shook the basket to demonstrate the candles and then, chuckling to herself, all right, come on. So with Bongo, a collection of candles, and just a little bit of Barb's optimism growing in her heart, Dawn exited the chapel and made her way down the dark hall. It only occurred to her once she had left the chapel that she still had not determined the source of the noise that led her down there in the first place. Though it was probably just some raccoon, or heck, maybe another rat, she couldn't help but find herself hyper-vigilant. Part of that was natural, of course. They were far from town, and with weather the way it was, if something went wrong, they wouldn't be able to get help without a great deal of trouble and further risk. Therefore, her animal brain was wired to be ready for anything at any moment. But the persistent nag at the back of Dawn's head kept her feeling like something else was wrong. She wasn't quite sure what it was. Maybe it was the atmosphere? Goosebumps crawled up her arms as she navigated the dark hallways of the boarding school. Outside, the wind howled. The occasional clap of thunder rattled the building upon its foundations. Some exterior windows had not been as lucky as the stained glass ones, and Dawn noticed through this, or that sometimes open, sometimes missing door, that a few of the exposed rooms received a beating in the storm. Would this mess ever let up? Maybe by morning? Back in the dining hall, the chatting teenagers were interrupted by Dawn's call. Hey, she said into the room, not wanting to startle them. She still managed to surprise at least Mary, who was always a bit jumpy, and went on in an apologetic tones, I found candles, you guys! Barbara clapped her hands with delight. She rushed over to see the contents of the basket. Yay, Dawn! Thank you! Oh, these are totally perfect! Well, what's this fella doing here? I found him in a pew, Dawn said with a laugh, drawing the clown from the basket and giving him a wave. Barbie took him in her hands to laugh at his floppy arms and red yarn hair, clearly not quite as taken aback by his features as Dawn had been. The music student continued. Looks like his name's Bongo. Kind of weird, huh? Oh, I want to play the quarry. I'm bad at making split decisions, so the first game, I got a lot of people killed. But yeah, I want to play the quarry. I don't know. It's not so weird. Kids probably bring all kinds of things from home when they're sent to a place like this. Dawn didn't have a chance to point out that he hadn't been dusty when she discovered him. The other teenagers were already crowding around Dawn and Barb, enthusiastically deriding the doll for its perceived creepiness. Kevin in particular seemed horrified. What's with it? What's with its face? He'd probably ask you the same thing, Barb bandied back. While the girls tittered and Kevin rolled his eyes, Barbara hurried over to set Bongo upright beside the cooler of beer. There, he can be our bartender. I have not played Quarry yet. I have it. I haven't played it yet. It's another one of those times where I bought a game and then I was like, oh, I'm going to play it. And then, and then forgot I had it because other stuff got my attention. Andrea laughed, saying, there's something so innocent about you, Barbie. Well, he's got a bow tie and everything. Even better, hair flip, Scott agreed with a laugh, lifting his already open beer towards the toy. We don't have to tip him. Oh, Scott. Kevin chuckled in agreement while his friends, candles in hand, lit them all from the flame flickering atop Dawn's. Gradually, the amount of light grew into something comfortable, even romantic. Oh, that's probably bad for Dawn then. The atmosphere changed in an instant. Smiles of relief plastered themselves to face as, corner by corner, the room received just a little bit of life. You guys should come. Ugh. You guys should come check out the chapel, Dawn said, sipping from her beer while Chris placed the final candle upon a cabinet near the entrance of the room. It's in the other wing. Super cool and kind of spooky, too. This whole place is spooky, Mary protested, wrapping her arms around herself and glancing about. Ugh, how did you convince us to come here again? It would have been more fun and felt safer if there had been more people, Dawn said with a shrug, leaping to Barb's defense before the girl needed to defend herself. Still, it's a dry place it's a dry place to wait out the storm until morning. Yeah, said Barb, nodding, and it's a cool experience, to be honest, though. Her eyes lowering, Barbara laughed in a weak way and rubbed her hands over her forehead. I'm super embarrassed. I had all these grand aspirations for what tonight was going to be like. Now we don't even have music. We can make our own music. Oh no. Artie, you're going crazy over there. Oh, hold on, my light turned off. Ooh, it's a little bright. There we go. Everybody is so tired. Well, I'm also telling like a kind of a creepy bedtime story, so. Said Dawn, leaning forward upon the box where she sat. Or, oh! It was all the candles around that did it. Grinning, her increasing confidence after venturing into the dark of the school inspired her to tease her friends. She suggested, why don't we do a seance? A few glances were shared among the students. Andrea asked, a seance? For what? Like the victims of the massacre or whatever? Sure, or Barb's aunt. That's how it always worked in stories, right? You just need a personal connection to the ghost you're summoning or something. It probably helps anyway. But Mary was already shaking her head rapidly, her red curls flying back and forth and significantly frizzier after having been exposed to the rain. No way, she said, her voice firm. I am not messing around with that stuff. Nudging her with an elbow, Scott mockingly asked, you don't really believe in that stuff, do you, Hairflip? It's just fooling. It's all in your head, you know. I've heard a lot of stories about people who think it's all in their head before something horrible happens. The last thing I want to do is see, I don't know, a walking shadow, or for me to go look in the mirror and discover my reflection's not my own. Aw, come on. Hairflip. No, Scott, her tone increasingly somewhat in pitch. Mary insisted, this place is already freaky enough without a seance. This whole time, I've felt like we're being watched. Shuddering, tightening her arms around herself, Mary shook her head. I know it sounds stupid and superstitious, she summarized, but that stuff just doesn't seem fun to me. Just like that, Dawn felt bad for even suggesting such a goofy thing. Nonetheless, Scott seemed ready to rib his girlfriend. Aw, come on, babe. You can't really believe in something that's gonna happen. You don't believe in ghosts, do you? Just slap her cheek. Hairflip, no blades for losers. While Mary stood sullenly, her boyfriend ignored all the stop signs and blazed right along. If you feel like you're being watched, Scott continued, maybe it's Bongo over there making you feel that way. Are you afraid of clowns too? Scowling, Mary jerked her arm away from his next nudge. Stop it, Scott! Yes, Scott, advised Andrea. Take it easy on teasing, would you? It's normal to be freaked out by a place like this. Yeah, but the idea of doing a seance, I didn't know you were so, for lack of a specific term. Sorry, that's Scott. Yeah, but by the idea of doing a seance, I didn't know you were so, for lack of a specific term, he wiggled his fingers. Mystical. Yeah, mystical. I think Artie's crossfaded. Crossfaded or drunk. I can't remember which one it is. I just have respect for things that other people don't, said Mary, snatching her boyfriend's beer from his hand and chugging the remaining contents while he complained. After she tipped her head forward again and took a little breath, while wiping suds from her lips, she went on, you know, maybe it is that doll that's freaking me out. I felt worse ever since it came into the room. Oh, said Scott dryly while she strode over to pluck Bongo from his seat. So now you're, like, psychic or something? Gay flip. Oh, Artie. No, jerk, what's wrong with you? Shaking her head, looking like she was trying to remember what it was that got her in this relationship in the first place. Mary looked reluctantly into the face of the doll. She grimaced. Who would give this kind of toy to a kid? It's so creepy. All toys used to be a little creepy, said Dawn. Have you ever seen the old Halloween costumes from the 20s? Way scarier than they are now. With a theatrical shudder, Mary turned towards the doorway with the doll in her hand and dropped it as she screamed. Those that were seated leapt upright, and those already standing jolted in surprise. All eyes turned fearfully toward the doorway. A figure stood in the darkness of the open frame. Sorry, I'm gonna... Sitting on the floor ain't all fun and games. I used to have like a little gamer chair, or little rocking chair that was on the floor, or that sat like directly on the floor where you could lean back and stuff like that, but not so much now. Forgetting the struggles of Machilia Myers. Oh, Artie. Chapter 4. How are we doing here on time? 2.5? Alright, that's not too bad. Okay. Chapter 4. The middle-aged woman at the dining hall's entrance seemed to be in a kind of stupor. She regarded the teenagers through tired eyes while they recovered from their scare, couples having jolted together and hands having pressed to staggered hearts until the figure resolved into this, a despondent woman. Not here, she whispered as though to herself, her gray gaze sweeping past their faces as if none of them existed at all. She's not here. Chris's hold on Andrea had begun to relax. The jock's brow furrowed while she glanced at her boyfriend, then asked the stranger, "Are you all right, ma'am?" The stranger's bitter little laugh sounded more like a cough than anything else close to mirth. You know what? No, I'm not. Rubbing the bridge of her nose, her eyes squeezing shut, she spoke as if she had last remembered to be an adult when she said somewhat weakly, "You kids shouldn't be here." Hey, man, Scott, always on the defensive. We're not kids. We, just graduated. We're like adults. I can be a mess, but that won't get you. Aww. Oh, the ears are messing you up? It's dangerous up here, the woman insisted. It's incredibly dangerous. This is a bad place. Waving his beer, the pockmarked underachiever asked, "Then why are, you here?" Hairflip. She stared at Scott hard in return. "Because I'm looking for Janie. My little Janie. I came to pick her up and... Have you seen her?" The mood in the room was at once all the more tense. While the teenagers glanced at one another, Barbara stepped forward and asked, "No, we haven't. How old is she?" "Only 9, whispered the lady. One hand pressed to her cheek, then slid up to push along the thin strands of brown hair back from her sunken eyes. "Janie is 9. What's a 9-year-old doing? What's a 9-year-old kid doing in a place like this?" Chris couldn't help but scoff at her a bit. He shook his head. "You're not making any sense, lady." The woman's eyes widened to see the doll lying on the floor near Mary. Her motions were quick and somehow feral. She lurched upon it, desperate as though for the safety and comfort of a friend. "Oh, Bongo, this is my Janie's. Where did you find him?" In the chapel," Dawn answered, sitting at the end of a pew. As soon as her hands made contact with the little clown doll, the woman's eyes overflowed with tears. Her facade collapsed into an expression of grief so terrible it made Dawn afraid to be a mother, lest she ever experience this. "Oh, Janie, Eyes shut, the woman pressed the doll to her forehead. She rocked unnervingly, weeping while the teenagers responded with varying levels of discomfort. Chris and Kevin exchanged a sort of look that silently declared the woman to be unhinged. Scott edged away. Andrea, frozen, looked like she was hoping the conversation would soon be over. Mary just said, "I told you guys, this place is bad news." "We haven't seen anybody," said Barbara, empathetic as she always was, "and we definitely haven't seen a little kid, but we'll keep an eye out and let you know if we run into her." "Thank you," said the woman. "Thank you so much." "It's no trouble, Mrs. McDonald," answered the woman, rising to her feet with Barbara's firm guidance. While thunder roared on outside, Miss McDonald found her footing and smiled bravely through her tears. "You're all so very kind," she said, adding firmly, "but you shouldn't stay here." "We're sort of stuck until the storm clears," Kevin told her with a nod in the direction of the rattling walls. "So as much as we would like to leave, we just have to make the best of things for right now. It serves us right for not turning back when we had the chance, I guess." "I guess," parroted the woman, studying him for a prolonged period of time before turning away. Alone, without a light, Miss McDonald scrambled off into the darkness. The teenagers looked at each other when her back was turned, but everyone waited until she was all the way down the hall before making any move. Kevin strode over and shut the dining hall doors, then paused in front of them with a grim expression. "That was weird," he understated, shaking his head. "I hope she finds her daughter. You didn't see anything other than that doll, did you, Dawn?" I would have said something if I had," she said, looking with concern at the doorway. "I wonder what the kid was doing up here in the first place." "Probably brought her up here herself and lost track of her," proposed Chris with a shake of his head. "She seems a little bit, not all there, as my mom says." "Shut up!" Dawn plucked her beer from the top of the covered desk as she last set it on, and then leaned back against the very same. "If you couldn't find your kid, you'd probably seem a little off, too." The jarring clang that echoed through the dining hall as Dawn perched against the desk surprised at least Mary. Dawn's breath, however, hitched in a soft gasp of excitement. Her frown fell away. "A piano!" she declared, turning to pull the cover from the instrument that had been rolled into the storage along with so many cedar crates and molding cardboard boxes. While Andrea and Scott made noises of relief and Barbie put her worries aside to come check it out, Mary hung back by the spot where the doll had fallen from her hand. "Are you okay, Mary?" Kevin's question was soft, audible only to Mary in the room in which they stood, especially once Dawn sat down and began plinking at the piano to determine if it was playable. Frowning, Mary shook her head. "This night just keeps getting worse and worse. I don't know. I don't think we should have come here. Are you really sure your Jeep can't make it down the mountain?" "We were lucky to make it all the way up here, honestly. I think once it lets up a little, we should have a good chance of getting back down, but I don't know. I just feel like I'd rather wait until it's light outside, Scott called over to his girlfriend and demanded, quit being such a wet blanket, Mary. We're here. Let's just have a good time. And what are you worried about that crazy lady for, hair flip?" Oh my God, Hardy. You guys keep getting weird ads. I'm sorry. I can't control what type of holy cow, Artie. "She's not crazy," Mary insisted. At least she didn't seem crazy to me. I don't like the thought of hanging out like everything's normal when a kid is lost somewhere in this building." "I'm sure Miss McDonald will find her daughter eventually," consoled Kevin. Mary, visibly skeptical, shook her head. "If something happens to a child in this place while we're just hanging around and we could have done something to intervene, I don't think I'll be able to live with myself." Sighing, rolling his eyes, Scott took a swig of his second beer and told her, "You're so dramatic. Getting all high and mighty about some kid, hair flip, acting scared of seances. Say, maybe that McDonald lady isn't alive at all." Mary's fist balled at her side. "Stop it, Scott," she demanded right in front of everyone. "Stop it. Don't even talk about it." But, laughing like a cruel boy on the playground, Scott went on bullying the girl that he liked. Yeah, why is he bullying? Yeah, it just occurred to me. I was like, no, you're fine, Artie. You're just excited, so you're commenting or you're leaving a bunch of comments. It's fine. Yeah, maybe she was a ghost. If we bump into her daughter, she'll turn out to be a ghost too. Ooh. Stop it. Stop it. I'm so sick of this, Scott. You always take things too far. You never listen to what I want or treat me with any respect. Because you're acting, because, duh, you're being childish. You need to grow up, Mary. The room somehow felt even more painfully awkward during the argument than when Miss McDonald had been weeping on the floor. Everyone else avoided eye contact while the two of them went at it, going through the pre-breakup rituals so many couples were doomed to endure before parting ways for college. I need to grow up? Mary stared at her boyfriend, incredulous, her hands on her sternum. Me. You should try listening to yourself sometime. I can't help it that this place gives me the creeps, and here you are, making it worse. There's nothing to be scared out there. Look, you want me to prove it, Hairflip? Hi, Zach. I was just wondering about you because I was like, wait, I don't think Zach's here. It's like a couple of the normals aren't here today. Darby had to leave. Darby, I think it was a bedtime for Darby. Setting his beer atop the piano that Dawn played to give the rest of the room something to focus on outside of the conflict, Scott launched himself from the spot where he leaned. He took up a blue candle on his way to the door, saying to Mary, I'll show you. Scott, she began. Too late. The dining room hall shut behind Scott. Bristling, Mary remained where she stood. One question seemed to float through the heads of everyone still in the room. Should someone go after him? The tension in the air thickened. Now awkwardness faded into fear. Say something did go wrong out there in the dark of the hallway. See? Scott's voice rang merrily through the door from about halfway the unexplored set of stairs. There's nothing to be afraid. Hey! His tone took a sudden shift when he cut himself off. Mary rolled her eyes, visibly angry to be toyed with. That's not funny, Scott, she told him, her shoes stomping lightly upon the hard floor. I don't know why you always dig yourself deeper. But Scott didn't respond. At least, not to Mary. Who's there, Hairflip? His voice was edged with panic, and the teenagers exchanged an urgent look. Mary rolled her angrily watering eyes, hands on hips of her white polka dot dress. He's just trying to mess with... Stop! Stop that! My perfect hair! Mary's face fell and she took a step forward, freezing again only when Chris held out a hand. Scott yelled on, Don't come any closer! No! Scared Hairflip! Kevin looked urgently around for something he could use as a weapon. In the end, he only found an empty beer bottle in his immediate vicinity. I mean, that's better than nothing. With it held like... Oh, there's a... neighbors talking down, or I can hear them. And so I was like, wait, what the hell is that? Kind of late for people to be out, but... With it held like a bludgeon, he approached the door just as Scott's voice erupted in a terrible, high-pitched scream. Mary screamed too. Tense for action, Kevin threw open the door. Gotcha, Hairflip! Scott howled with laughter where he stood midway down the hall, the candles in his hand illuminating the juvenile mirth on his face. All the fear in Mary's expression transformed into rage at once. Her teeth bared in fury. Saying absolutely nothing, she strode out of the dining hall and towards her unpleasant boyfriend. Unpleasant boyfriend is an understatement. Scott is fucking obnoxious. My neighbor's talking. Oh yeah, the new Mortal Kombat. I don't like the new Spider-Man came up. Oh, that's funny. Darby was just talking about the new Spider-Man game and the new Mario game. Been playing all day. I have no regrets. I'm a huge Spider. Who doesn't like Spider-Man, Zach? Like Spider-Man's like such a likable character. Oh, thank you, Art. Sorry. Saying absolutely nothing, she strode out of the dining room hall and towards her unpleasant boyfriend. Still, he laughed on until Mary came to a stop before him. I can't believe. Oh, I can't believe you guys fell for that. You really are a bunch of hay! Having snatched the candle from his hand, Mary marched down the hall and warned through angry tears, Don't follow me. Now, wait, Mary, hold on, come back. Let her go, Scott, Andrea said firmly. She's right. You've been acting like a jerk. Give her a few minutes to give her a few minutes to herself before you start into her again. Spider Red is hot. Ah, come on. You're gonna go walking through the darkness and you're just afraid of the light? Mary! 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 His echo succumbed to silence. Chapter 5. I used to have a polka dot dress, but that, like so many other of my things, was stolen by an old roommate. So it is what it is. Dance is something, something made for you and me. Mackeymouse. Chapter 5. Mary was just so mad that suddenly she wasn't afraid of the darkness at all. Mary wasn't afraid of a thing, in fact, except for how angry Scott made her. The truth was that he was always like this. She just managed to rationalize his behavior because when they were alone or in a situation, that bothered her less. But now, in a place where she felt unsafe, he failed worse than ever to step up to the plate. How had she managed to lie to herself all this time? Maybe it was just for the sake of having a boyfriend? Looking cool and fitting in? Oh, and at one point in time, Scott had been very charming and sweet. Then he had gotten comfortable. Once people got comfortable in a relationship and they were no longer on their best behavior, well, sometimes what one thought they had and what... Hold on. Ugh. Sorry, my mouth is a little cottony. Cotton? Okay. Then he had gotten comfortable. Once people got comfortable in a relationship and they were no longer on their best behavior, well, sometimes what one thought they'd had and what one actually had proved to be two different things. At the juncture in the corridor, Mary took a left. Thankfully, Scott didn't follow her. He let her go without more than a divisive wave of his hand before he turned back to enter the dining hall. She went on, making her way down to the hallway and its many offices, shut and open. It seemed like more doors were open now than before. Dawn, probably. Mary tried not to be unnerved by it. Did she just forget about Mrs. McDonald? Because Mrs. McDonald's still probably walking around looking for her kid. She should have asked Dawn for clearer directions to the chapel she'd found, but oh, Mary was just so mad. When she got frustrated like that, it was hard to think of practical things like directions. Add on top of that the personal insult, and Mary was lucky she'd stopped to snatch away Scott's candle. It was disturbing to her that her own boyfriend should treat her this way. What was annoying, or sometimes even slightly upsetting, teasing back in town was when she felt imperiled, a sign of how lightly he took her opinion and how flippantly he regarded her personal safety. Who wanted a boyfriend like that? Moreover, what was really the point of staying together when they were 18, about to go to different colleges in different cities? Wasn't it a little unrealistic to try to pull off some sort of long distance thing? Send her a Big Mac. I haven't been keeping count, but I'm pretty sure the number of nuns massacred has been 0. No, it had to have been at least a few, because remember the staff at the beginning, even though we didn't see, and Sister Euphema. That she was a nun, right? A Big Mac. Man, I have not had McDonald's in so long, apart from getting their unsweet iced tea. Like, I'll stop in and get that before going to feed the Boyds on my lunch breaks. Okay. Sorry, I lost my place again. There was so much to see and do in the world. There were so many people more mature than Scott. There was just too much life left in Mary to think of living the rest of it with Scott. Yeah, I don't blame her. I don't I well I Scott seems like somebody I would cover my, like, if he was around, you just cover your drink when he was around. Like, it's like, you seem dangerous. Like, there's something weird up with you. Her heart and mind becoming unified on a decision that had been in the making since the two had gotten together. Mary wandered down the hall and tried a few of the doors. I'm kind of surprised Mary's even doing this. Even as mad as she is, she was terrified of this place, but now she's wandering around. Maybe, I don't know, maybe when you're really angry, adrenaline kicks in. I'm not sure how that works, but I don't know. If I was, yeah, no. I do not hang around in terrifying places. Hope Scott knows how to process her payroll. Yeah, I don't do that. What is it called? Urban exploring? Yeah, I do not go into abandoned buildings. It's kind of like when people are like, "Oh yeah, it's like uh there are like mines and stuff around here." And same with Tonopah. It makes my stomach drop because I actually knew somebody back in junior high who, him and his buddies went to or found a mine, and because they were like 13, 14-year-old boys, they were dumb, they didn't know, and even though I'm sure their parents told them a million times, stay out of the mines, stay out of the mines, if you find them, stay away from them. Kids went in there, and only two of them came back out because that particular kid, I'm not 100% sure what happened. I don't know if he fell from a great distance or something like fell on him, but yeah, that kid is forever 13. So yeah, really, really terrifying. That's why I said in the Spirit Halloween video, I was like, please don't go into abandoned mines. You will die. You will die, and it will hurt the whole time. Nothing very exciting, it seemed. She wandered around the corner and paused near a boarded door that, based on the raging of the storm on the other side, must have led to the courtyard. Mary wondered what shape it was in now. Awful, no doubt. The storm howled around her. She continued through the hall, her candle flickering lightly, softly illuminating the haggard faces of many of the martyrs depicted on paintings on the walls. Mary averted her eyes from these, unwilling to worsen her own mood. Not that there was any better place to look in the eerie school anyway. In this eastern wing of the building, Mary found a bathroom and a shower room. I remember the shower room in the game. If you remind me when I finish this chapter, I'm going to tell you guys a funny story from my childhood that I completely forgot about until my sister asked me if I remembered it, and I was like, I fucking do now. Or not, sorry, not my sister, my cousin. My cousin asked me if I remembered it. You can have the kids. I'll eat them later. The storm howled around her. She continued through the hall, her candles flickering softly. Oh wait, I already did this part. In this eastern wing of the building, Mary found a bathroom and a shower room. They reminded her of the ones in the dormitory of the college she had settled on, only much more decrepit and much more frightening. The stalls of the reddish shower room were missing their curtains. Its uncanny feeling had more in common with a meat-packing plant than it did with a bathroom. Shuddering, Mary emerged from the shower room and looked around. The feeling of being watched was getting stronger. She never would have talked about it because of people like Scott, people who would make fun of her. But sometimes Mary swore she could feel energy, maybe, or intention. How could she describe it? It was like feeling static in her brain, or a subtle warping of reality. She had never seen anything like a ghost, but she had sometimes felt presences. Felt the sensation of intense focus upon her, eyes on her, without really knowing where it was coming from or what it was all about. I would like that's your lizard brain. That's like just part of you that recognizes that someone is looking at you. And it's weird that we can perceive that, like we can feel when someone is looking at us. And I would love to know. In fact, maybe I'll look that up later. I'm kind of interested in knowing why we have that ability, and it's a very like lack of a better word, it's a very soft thing. Like sometimes you can feel it and sometimes you can't. But yeah, it's a little unnerving when it does happen, especially when you believe you're supposed to be alone. Oh, side note, as a um or a side note story to that, the whole lizard brain feeling thing during the lockdown, there wasn't a whole lot of places you could go, but you could go hiking. And I went hiking in a place alone because I'm an idiot. And I'd been on this trail like hundreds of thousands of times. I love the trail. It's really pretty. And I remember I was having I got up to the end of it because at the end there's like this beautiful like meadow area, and when the snow melts there's like a waterfall. And I remember standing there, and I had just passed people who were coming down with like their little kids, and nobody else was up there. So I went up, and I'm standing and I'm looking, and I feel fine 1 second, and then the next I had the most "you need to get the fuck out of here right now" feeling. It was so overwhelming, and to this I don't know. I don't know if maybe because the realization that I was alone up there, so I got kind of panicked. I was like, "Oh my god, I'm alone up here." Or it was possible that maybe that there was a a big cat or something up there that I perceived to be looking at me. But man, it was the most overwhelming sense of run. Or it was like, well, not run, just like, you need to leave, you need to leave, you need to leave. So I kind of like, ha ha ha, oh, this place is not, like, trying to, just in case it was somebody like a weirdo that was like watching me. I was like, oh, I better run back to my friends now, like saying dumb shit out loud, like I was, oh, where's Brian or whatever. Until I caught up to the family, and then I just kind of trailed behind them. But yeah, that after that, I haven't. I don't think I've. Yeah, I don't think I've been up on that trail since then because that spooked me that bad. Yeah, I think that was the last time I was on that trail. So yeah, yeah, that shit's real. I don't know what it is, but it is sometimes super super powerful. Now I gotta find where I left off. I am also happy I am alive. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Another side note. So, after I had ended the stream in Tonopah, um, I decided to go for a walk down just to see if there was any like something to eat because I was starving, and I was like, "There's got to be something that I could just buy." And I was gonna walk down to the pizza place, but by the time I got there, it was kind of already closed because I filmed stuff and then I took a nap and then I decided to do that. And there was nobody anywhere. It was like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. And it's bizarre because it's not something that I'm used to. I've never lived in a small town, but like it was odd. Uh a couple of the bars that of course they were still open, but they had the pizza place, which I ended up just getting uh like garlic bread because it was but I was like, whatever, it's something to eat. And I realized how far I walked. I was like, well, fuck it, I'm just gonna go grab the car because it told me that it was. Yes, I know, I'm a fucking idiot, I shouldn't have done that. But when I started walking, a truck with one of those, so I didn't get very far at all from the pizza place that was closing up, when a truck with one of those little beds on the back of it drove by and honked at me, and I was like, no, that's good enough, because I realized, I was like, what the fuck am I doing? So I was like, I will wait until sunbreak. So I turned around and I was walking back, and I was like, it's fine, I just drink my lemonade and and walk back. And then I noticed that fucking truck had turned around and drove by again, and I didn't notice until the people, because there were two people in the car, there was a woman and a man, honked again. And then after a minute, I was like, all right, I was like, I stopped by like this little motel. There was this little hotel place because it was still open and there was like people in there. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna hang out here for a second. I was like, I'm gonna send a text and stuff to my friend, a false positive. Oh yeah, possibly Adam. Um, and they drove by again, and I was watching them, but I was pretending that I was still. So I was doing that thing when I was looking down, and these motherfuckers turned around, and I was like, nope. So I walked into that motel's uh what is it called? The check-in room or whatever lobby. Jesus Christ! And I walked in. I was like, hey, I was like, do you guys have like cops here or something? And the guy's like, why? What's wrong? And I pointed over my shoulder. I was like, these people behind me, like they keep like circling. They're making me really fucking nervous. And I was like, I didn't do anything. I didn't even look up at them at any point except when they honked. And the guy, he's like, oh, he walks over and he looks out the window and he goes, oh, it's a man and a woman driving. He's like, you don't know them? I was like, no, I'm not even from this town. I was like, I'm not even from here at all. I'm quite a ways away. Um, so I guess they circled one more time before they left, and I was like, do you guys have like a non-emergency number that I can call? And he goes, no. He was like, what's that? I was like, man, this really is a tiny town. I was like, Jesus, you guys don't even have. And he goes, we have. He goes, we have a what was it? We have a couple deputies that live here, but they might be asleep by now. But so he gave me a number, and I called, and there was the lady on the phone. I was like, yeah, hi. It's like, I kind of have a weird request. I was like, do you guys possibly have a deputy or somebody out and about that can take me back to the clown motel? And I told her what was going on, and the girl was like, she goes, oh, she's like, I don't know. She's like, I can try calling a couple of them and see if they can walk you back. And I'm like, I guess. I was like, that, or I'm just hanging out here for the rest of the night because I'm not fucking going back out there. I was like, Jesus, I just wanted something to eat and collect the car. So the guy goes, well, I'm closing up shop, or he's like, I'm closing soon. He's like, I can grab my dog and walk you back there. I was like, all right. So I let the person on the phone or on the phone know, hey, the person who works here is going to do or is going to walk me back when they close in, like, I think it was like 20 minutes. He's like, so I said, I was like, if you can't get a deputy by then, I guess the guy can walk me back. Long story short, the guy walked me back, and his dog was super freaking cute. And his dog was named Mako. And the only reason I remember that is because that's from Final Fantasy VII. But the dude was, why do people keep trying to kill Jenny? Because apparently I'm a cat killer. I kill video game cats. But yeah, that kind of scared me away from like ever going back there for ever any reason. But yeah, seriously, what the hell? And I was like, hey, out of curiosity, I was like, I don't want to sound ignorant or like an asshole. I was like, but does this place have like a drug issue, like a drug problem? Because it made me wonder if they saw me as like a target because, a woman alone walking down a very lonely street. And he goes, yeah, just a little bit. I'm like, yeah, that's usually how small towns are. But yeah, so that's the story. How I almost got killed by or mugged or whatever the hell those weirdos wanted with me. It was a little creepy, but I'm glad they were stupid enough to make themselves known constantly. And I was like, I don't quite understand what it is that you guys think you're doing. And it was really weird because it was a couple. It was a man and a woman. So I was like, all right. It's like, whatever. I don't know why people keep trying to kill me. Like I said, I keep to myself. It's not like I was walking down the street, like flipping everybody off. I'm like, yeah, fuck you. I'm a city girl. Woo. If you want to go there, not like I have anything else to do. You were at Tonopah 5 years ago? Oh, oh, can I? Oh my god, I can! I'm gonna skip the ads. Oh shit! I didn't know. Okay, so I just found out that I can force the ads to skip. So I'll keep an eye out. I wish it would blink or something to get my. So yeah, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I was like, fuck this place. I'm not coming back. It kind of sucks because I really wanted to go to their thrift stores and antique stores, but I got there too late. That's the one thing I kind of regret because I kind of feel like the old, like a small town like that, they probably had some like old cool shit because again, where else is it gonna fucking go? Maybe in a couple of years. Well, no, because I'm gonna pick back up on reading. You're gonna miss parts. I don't know how this works. If it plays ads and you just miss parts of the speech, or it picks up where it leaves off. I'm not sure how it works. Sorry, I lost my place again. Got on. See, I told you, I got sidetracked. I'm still hopped up on caffeine, but well, no, it's oat milk, so it's not like it's gonna curdle or anything. I was like, it's got milk in it, but I keep forgetting it's oat milk. Ooh. If you are on East Coast, ooh, you miss parts. Ugh, that's so stupid. That means you got to go back. So then you're constantly behind. I don't understand the thought process. Hold on, let me get some water and I'll start back up. All right, let's try this again. Felt the sensation of intense focus upon her, eyes on her, without really knowing where it was coming from or what it was all about. She felt that now, in the halls of St. Cecilia's prep school, stronger than ever before. Just confronting herself with that notion made her anger fade and her skin crawl. Fear slowly rising up her spinal column to chill the back of her skull once again, Mary decided that the chapel wasn't that important to clearing her mind after all. Her destination unreached, she turned around to go back to the dining hall. As she turned each corner, her steps got a little faster. That strange warping feeling became all the more urgent. Mary had just passed the office with the pane of frosted glass when the nun peeled out of the darkness behind her, knife flashing through the air like a bright blue moonbeam. When the blade lifted again, the same cloaking darkness left its purple black with the red of Mary's blood. As Mary screamed, the nun screamed along with her. Ugh. A hideous, almost inhumane scream that filled the teenager's ears and tested the limits of her heart race. Pain blazed all down her arm. Unable to comprehend what was truly happening, Mary threw the candle at her assailant and sprinted into the darkness. The nun wailed like a banshee as it pursued its prey, this monstrous shrieking coming in waves like a dog gasping for breath between barks. It moved with a speed that would have been too much for even athletic Andrea. The knife stabbed down through the air just behind Mary more than once, its fearful wails nearing her ear, or wails nearly in her ear. Mary urged herself to run a little faster. Grasping for air, she screamed, "Help! Oh God, please, somebody help!" in a tone higher and more urgent than she had ever known herself capable of producing. The nun unleashed a sound like a horrible moan. Whether the moan of a ghost or a killer kept for ages in a padded cell, Mary wasn't sure. Whatever it was, she couldn't lead it to her friends. She had to lead it somewhere else and find a place to hide. Wow, that's actually very commendable for Mary, because usually people like run back to their friends for help, but she's trying to protect them. Kind of surprised her friend. Oh wait, I was about to say kind of surprised they can't hear her, but Dawn's probably playing the piano. Make the theater nonsense for you. Oat milk will curdle on you, Missy. Oh, well, really? Up the stairs. Maybe she could find a dormitory with a closet or a bathroom with some stalls, or Mary's thoughts vanished into a miasma of surprise, fear, and the anticipation of pain. She had mounted the stairs to the second floor and sped up them two at a time, but the But the landing her foot had expected was not there. Instead, Mary dropped into a pit full of razor wire. Mary careened into it with an echoing scream, a noise prolonged by the hot agony of razors slicing into her flesh and hooking her there for the predator in pursuit. She twisted and thrashed in the sea of coils. Each twist and push she made to clamber out, servicing to embed her more deeply among the hateful metal thorns. Her screams reaching a fever pitch, Mary sobbed Scott's name and squirmed towards the open doorway, perhaps 2 feet above her head. Oh God, if she could just reach it, she could pull herself out. Her forearms slid open along the coils of the razors, entangled as she reached toward the staircase. Tears rushing out of her eyes and down her cheeks, she fought against the sting and forced herself to go limp. If she kept struggling, she was going to kill herself for sure. But if she could calmly, slowly stretch her arms up. The whispering started when her fingertips were 2 inches or so from the lips of the stairs. With a wretched sob, Mary cried the word, "No!" and recoiled into the baleful embrace of the razor wires. They took her gleefully, drawing bright red lines across her calves and thighs and slipping across her cheeks to sever the tissue. As the rapidly whispering nun's black veil slid into view, Mary could hardly feel the razors. Her heart hammered in her ear, blotted out by the whispering. The uselessness of screaming left her mute as the nun's long arm extended into the pit. Its black gloved fingers sank into Mary's mane of glorious red curls and yanked her halfway out of the razor wires, jerking her head to expose her throat. Mary's eyes widened with the terrible reality of the situation. The nun's knife slid open the flesh of her throat. Hot blood spilled over Mary's dress to stain its white spots the same bright red as the rest of it. While Mary produced a few final shocked gurgles, the nun shoved her face first into the pit. Her steadily dripping blood would rust those wires forever. Wow, so I'm glad I'm glad that they gave Mary, I don't know, clairvoyance or something just for her to be killed. Nice work with the clairvoyance there, honey. So real quick, before I continue to chapter 6, let me see how we're doing on time here. All right, 3. We could probably do a couple more chapters depending on how long they are. Actually, hold on. How many? Oh, wrong button. How many chapters are there? I'm on chapter 6. I'm not looking for annotations. I'm looking for chapters. Ooh, is it this one? Oh yeah, yeah. There's no way I'm doing this whole thing tonight. There's 19 chapters. So I was talking to my cousin and like, just catching up with him, and he asked me if I remembered when we were very, very little, and we went to like a fair or possibly a theme park. It's just a very, very, very vague memory, where they had a dinosaur rock band that was like like it was a couple years too late. Like it was if the Ninja Turtles showed up at like the ones from that Coming Out of Your Shell tour, if they showed up now and did the same, I mean, granted, I would love it, but if they did the exact same thing, like if you went to a Six Flags or something and it was the same stage show. But I remember there was they were dressed like head to toe in like these cool rockin' dinosaurs, and they had like the jean vests and shit like that, and some had jackets, and they had those cool rhinestone belts and shit. And and they were singing something, and because we were kids, and I was like, this is stupid. It's like, oh, cut out smoking or something like that. A woman, which she was probably like thinking, like, I can't, maybe she was young, but I just remember her being pregnant, because I remember my mom was pregnant at the time, so I was like, oh, she's like my mom. This woman walked up to the guitarist, who was just doing whatever it was. The let's just say it's a Stegosaurus because I can't remember. Let's say Stegosaurus was on the keytar or whatever, and a T Rex was the lead singer, and then there was like a guitarist, Brontosaurus, and then there were three backup dancers, which I was like, this is way too many people for this fucking show, but um, the backup dancers just had like little shiny dresses on and like little like headbands that had horns and stuff. So they're supposed to like kind of look like dinosaurs, but you wanted to see their sweet their makeup. They got their makeup done, but there was a couple of them back there, and the very pregnant woman walked up to the guitarist and shoved her, and then threw a punch which hit the little face of the of the Stegosaurus, and I'm trying to remember everything that happened. And like the head spun around. It did that thing where it spun, but it like spun off, and it was a woman, or like another. So it was another woman. So first of all, I was like, well, this is weird because I thought the guitarist was a dude. Then the two of them proceeded to punch each other in the face. Keep in mind, this one of them is very, very pregnant, and um, then the T Rex and security came out of nowhere, uh, managed to pry the two women apart, and so you got a bunch of elementary school kids just like sitting, like, are we supposed to be like doing something here, and like like parents like, oh, we gotta leave everything, and this whole time I can hear them yelling, but I don't. Again, it was, I only vaguely remember this, but I do remember the most vivid memory of while all this shit show's happening on half the stage, the guitarist guy, or the guitarist Brontosaurus or whatever, is standing off to the side with the three backup dancers, and one of them just like goes, well, she doesn't say anything, but you can tell she's like, oh fuck this, and then just walked off. And the whole time this is happening, this whole shit show, the music that they were playing was still playing on the loudspeakers. Like you can barely hear what they were saying, but I can't believe I forgot that, because granted it was a long time ago, but it's also kind of funny because that's another one of my white whales. Like I tried to find this band, like this education is cool kids or whatever it is, rock dinosaur band, but I can't, because there's an actual fucking rock, like like metal dinosaur rock band now, so I can't find it because all the searches are that. I'm from Oklahoma and I've never encountered wacky shit like this. Here's the thing, I don't even remember where it was, and my cousin, like nobody can. My sister can't, because my little sister was with us. She was very, very little, but she remembers like parts of it. She's like kind of, but I don't know if it was maybe like a power of suggestion thing, because I was like, hey, do you remember this? And she was like, maybe. But my cousin says he remembers it, and I asked him, because he's not that much older than I am. I was like, where the fuck was that? And he goes, I don't know, I was hoping you would remember. And the thing that sucks about it, the only people that we could ask are dead. There's like nobody. And I went through and tried to like, maybe I was like, maybe there were pictures, because like I got boxes and boxes of family photos from when my dad passed that I haven't even completely gone through. I mean, because I've been meaning to scan them all, so if they do get destroyed or lost or something, I'll still have a digital copy. But yeah, I was like, there's got to be something. And the thing that's also there, like, there is no fucking way. There's no way that a recording of that isn't somewhere. Like there were people, there are people with cameras. Like my dad was camera king. He always had one of those, the little digital camera thing. He always. So I was like, oh. But I that was another thing I kept looking for, because I was like, there's got to be something. I was like, please tell me that this survived. See, the only thing I can think of, because I'm trying to think of all the places I have family, because it wouldn't have been a field trip. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know why I called it a field trip. because my cousin and I didn't go to the same school. We weren't even in the same, we didn't even live in the same city. So it had to have been like a family thing. Yes, Artie. I wish I would have seen that when I was older and to comprehend what was happening, because I probably would have been like, yeah, yeah, punch each other, I guess. I don't know what to do. Or actually, as an adult, I'd probably be like trying to talk to the backup dancers, because I would want to know. It's like, hey, is this something that happens like a lot? Because you guys don't seem shocked at all that this is happening right now. Family fun. But yeah, I'm trying to think of where the hell that could have been, because we had family all over the U.S. and Canada, and we would visit all like them when I was a kid all the time, like people across the board. I was like, it could have been during a family reunion. Like we had a couple of those, but again, that was when I was younger, so I don't know. I would give anything. I would give anything to see a recording of it. I'm so tired, but I want to hear this. Well, I don't get rid of the streams. I post them up, so if you get tired, you can always watch them later. Oh yeah, see Adam, yeah, don't feel obligated to stay if you're tired, Tammy. It's okay. You can always pick it up back up when you're not exhausted. But yeah, again, I cannot believe I forgot that. Cannot believe. Uh, I'm from a Jew still fire. Artie, you're so goofy. All right, we're gonna do chapter 6 now. Oh my god. I wish I could at least remember what one of the dinosaur costumes really looked like, so I have like some type of thing I can go. And I do remember that they had cassettes and CDs that they were selling, and I do remember my grandma bought, because grandparents are old. She's like, oh, cassettes. So she bought us cassettes, and I really, really, really wish I still had it. So it would be a lead. It would be a lead on something. I was like, I just gotta. Yeah, but yeah, they were selling their sweet album, so it had to have been a show. I don't know if it was for tickets or whatever. One of the only. Yeah, that's a great point. I never thought of it like that. But it is what it is. I suppose maybe someday I'll find it, but because of that goddamn metal band that has dinosaurs in it too, it's gonna make searching for this damn near impossible. Why does it keep changing colors? I just noticed it was changing colors. I was about to say, you're fine. You're fine, Artie. Like I said, you're just excited and hopped up on goof juice. All right, chapter 6. Wait, let me get a drink. Ooh. The whole scene really soured after Mary left the party. Dawn couldn't help but notice. People were appreciative of her music and glad for the beer, but nobody seemed to know what to say, especially not Scott. He sat sullenly by the dining hall door, waiting for Mary to come back through at any moment. To his credit, he didn't drink. Then again, he didn't do anything. Rather than save face by continuing to try to have a good time with his friends, he had fallen into a sulk. Now the rest of them had to suffer for it. Maybe we should play some kind of a game, Barbara suggested. I mean, Barbara's gonna die, isn't she? I like Barbara. Your boy on baby guzzle? We could do some kind of like scavenger hunt. Maybe would you cut it out, Barbara? Angry hair flip. Scott leaned back upon the box where he sat, staring at the ceiling and roaring and the roaring deluge. Sorry. The party is ruined, okay? And it was totally not even my fault. It was probably just like Mary's fault, because she's probably like on her period or something, because girls hair flip. That's not in there. That's just the vibe that that Scott gives me. The party is ruined, okay? I know your urge to make everything perfect and be good and be a good little hostess, But you can't fix this. We're stuck on a mountain in the middle of a storm. My girlfriend is going to break up with me. Who knows if we're even going to make it back tomorrow? Hair flip. Let's face it. And only one of those is my fault. No Barb ever survives. Yeah, isn't that the sad truth? Barb was my favorite character in the first Stranger Things. I almost didn't want to continue the series when she died. Because I thought for sure she was going to be saved. And then Will got saved, but not Barb. I was like, what the fuck, dude? You couldn't save her? Her face darkened with shame. Barbara glanced away and said, I feel just awful. I know I take things lightly sometimes. The first scream pierced through the twisting architecture of the school. Very funny, Scott said sourly to the door. He raised his voice. And very mature, I might add. Angry hair flip. That actually made me dizzy when I did that. For somebody who just called me childish. Oh God, please, somebody help me! Dawn had stopped playing at the first scream. This one chilled her to the bone. She looked urgently to the faces of her friends around, each one of them frozen with uncertainty. No doubt each thought the same thing, that Mary could occasionally be a bit immature, just like Scott, but something like this just didn't seem like her, especially not when she was so angry. She was the type to blow up and scream in somebody's face in front of other people. Unhealthy, but direct and to the point. Passive aggressively trying to prove some point to Scott just didn't seem like her. I think she really might be in trouble, Kevin said, bottle still in his hand. Listen to her. Another awful set of screams rose up from the end of the hall. The teenagers held their collective breath. Dawn had never heard a scream so awful in her life. She sprang from the piano and stood near Barbara, who for her own part looked totally overwhelmed by conflicting urges. Even Andrea, who was normally about as dynamic and can-do as Kevin, recoiled towards Chris. Scott paled. She's just trying to get one over on us. He nonetheless insisted, arms crossed. I'm totally sure she's fine. What could be happening? Maybe she found that kid and something's wrong, Kevin said quickly, stepping towards the door. Or maybe she's hurt. We should check in any case. Ah, come on, we'll go out there and one more high scream, bright as the bolt of lightning cut off mid-execution. His face filled with genuine fright. Scott at last sprang upright. Mary! He cried. Darting towards the door with bravery, the frightened teenagers all sensed to be too little, too late. Kevin rushed over and shut the dining... Wow. Kevin rushed over and shut the dining hall's main entrance behind Scott. Then, still with his hand upon the surface of the door, he turned to face his remaining friends. I think we ought to risk the road back down the mountain, he said to Barbara, who had begun nodding rapidly even before he went on. Don't you? She might have answered as Scott's scream, a true scream, no jest in it, but only moral terror, hadn't echoed down the hallway. Another scream. The hefty sounds of running footsteps. Footsteps coming closer. Kevin, his face lined with urgent panic and the former Boy Scout's eternal willingness to help, threw open the door of the dining hall. What happened, Scott? The nun glided into view, knife first, this bloodied blade arcing down onto Kevin's chest. His features widened in an expression of shock and terrible comprehension. By the time the knife jerked back out of his torso, the women and Chris were all screaming. Kevin dropped the bottle and lurched back a few steps. Barbara screamed his name, devastated, frightened, traumatized. The nun lunged upon him, grabbing his reddened shirt with one hand and using the other to stab hole after hole into his wholesome all-American flesh. That's a weird way of putting it. Lifting his hands to absorb a few stabs, Kevin produced a gagging sound that spat out a mouthful of blood. The room dissolved into absolute chaos. Dawn's head whipped wildly around at motion in the corner of her eye. She looked just in time to watch Chris sprint out of the dining hall's secondary entrance without waiting for Andrea or trying to drag her along. In fact, Andrea herself only noticed he was gone after a few seconds. Gritting her teeth, the volleyball player dashed after her cowardly boyfriend. Dawn considered following them, but the nuns seemed attracted by their fast movements. Black Veil jerking up in the direction of the running teenagers, its eyes and cheekbones cloaked in terrible shadows from the dim candlelight around the room. The nun dashed after them and left Dawn and Barbara where they were, huddled together at the piano along the edge of the room. While the killer whisked after Chris and Andrea, Dawn made for the primary exit of the dining hall. She stopped when she realized Barb didn't follow her. "Come on, Barbie!" Dawn caught her friend's hand and urgently looked into her face. "We have to get out of here." "Kevin," whispered Barbara, her pupils microscopic with horror as she stared at her boyfriend's body. "Kevin, Kevin, Kevin, Kevin." He was totally still, flat on his back in a puddle of his own fluids. His face appeared to be contorted in shock, but the nun's blade had entered his heart, his throat, his lungs. Sometimes he made a wretched little gurgling noise. The gurgling then became a clicking sound, a hard K sound produced over and over again, as though he tried to say his own name. Barbara hurried to her boyfriend's side and tearfully took his body in her arms. He winced sharply, wheezing with pain, barely able to move his arms with agony. The agony was so great. Still, one hand managed to move an inch or two in the direction of his trouser pockets. He continued. "Keys, keys, keys, keys. Your car keys," Barbara said, gasping, tears rolling down her cheeks even as she hurriedly searched his pockets. Yes, yes, of course, yes. Kevin, oh, Kevin, I love you. It'll be okay, Kevin." No, no. "Go," he whispered. "Go, go, I'm dead." Blood flooded across Barbie's hands and splattered over her dress. Gritting her teeth, clearly struggling to see through the tears, Barbara reached into Kevin's pockets and took the keys. Dawn, meanwhile, hovered nervously just outside the door of the room. "Come on, Barbara, hurry, we have to get out of here." Nodding, chin warped with her sorrow, Barbara slid her boyfriend back down into his blood. "We'll find somewhere to call for help," she told him, offering the coldest comfort there was. Kevin said nothing, his head sagging back upon the floor. What an awful sight. Dawn could hardly endure it. Simply seeing him there on the ground burned her limbs with terrible sympathy pains. What was it like to be stabbed that way? Maybe she shouldn't wonder too hard lest she find out. "Come on," Dawn said, rushing down the darkened hall. "This way." With one more tearful glance back at her dying boyfriend, Barbie succumbed to the urgency of the situation and dashed after Dawn. The music student led the way back down the hall and around the corner, her memory of the way they had first come fairly hazed compared to her more recent tour of the school. It was a twisting building, and she wasn't sure she could quickly find the staircase that had led them to this floor. Therefore, after charging down the hall of offices, Dawn took a gamble. She led Barb left, toward the sealed courtyard, and at the door went right instead of forward. Another series of rooms was arranged on either side of this hall. Classrooms, it seemed, but at the end of the imposing building was a broad foyer. Above the storm, a crackling noise filled Dawn's heart with fear. Surely she was hearing things. Surely that was not the sound of a fire raging somewhere nearby. The front entrance of the school proved just as immobile from the inside as the outside. While Barbara, trembling with fear and covered in her boyfriend's blood, skidded to a halt, Dawn looked around. A few bricks had come free from the masonry and lay in a cluster nearby one of the classrooms. Dawn had just snatched one up when Barbara's head whipped in the direction of the door's distant slam. "What's going on?" Barb whispered the words, rushing up to try the same handle that Dawn had just shaken right in front of her. "Oh God, it's not working! It's not working!" Barbara rattled all the more wildly while, with an empathetic glance at her friend, Dawn ran to the adjacent classroom and threw a brick straight through the window. Its seal long since broken, its glass rendered opaque by dirt, the window seemed happy enough to yield to the brick's commands. Its absence revealed a scene that made Dawn feel as though she were about to throw up. The defiance of the storm that rattled the school, a terrible fire had consumed the Jeep and now raged around the metal skeleton of its frame. "Well, I guess you guys are fucking walking. Use your Chevrolet legs." Oh, I'm sorry about that, Tammy. I think everybody has that one nightmare that you had when you were young that still sticks with you. I know, I certainly have. Frightened to be left alone for even a second, Barbara bolted into the classroom where Dawn stood in a daze. Dawn, what was that? What's that smell? Dawn found she couldn't reply. She looked helplessly up at Barbara, who then belatedly peered out the window. The expression on Barbara's face was not one of shock. Not quite. It was kind of hollowing, as if seeing their primary means of escape destroyed before their eyes, whatever fundamental life essence it was that made Barbara Barbara, withered up within a shell of her external body. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. Her eyes widened and her pupils looked smaller than ever. Her body shook so violently that her teeth chattered. When at last she managed to form words, they were punctuated by a terrible dental clacking. What are we going to do, Dawn? What are we going to do? I don't know, whispered Dawn, looking helplessly up at Barbara. I don't know. Maybe. What if you walked down the mountain and got help? I can't. Eyes filled with tears, Barbara looked toward the tempest and said, It's so dark. I don't think I can make it. I can't tell where I'm going if I'm just walking in rain like this. Well, one of us has to get down there and get help. Dawn thought about volunteering, but immediately realized she couldn't leave Barbara alone in this terrible place. How would she live with herself if she let her friend stay behind to die? There was Chris and Andrea to think about too, let alone the whereabouts of Scott and Mary, and well, Barbara was right. In the dark and driving rain, it would be impossible to see erosion in the road, whether it was the very same that initially stopped them, or a new section that had gone out since they'd made it to the top of the mountain. Trying to walk down the road was best save for the abatement of the storm, but if not the morning light. But was it really any more dangerous than staying on the premises of St. Cecilia's? Dawn had no chance to ponder this before the nun's rapid steps echoed down the hall. So spread it out. Chapter 7. So there's 19 chapters. I could probably do a couple more and then end the stream for the night, just so the following one will be just as long. I'm sure, because I'm sure I'll go on a tangent. Okay. Chapter 7. With the nun rushing straight toward them, Dawn flew into survival mode again. Paying little mind to her own security, the music student knocked a few more shards of glass from the window frame and pushed Barbara towards it. Hide outside somewhere, she urged her friend. If you can't get down the mountain, at least hide someplace safe up here. I'll call you whenever I can. I don't want to be alone, Dawn, please. Go! Go, Barbara! I don't want to watch you die the way you had to watch Kevin. With an odd sort of look at that, Barbara seemed poised to protest further until, at the sound of their whispering, the footsteps paused in apparent thought. Only then did Barbie let Dawn help her out the window. She vaulted over the edge and landed 5 feet down. Dawn was thinking that she might also boost herself up, but that would have taken too long, and the nun delayed for nothing. Somehow Dawn had expected the nun to behave normally. The normal thing to do when one enters a room and found a person in it was to pause and assess that person. The nun, however, did not behave like a person. It behaved like a spider, scuttling out of the trapdoor holes and snatching hapless prey. The shudder-inducing image rushed through Dawn's head while the nun, without pausing for a second, swept into the room. The knife gleamed, still red with Kevin's blood, ready and eager to pierce more human flesh. With a reflexive scream, Dawn scrambled around the overturned desks and even sprang over one when the quicker moving nun got a little too close. Landing, Dawn urged her limbs into double time and broke out of the room with a cry of alarm. All the while, the nun screamed after her, whether mocking her or echoing her like a dull animal. Dawn wasn't sure. Either way, it was the most chilling scream she had ever heard a human produce. She had to wonder if the nun even qualified for such a category. Throwing the door open or shut behind her for a few seconds of added delay, Dawn dashed back up the hall and around the corner to the left. There had to be another way out of the school, another window that was easier to reach, or a back door, or that same side entrance. Then she could meet Barbara outside, and then they can make their perilous descent together, thinking all the way of the people left behind. Andrea and Chris, and what about Scott and Mary? Had they met the same fate as Kevin? Dawn's mind raced. All the while, her eyes whipped over the office doors lining the hall. Through an open window she Through an open door she passed, she glanced at one of those same broken windows she noticed earlier. Her flight instinct may have been strong, but it couldn't justify abandoning her friends, and the shards of glass still clinging to the frame were not only thick, but big. Jumping through one without taking time to clear it would be suicide. Gritting her teeth, resisting temptation, Dawn continued running down the hall of offices. The storming footsteps of the nun beat a rapid pursuit. Could Dawn find a place to hide? Could she find a weapon to fight back? The nurse's station. Yeah, it was a gamble, but better than nothing. Heart hammering, Dawn took a sharp left into the cramped little room. She slammed the door behind her and dove beneath the cot. Grateful she could even fit. Shutting her eyes, Dawn wondered if praying was appropriate in this situation. Outside, at the end of the hall, feet beat on the alarming floorboards. A door slammed. Dawn focused on maintaining her breathing. You guys are so goofy. The footsteps carried on, drawing closer. Another slam. Dawn kept her eyes shut and drew her limbs tighter under the squat little bed. A new wave of footprints. Another slam. This so heavy and so nearby that the door to the infirmary rattled along with it. Dawn filled her lungs and held her breath. The footsteps stopped outside her door. As the doorknob turned, it protested weakly and only gave the hard shove of the nun's shoulder. Biting her lip, Dawn forced herself to look. The killer stepped into the room, a shadow in its habit. It lingered just within the boundaries of the room. While it stood and looked around, Dawn's lungs began to burn. She shut her eyes again and waited, hoping that luck was with her. One step into the room. Two. Had the boy's cologne gotten on her while they were together in the Jeep? Could her pursuer see the edge of her foot or some telling shadow from her elbow? Was Dawn's heart really as loud as it seemed to be, banging away in her ears? The floorboards creaked beneath the nun's feet. It wandered away to try the next room. Dawn waited until she heard that door slam to release the breath she had been holding. While gasping as quietly as she could for precious air, she let a few tears escape her long-resisting eyes. Briny sorrow mingled with relief, and her mind raced to find a solution to this problem. Before she found a reliable means of escape, the first thing Dawn had to do was check the status of her friends. She had to at least try to get them out with her. She had the sinking feeling that a few would be dead by the time she found them, but if that were the case, well, at least they'd be accounted for. Quietly focusing on steadying her breathing, Dawn laid beneath the cot and listened to the steps of the nun. It was impossible for the girl to tell how long she remained in hiding. 2 minutes? 5? 20? It felt like an eternity was spent watching for the nun's footsteps, or waiting for the nun's footsteps to fade around the corner. When they finally did, Dawn remained where she was for a moment more. What was it her mother had told her when she was overwhelmed during the process of applying for schools? Break a big task into a lot of little ones, the chipper woman said in a comforting tone. Then just focus on getting those small tasks done one at a time. Oh, if only she was here. Actually, if Dawn's mother were there, she would be in as much danger as the rest of them. That's what I was just thinking, too. I was like, you probably don't want your mom there. Still, it ached Dawn to think that she might never see her own mother again. How would that affect not just her mother, but her father? They would have been crushed, raising their daughter to the age of 18 only to have her murdered by a psychopathic nun in an abandoned old boarding school. What a devastating fate that would have been for them all. She couldn't let that happen. Dawn had to see her family again, whatever it took. But she had to be able to look them in the face, too. Maybe, if she found a phone or a two-way radio, she would be able to contact someone for assistance and have them on the way while she rounded up her friends. She still wasn't sure about the power situation, but Kevin was probably right. Somewhere there had to be a generator. If she could figure out how to turn it on and get the school power, a huge part of her problem would be solved. That's a big if, though. It didn't exactly thrill her to think of searching through this dark school and evading this killer nun for something that may or may not have been there. But Dawn didn't have a better option. You want me to do weddings? I don't know why, but I thought I was the only one here. I mean, if you were, it's still an audience. So it's fine. All she could do was move quietly, pay attention, and try to waste no time in collecting her friends. Quietly as she could, Dawn slid from beneath the cot and sat upright. As she did, something in her pockets cut into her leg. Frowning, she reached in and dug out the cool metal object. Chris's Zippo felt oh so comforting in her hand. Sighing, Dawn kissed the lighter and scrambled to her feet. The flame blazed up when she thrust back the lid. Though it provided a meager amount of illumination, it was certainly better than navigating in complete darkness. At least the area directly around her was clear, although more than a few feet away, the hall outside of the infirmary was cloaked as the body of their assailant. All that mattered was her ability to search the rooms around. One of these offices had to have some sort of way of contacting the outside world. How did the teachers of the boarding school do it before the massacre, after all? She paused in the darkness, her eyes struggling to make out all the doors as she scanned up and down the hall. Dawn didn't know a lot about the professional world, but at the age of 18, she knew plenty about schools. She knew that principals, headmistresses, and all the other forms of school leaderships liked to distinguish themselves from the rabble about as much as all the other bosses in the world. Therefore, when her scrutinizing gaze landed on the door with the glass panel, she heard screaming. Check me? Therefore, when her scrutinizing gaze landed on the office door with the glass panel, she heard it screaming, check. Oh, she heard it screaming. I was going to say, that's a weird thing for somebody to scream. From her last trip down the hall, however, she knew it was locked and didn't want to waste time by rattling the knob. If she was going to attract attention with a noise, it might as well be a useful one. Her gaze fell upon a rock that rested near her feet. At this rate, Dawn was shaping up to be a first-rate delinquent. The office window required more force to break than the shabby one in the front of the school, owing perhaps to the thickness. I'm going to scoot up a little bit. It's getting warm in here. I might open the door to kind of get the... Ooh, maybe I shouldn't sit so close to the fire, am I right? The office window required more force to break than the shabby one in the front of the school, owing perhaps to the thickness of the frosted glass. When at last it gave, however, it gave far more cleanly than had exterior window that let barb out. A good thing, the sound of the shattering glass was liable to attract attention, and Dawn felt a countdown timer ticking in over her head. Heart pounding, Dawn clambered through the window in the door and emerged in an office that was certainly comfortable enough to be the headmistress's. It felt as if she had broken into an untouched pharaoh's tomb. A few couches were strewn about in surprisingly good condition after the passage of so many years, maybe because the office received no external light. Even the papers on the desk still seemed to be in order. Even the sprays of blood, bright red, long since dried black, still decorated the sides of the desk and the boards of the floor. Shuddering, Dawn imagined she could see just where a body was once found sitting up against the furniture. She forced herself to look at the desk as the impartial object, rather than a crime scene accoutrement. A powerful piece of oak furniture with claw feet and a height designed to intimidate children, the desk seemed in largely untouched condition since the crime, though Dawn couldn't help but notice the folders scattered around the floor, as if a filing cabinet had been rummaged through. Did somebody have a key in here? More artifacts of police involvement? Some kind of angry ghost? Ugh, as if. Wait, was as if a 70s thing? I thought as if was like an 80s slang. Ignoring the disordered files, Dawn briefly checked the desk's surface. No luck. No sign of a telephone. Removed during an investigation, maybe? Or never there at all? Dawn wasn't sure. For a good measure, knowing the school was very old, she checked along the walls, but there was no rotary dial mounted to any of them. She swept the lighter past bookshelves and religious paintings, an old grandfather clock, and another squat, heavy, old-fashioned television. Nothing that was at any use to her, it seemed, and no way out to escape the footsteps that honed in on her from the far side of the hall. Panic surged through Dawn's body. She considered hiding behind the couch, but she knew that if the nun should appear and get into the room with her, she would be trapped in the corner. She would be a goner for sure. Were there any weapons? A paperweight? A letter opener? Dawn turned wildly around, casting her light everywhere she could to find a solution to her problem. Her heart skipped a beat when she noticed a vent, poised low upon the wall. The cover leaned beside it as though it had been in the process of repairs when the incident occurred. Providence working on her side. Providence working on her side. But would she fit? Thankfully she would. Not comfortably by any means. But all the same, Dawn snapped the lighter shut and found she could just squeeze into the ventilation duct. And not a moment too soon either. The door to the office opened behind her. You guys doing okay? We're down to half of what we had before. I'm gonna open the door to the room. Oh, Spoon, you're drunk. Get off the floor. Ugh. 2 seconds. Let me just open the door. Ooh. So I can't remember if I mentioned it or not, but I think I'm actually going to swap this room back. Like I'm going to put all this stuff back into the original room because I forgot that this room gets really, really warm, like uncomfortably warm sometimes. And I think just because the way it's facing, the sun beats down on it, and I didn't really put that in consideration when I decided to put a computer in here and use it as a studio, quote unquote. Especially when I'm very animated, so of course my body heat would go up, and I have to turn off the AC and the fan when I'm filming. Otherwise, you can hear it, and it's a pain in the ass to try to edit out. So it's just easier to turn everything off. So that's what I'm probably gonna do. Maybe next weekend. I don't know. Or maybe just get it over with. All right, we are at chapter 8. What was it, 19? I think I'll finish 8 and 9 and then call it a night. Because it seems like you guys are getting tired. Everybody's starting to... But then again, I did start a little later, so I get it. And I have been going off on random tangents during this, but you should know what that's like by now. Or that should be expected. Okay. Chapter 8. Andrea assessed the empty office with her arms folded over her chest. She was certain she had heard the sound of glass breaking, and she definitely found the broken glass in question. But by the time she managed to reach the dark room and unlock the knob, whoever had caused the window's destruction had vanished. And that was vanished, really vanished, as in disappeared. Andrea worried her top row of teeth against her lower lip and glanced about the office, seeing nothing. Her foot nudged some object as she stood on the threshold of the room. After kneeling, she felt around and touched a candle. Was this the candle Mary had been holding? Andrea's stomach twisted with terrible possibilities. She didn't want to think about that. She couldn't afford to think about that. Andrea had known Mary since elementary school. Their mothers were friends. To say they were like sisters was probably an exaggeration, but they had been far closer before Andrea got busy with middle school sports. All the same, they were very close, and the thought of Mary's screams from earlier cut through the athlete like a knife, even in a hazy fog of memory. Yet, what had Andrea done? Nothing. Certainly nothing more than Chris, that coward. She couldn't have expected him to be dependable in any way. She shouldn't have expected him to be dependable in any way. While she searched the desk for a box of matches, groping around in the dark and hoping she might avoid encountering a spider, the volleyball player thought of her boyfriend's back receding into the darkness. He slowed for her, but that nun had come out of nowhere, and they had to split up, losing track of each other. The nun had gone after Chris, and Andrea had escaped. She just hoped that he, like Scott and Mary, were still alive. Somewhere. And that Barbara and Dawn had already made it out and were taking the car to go get help. Not that Andrea exactly savored the thought of being stranded in a situation like this. Hey! Hi, Silly Palm! Tangents are a feature and not a bug. How you doing, man? I was just wondering about you. I'm on chapter 8, so... Well, if you're here, maybe I'll go an extra chapter since you were a little late, so I don't want you to miss out too much. I'm gonna this a little bit. Probably a bad move to touch it, but there we go. Okay. See, now you can see the top of my head again. I think it slid down earlier. Andrea's fingertips brushed the rough edges of a small cardboard box. It rattled when she lifted it to her ear. She exhaled a breath she didn't know she had been holding and slid the container open. A match came to life with a sharp burst of sulfur that signaled life from an unrelenting darkness, and revealed Mrs. McDonald standing in the doorway. Her gaunt face still arranged that haunted expression. Andrea nearly cried out, slapping her hand over her mouth to avoid the noise, and only just keeping hold on to the match. "Mrs. McDonald," she said, gasping as she lowered her hand. "I'm so glad to see you. You were right. This place is dangerous." Mrs. McDonald looked grimly on while Andrea lit the blue candle. "I told you," the older woman said softly. "You wouldn't have believed me if I said anything more. But I still told you." Shaking her head, Andrea whispered, I'm sorry, we didn't listen. Have you found Jamie yet?" I'm still looking." "You need to be careful. That crazy nun is somewhere around here. You've seen her, right?" "Yes," said Miss McDonald, her tone as grim as her expression. Pulling her coat tight around herself, the older woman looked over her shoulder. The faint lines of her face grew far more developed as she stared off into the darkness. "I'm so afraid for Janie." "I know you are, Mrs. McDonald." Looking hopeful, the volleyball player stepped forward. "What if we look together? We can work together. We could..." But the woman was already shaking her head. "Too much noise," she said softly. I'm already afraid just being here with you. Janie must be in one of the other floors, so I'll go and check, but you and your friends need to leave right now." I love it, returning from a wonderful week off rested. And right into bloodshed. Ooh. "I'm sure everybody wants to leave as much as I do, but we have to find each other first." With a long, somehow dubious expression, one implying she doubted such a thing were possible, Mrs. McDonald turned away from where she stood on the other side of the door and ambled back into the darkness. Biting her lip, glancing down at the match in her hand, Andrea whispered, "Mrs. McDonald, wait!" The woman paused just before she disappeared. Andrea hurried to the door and leaned through the open door frame, the matchbox on the offer. "It's for you. These might be useful. It's not safe walking around in the dark in a place like this." "You're right," said Miss McDonald, enfolding Andrea's hand in hers and holding it for a few seconds of true gratitude. Thank you so much. God bless you." Smiling, Andrea patted her hand in return and watched her strike a match. Miss McDonald, by the glow of this small light, wandered off into the darkness of the hallway and disappeared at the far northern corner. Alone in the small room, Andrea returned quickly to the island of false safety provided by the light of the candle. While she leaned over the desk to pick it up, her eye was caught by the label of a folder left in the middle of the desk. With anything less steady than a candle, its typewritten word would have been illegible. Having seen them, Andrea was shaken to her core. She had to read them twice just to be sure. For a fraction of a second, Andrea was awash with the impulse to dart to the doorway and call Mrs. McDonald back. And then she realized how little sense the presence of a thing like this made. Hadn't the school been closed for something like 30 years? So then, how? The volleyball player's eyes widened while she opened the folder and rifled through its contents. How is this possible? The question had just left her astonished lips when the sound of running reached her ears. Fear bolted through her at once. Damn! Why has she had given Mrs. McDonald all those matches? She couldn't put the candle out, but she was going to have to. Pinching the flame with her fingers, Andrea crouched in the darkness and waited. The footsteps grew nearer every second. They stopped near the door. Half hidden behind the desk, Andrea strained to listen. Whoever was there just stood outside. Looking at the broken glass, maybe? Andrea cursed herself for lacking the courage to run through the door and in the direction opposite of the footsteps. It might have saved her a meeting with the demon that waited for her. The nun appeared in the doorway, the white fabric of its coif catching whatever light there was to catch, and rendering it visible enough to leave Andrea cold with panic, but not as cold as she was when one long arm slid into the room. Spindled fingers clad in black furled around the knob and twisted it. Andrea had to move quickly. She had seen the duck and scrambled for it, not even knowing if she could squeeze in. It was close, very close. The volleyball player was tall and well-structured, her broad shoulders making her a tight fit. But when the door opened behind her, she found a way to force herself in. With a twist of her knee and a push of her sneaker off the office floor, Andrea crammed herself into the vent and grimaced, then screamed. The nun's blade slashed her Achilles heel and inspired a pain that was unlike she had ever felt. Andrea screamed to feel her flesh hacked open and muscles exposed to air, burning air. All the same, she forced herself to carry on. The claustrophobic coffin of the vent was the happiest fate that whatever the nun would offer. Gasping for air, unsure if she was suffocating or just so afraid of tight spaces that she only thought she was, Andrea dragged herself through the duct of the air conditioning system. Her ankle dripped blood behind her, the fluid marking a perfect red trail as she made her escape. Teeth clenched, she fought through the pain the way she would have in volleyball and squirmed along the metal duct, moaning in frustration and fear as she found herself at an incline. Ooh, it's 12 a.m. where you are? Ooh. Frankly, if you're going to give up a regular life and devote yourself to a man who died a cross-dresser, you have to accept you're pretty crazy. I don't know the plot of this. This is all new to me because remember, the last time I played it, I couldn't figure out where the hell to go, so I just kind of wandered back and forth and ran from the nun. Where is... Hold on, I lost my spot. Did I just... Oh, that's what it was. I was like, wait, where is it? I forgot. I got sidetracked and forgot I swiped. Gasping for air, unsure if she was suffocating or just so afraid of tight spaces that she only thought she was, Andrea dragged herself through the duct of the air conditioning system. Her ankle dripped with blood behind her, the fluid marking a perfect red trail as she made her escape. Teeth clenched, she fought through the pain the way she would have in volleyball and squirmed along the metal duct, moaning in frustration and fear as she found herself at an incline. How long would these vents go on? It was so dark, too. She had no way of knowing whether she was passing up junctions that might have ended her torment much sooner. Junctures that might have permitted her a happier fate. After a certain point, though, it wouldn't have mattered what direction she went. Andrea's blood rushed in her ears, and her head buzzed with terrible fear. No breath seemed to fill her lungs. What if she died this way? What if they found her body trapped in the duct? Worse, what if they never found it? She had heard awful stories of kids who climbed into chimneys or trunks or abandoned refrigerators and disappeared, never to be found for years and years. Then someday, decades later, somebody would be remodeling and discover a little skeleton. Oh. Andrea shuddered, tears filling her eyes. Her panic made her hyperventilate. The faster she breathed, the harder it was to breathe. The harder it was to breathe, the more she panicked. She had to calm down. Shutting her eyes, Andrea tried to pretend she was somewhere else. She remembered being a kid, a small kid, and going with her family to some kind of fair on Halloween. Andrea had no problem with doing the crawl-in haystack maze on that occasion. That was the same as this, wasn't it? No difference at all, really, except for the medium and the stakes and what waited for her at the end of the duct. At one point, she did navigate blindly into what she realized was a fork in the duct. Her hands discovered two choices for her. Finding the passage to the right just slightly wider, Andrea took it. She grimaced as each push off of her foot produced a nasty bolt of pain. Andrea was going to have to take a look at it when she could. That moment came sooner than expected. Andrea realized after only a few seconds of looking that a light touched her eyes. Stirred by hope, managing an incomplete but wholehearted gasp of excitement, Andrea dragged herself towards what looked like to be an open area on the other side of the duct. She scrambled forward, wiggled her shoulders through the opening, and was so thrilled to be pushed out of the vent system that she didn't even realize there was nothing directly beneath her until it was too late. Halfway out, she had nothing to support her hands. Andrea fell into a pit beneath the duct opening, crying out as she dropped what was easily, holy shit, 9 feet. Ooh. The hard blow as she hit the floor was shocking to say the least. Her head rattling like a gong, Andrea groaned and rolled onto her back. Her wrists stung with alarming pain, and she thought she might have dislocated a knee, but she hadn't damaged her skull or her spine. Not that she could tell anyway. Jesus. Yeah, believe me, I remember that playthrough too. No matter what condition she was in, relief flooded her just to be out of those ducts. She even smiled through the pain like her coach had once taught her to do. Yes, freedom. Well, the first step to freedom anyway. With an empty, sinking feeling, Andrea let her smile fade. The only exit out of the room was the one that let her in. Yeah, the same open vent, 9 feet above her. Andrea groaned and sat up, her knee and wrist both aching as she pushed herself upright to look around. The narrow room was totally bare. Nothing, not even another vent, adorned any of the walls. Not a stick of furniture existed anywhere in it. Any blood remaining on her face promptly left. Marveling at how numb she could feel, Andrea felt around the walls for some kind of door. Quickly, she was overwhelmed with panic worse than even the ones she felt in ducts. A panic and a new certainty. She would starve, or suffocate, or maybe like a cheesy movie, the walls would close together and crush her to death. This is rough. Help! Andrea hurried up to the wall beneath the open vent, her fists pounding against the concrete despite the sting it caused her sprained wrist. Help! She cried again. Somebody help! I'm stuck in the vent! Hello? Can anyone hear me? She waited, listening, hoping. This is also a really bad move on her part. This time, the duct above her clanged with the sound of movement. Was somebody turning on the vent somehow? No. Someone was coming for her. Andrea's heart lifted with hope. I'm right here, she called, in this weird concrete room. Be careful. If you don't stop soon enough, you might fall in. The athlete's face darkened as the black veil of the nun steadily extended into view. New tears spilled from Andrea's face. The hollow features of the nun were all more obscured by the unlit chamber. It looked like it barely had a face at all. Had any of its features been visible, Andrea surely would not have discerned the least trace of humanity. Please, she whispered in the dark. The nun's mouth opened, an abysmal black void that filled Andrea with dread. Red fluid that seemed nearly black in the darkness splattered from the nun and across Andrea's face. She only thought it was blood for a few seconds, and then the burning started. Oh, God! Andrea screamed as the acid seared her face, her hands lifting to instinctively wipe out the fluid, but stopping just before contact lest they too be subject to horrible chemical burns. As her forehead, cheeks, and worst of all eyes blazed with agony, another burst of fluid dropped upon her face. Her next scream was quickly stifled when the acid splashed into her mouth and corroded the lining of her esophagus. Now her hands, covered in the stuff and dissolving with the contact, did try to claw at her face. They only hastened the liquefaction of her soft tissue. She realized her mistake when she was so suddenly no longer breathing through her nostrils, but through the sides of her nose. Whoa. The already dark room grew all darker as her eyes oozed from her skull. With another scream, this was one rattling and torn, but no less urgent than its forebears. Andrea collapsed onto the floor in a growling puddle of her own liquefied flesh. She had been right. No one would ever find her. Ooh, that is that is like a out of all of them, I was like, I think that one might be the worst. I was like going through barbed wire and then being stabbed and then having your throat cut's pretty shitty though too. But man, I think that one might be particularly bad. Chapter 9. Something wonderful happened to Dawn while she navigated the air ducts of St. Cecilia's. After taking a left at a certain juncture, Dawn began to think about turning around. Had she gone the wrong way? Was she going to die up here? The awful system was so stifling. She was glad she was petite, but between the tight quarters and the stagnant, dusty air, even Dawn was having a hard time breathing. But then the miraculous event occurred. The air began to move. Gasping lightly to herself, Dawn asked aloud, "Is the power back on?" The scent of thick dust worsened, of course, but the movement of the air helped her breathe a little and soothed the body she hadn't realized had been overheating in her panic. Best of all, she was moving towards the source of the cool air. If she could find the blower for the AC system, she might be able to find the conjoined ducts into the other parts of the school. Feeling in her heart that she moved in the right direction, Dawn hurried forward at a slightly faster pace. Sure enough, there was a fan whirring the dust from its blades, and there, left and right, were her two options. Another fork in the vent soon gave her some confidence. Confidence and hope. The slightest variation in path made her feel surely this vent system had to have an end. Surely there would be some place she could get out of this claustrophobic labyrinth. Here she took a left and ended up finding several vents, none of which were open for her to exit through. In the end, she finagled something resembling a three-point turn in order to get back to where she had made her incorrect decision. Once more at the junction, she wiggled straight through along the duct for some time. Eventually, she thought her eyes deceived her. A light at the end of the tunnel. Almost laughing, then finding quickly that she had no sense of humor left, Dawn wiggled through the tight but ultimately accommodating duct. With a gasp of slightly fresher, or at least more abundant air, Dawn popped her head out of the open vent and found herself, to her surprise, in a small room intended for one child. The purple and pink fleur-de-lis wallpaper would have been cheerful anywhere else, but in that space, in that school, the effect was disorienting. I thought you thought I had two space buttons. Oh no, that's right. You came in a little later. Because I was gonna say, I was like, yeah. Usually I have Spoonware this. Like I have I have him sitting on the couch, and this goes on his head because I don't know where else to put it. Then there was the layout of the room itself, which seemed to have been intended as a storage space of some sort. The lamp still blazing in that cramped and tiny quarter illuminated no furniture but a bed and a dresser. Anything useful? Dawn hurried to the dresser and checked the drawers. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing except a scrap of newspaper barely sticking out from beneath the dresser. It was so out of place that she couldn't resist the urge to give it a glance. Quickly, she found it to be an old ad for stockings. Dawn was about to drop it when she found it when she noted a child's barely legible scrawl in light graphite of a poorly sharpened pencil. "Sorry, I didn't write in forever. Mother Apollonia, there we go. Mother Apollonia found my diary and locked me in punishment. I don't think I'll ever get out. I finally found a piece of newspaper to write on. She doesn't treat the other kids this way. I want to go home." A throb of sorrow pulsed through Dawn's heart to imagine a little kid writing something like that. How could somebody working in the service of God inspire such sorrowful thoughts in a kid? Lips pressed thin, Dawn slid the newspaper into her pocket without really thinking about it. She was busy thinking about something else. Mother Apollonia. That sure was some name. For some reason, it filled Dawn with instant dread. But maybe that was because her relationship with nuns would be forever altered when she made it out of this place alive. If she made it out of this place alive. She will be found by somebody just in a more gooey state. That is true. That is true. The door to the room was metal, nearly sealed shut too, owing to hinges corroded by time and no doubt more than one leak in the room. But with a few hard shoves, Dawn managed to get it open. The cramped room was at the very end of a hall of them. A final door before one that led to a dangerous-looking set of stairs. Thunder cracked outside. Dawn recoiled from the staircase, different from the one that had led them into the building. It seemed, and thought it best to check through some of the rooms on the floor. She had been right about the dormitory format. There were 4 such rooms on that floor, all of them blackened with blood when the light shuddered on for the first time in years. Many of the lights did not work, their sockets corroded beyond repair, or the filaments of their bulbs had been permitted to burn out without replacement. The ones that did seem dim and dingy, slow to activate, and sorry to show her what they did. Her stomach twisted in knots to look across the disarrayed beds whose unmade mattresses were black with blood of children. What kind of monster could have done this? How was such a thing like this even possible? She recoiled from the thought in the room at once, backing down the hall and looking elsewhere. A shower room stood on this floor, just like on the lower one. A metal operating table had been permanently installed into the farthest section of the red tiled chamber. Dawn didn't want to know anything about that. Yeah, no shit. That seems kind of weird. The more she looked around, the more she began to think about the first floor, with its offices, its classrooms, its hallmarks of being a normal boarding school. Was designed to lull parents and students into a false sense of security. No room sealed that opinion quite like the weird metal ward she stumbled upon. From the second she flipped on the light, the adrenaline was coursing through her more traditional sort of fear. The nurses stationed downstairs had been simple and innocent, an infirmary as one would find in any school. The medical ward, however, was decidedly Victorian in its appearance and perceived methods. From the dental chair reclining in the center of a room, to the horrific array of metal picks, pliers, scissors, and needles, the medical ward was either a location where the former instructors of an isolated school dealt with severe medical issues on site, or where they practiced their war crimes. Ugh. Dawn just hoped they had a doctor on staff. Otherwise, the answer was likely to be a combination of both. Yeah, but Mengdala was a doctor, so that doesn't... Maybe, that's not... Yeah, yeah, as I said, there were doctors in concentration camps. That doesn't mean that they were good people. Oof. As far as useful items, the medical ward had less than one might have thought. She was tempted to take something sharp, but couldn't help but think an impromptu weapon would instill exactly enough false confidence to get her killed. Besides, most of the implements on the shelves or arranged around the corner of the nearby sink were just as likely to break as they were to do any damage. The closet might have contained more that was of interest, but its knob refused to budge under her hand. Shaking her head, Dawn turned to exit the room while reaching for the light switch. Something metal rattled on the floor. Whipping rapidly around, Dawn scanned the room and tried to find what had fallen out of place. Had she brushed something with her hip, perhaps? The blood flowed out of her face to find there was nothing amiss, nothing that she could see. With a frightened glance at the shut door of the supply closet, Dawn edged quietly to the table, covered in metal tools. In the absence of anything reliable, what could she use to defend herself? A scalpel? Well, it was better than nothing, but it required such close proximity that it made her nervous. And more nerve-wracking still was the thought that maybe it wasn't the nun in that closet. Maybe it was another assailant. Maybe it was even Mrs. McDonald's missing daughter. If that last one were the case, Dawn had to make sure she wasn't going to accidentally stab an innocent girl. To give herself a fighting chance and space to make a snap decision, Dawn told herself it was better not to open the closet on her own. She shut off the light, loudly walked through the doorway of the medical ward, and then crept back to the darkness of the chamber and crouched in the corner by the counter. Outside of the room, the power failed again. Uh-oh. No! Woo, commercial! How much longer is this stupid commercial gonna go? Sorry, guys, now you got a commercial. Or now, there, we both got a commercial. Five seconds later, the closet door creaked open. Chapter 10. Chris was sometimes accused of being a selfish person, but that was because most people didn't understand he lived his life by one simple rule. It was a rule that would have improved the lives of all the people judging him if they had made their own policy in all things. The motto that Chris held near and dear to his heart was, "Work smarter, not harder." An uncle once delivered that sage wisdom. Chris had never been the same since. To call him lazy or cowardly or passive was just a misunderstanding of his actions. Take, for instance, when he was driven from the dining hall by the nun and separated from his girlfriend as a result of their flight. The way Chris saw it, Andrea would take care of herself. She was a strong woman, tall and densely stacked, with muscles from constant volleyball matches. There was no way she was going to succumb to any crazed nun wielding a chef's knife. Not by being chased down, anyway. Therefore, realistically, Chris was only going to slow her down if he tried to stick with her. So when he went right, or when she went right, he went left. To the car. Theoretically. Yeah, that was pretty spooky. We all knew what had happened to Kevin's Jeep by now. And poor Kevin. We all knew what had happened to Kevin's Jeep by now, and poor Kevin. Poor Kevin. Poor Kevin and poor Kevin's keys, stuck sitting in the pocket of his dead body. Who could stand the thought of them brooding sadly in there? Well, except by the time Chris managed to get back to Kevin's body, the keys had already been liberated. Damn. That was good for them. Not that it was good Kevin was dead, understand? R.I.P. Kevin. Horrible stuff. Absolutely horrible. But Chris was focused on one thing and one thing only, his own self-preservation. This was a basic matter of human existence. You couldn't do anything for anybody else if you weren't alive, after all. Couldn't go into town and tell everybody what happened. Couldn't call for the cops from the nearest payphone or co-author a best-selling account of your harrowing survival in the midst of an untold danger. God damn it, Chris. Couldn't see how ahead of yourself you were getting. Tall order for somebody like Chris. With Kevin's keys a non-starter, the next option that flashed through Chris's head was Barbie. He had heard a lot of shrieking and hollering from the school's entrance while he was hiding in the same stairwell where they came in. Chris could only assume that all the ruckus had a little something to do with, Sister Bundy or whatever this chick's name was. So he waited for things to get quiet. He checked on Kev. Then Chris got focused on two tasks. Item 1, find Barb and convince her to ditch this scene, assuming she hadn't ditched it already. She still had her keys as long as she had her purse. And she would have her purse as long as she agreed the smartest thing to do was to leave immediately, risk the stormy mountain to get back to the car, and book it to town faster, even faster than that fast-moving nun could follow. A shudder rolled through him just to think of their assailant. A shudder rolled through him just to think of their... okay, I did say that right. To think of dying like Kevin, with his last moments on Earth spent enduring a vicious stabs of a knife. Oh, man. No way. Chris couldn't prioritize anybody other than himself. But he'd like to think that item 2 made up for it. Item 2. Find the generator or another power source, and do whatever it takes to turn it on. If the power was on, they stood a chance of finding some device that might permit them to communicate with the outside world. Furthermore, if the school had power and even a few circuits, they wouldn't have to worry about nonsense like juggling candles, though he wasn't sure how old the electrical system in the school was, nor how long it would be able to maintain that power. And all this was theoretical anyway, because... well, if there was no way to turn on the generator, he couldn't find Barbie within 20 minutes or so. Chris was going to hit the road and take it slowly down the mountain until he found a sane person or made it to town with pneumonia. No, the kids are at it. Therefore, with a candle from the dining hall in his hand and Kevin's eyes respectfully closed, Chris hurried back down the concrete stairs as quickly and quietly as he could. On his way, he checked every door that looked likely. After 3 dead silent attempts during which another wing of the school was filled with screaming that sounded uncomfortably like Andrea, Chris came upon a janitor's closet. Allowing himself to emit a low whistle of relief, Chris sorted through the cobwebbed supplies arranged around him. A couple of screwdrivers, a pair of wire cutters, a handful of hex keys, and some fuses. His eyes skipped across the bottle of turpentine and a few containers of various other cleaning supplies while his mind sought for anything that he could specifically use. Nothing in the closet seemed particularly unsafe aside from the chemicals, though he had to admit it was strange. Chris was a little bit of an artist, at least he knew Barbie from a painting class, and turpentine, well, it did go bad after a while. It got gummy and took an off color. This stuff, however, seemed fresh. Something about this detail disturbed him. He recoiled from the closet with a shake of his head and shut it behind him before continuing on to the enclosed staircase. Now, last order of business. Find the generator and find a way to turn it on, then replace the few fuses and forget the candles. The basement was a weird hallway, some kind of former cellar maybe, closed with pale bricks. Here there were a few things. A room with an old washing machine that was so ancient it seemed to have been from the very invention of the device back in 1920. There was another room, a storage area for items that Chris assumed to have been confiscated in anticipation of parents reclaiming said items on behalf of their students when terms were up. There was an ancient furnace covered in dust and a lot of rat crap all over the floor. And most importantly, there was a big, beautiful, gas-powered generator not far from the fuse box. It was already hooked up to the breaker with dusty wires that had mercifully evaded the nibbling of the rats. All that was really necessary was hoping that there was an unevaporated can of gasoline lying around. And luckily for Chris, there was one more room there in the basement of St. Cecilia's. It was the far end of the hallway, and it was locked. Generator's gone, and it's gone, McReady. But that was okay, because Chris liked the challenge. When the vents above him made a weird rattling sound that made him wonder how deep the rat infestation had gotten into the school over the years of its abandonment, Chris hurried back up the stairs. Poised upon the landing of the ground floor, he paused to listen. No sounds other than the clanging and banging of ducks over his head. Shielding his candle from prying eyes, he made his way to the nearest office and rooted through the desk. A yellowing stack of typewriter paper yielded the paper clips he needed. Soon he was back at the door, feeling like an absolute genius for ever having learned the theories of lockpicking on a lark. To think anybody made fun of him for spending his time in libraries before dating Andrea. With a hex key and only 2 paper clips, the first having snapped off while he explored the tumbler's pins, Chris managed to coax the locked basement door open. It swung wide for him, and his eyes practically sparkled in the light of the candle he finally, regrettably, had to snuff out for his own safety. With a gas can in his hand, and also as surprisingly fresh and undusty as the turpentine had been, Chris returned to the generator, filled it up, and got it started. The moment he began monkeying with the breaker box and the basement lights came on was quite possibly the proudest of his life. "There she goes," he said with pleasure, shutting the little door after a few other switches had been flipped. "See if you can sneak up on anybody now, you crazy bitch." Oh wait, I'm gonna do that one. I'm gonna say that one again. "See if you can sneak up on anybody now, you crazy bitch." It was his one contribution, he figured. The one thing he could do for everyone, assuming they figured out the power was even on and had a good fortune of finding lights that worked. With the air conditioner running and making more clanging and banging than ever, Chris was sure his friends would figure it out. Leaving his candle behind, Chris made his merry way up the stairs. He now told himself he had 5 minutes to find Barbie or leave and face the rain. He wasn't expecting to reach the landing of the first floor just as the nun opened the door to the still dark stairway. Chris's skull went numb with fear as the nun rushed him with a knife in hand. His scream was a competitor for hers, to say the least. The nun was so quick that the thought of pushing it down the stairs hardly even crossed his mind. Had it been the case earlier, Chris became focused on one matter and one matter only: survival. He was not as fast as Andrea, it was true, but Chris was still in reasonable shape, and he could still make a run for it with the best of them. Dashing up the stairs slowed him just a bit, but he still managed to get a flight ahead of the madwoman. 1 floor, 2 floor, stairs that implied a 3rd floor. If Chris kept running a little more, he might be able to make it to the next floor and find a room to hide in before the nun saw where he went. If he got off the proverbial ride on the 2nd floor, well, she most certainly still would be on his trail. Pumping his muscles into high gear, Chris took the stairs 2 at a time in his sprint to the 3rd floor. He hit the landing, careened around the corner, and slammed face first into a gate that had been pulled across the remaining set of stairs. What? No! With a horrified gasp, Chris gripped the gate and gave it a rapid shake. No, no, no! He looked wildly for any sign of a latch. No, he found a combination lock. No, 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 no! God, somebody help me! Andrea had produced a scream like that. Mary before her. Kevin hadn't even had a chance to scream before his death. And had Chris helped a single one of them? Of course not. So why should anybody have come to help him? Boyish tears welled in his eyes as the nun's deliberate footsteps echoed up the stairs. He threw himself against the gate, a little hint of hope intoxicating him as the barrier rocked back against his weight, but the edges were securely bolted to the walls and impossible to break down without a lot of work he didn't have time for. Teeth clenched, Chris snatched the screwdriver from his back pocket and held it as though he were prepared to stab his pursuer. He was not sure he would manage such a thing, even to survive. Stay back! Do you hear me? I'm warning you. If you come any closer, I'll kill you! The footsteps stopped at the 3rd stair from the top. Heart racing, eyes overflowing with tears, his nose rapidly sniffling snot away from his terror and grief. Oh, I can hear Boo. She's... It's so cute. Sorry, I know we're in the middle of something, but Boo, she does this thing that I equate to like a baby sucking their thumb to kind of like soothe them back to sleep. She'll sing to herself and sing herself back to sleep. It's gonna be weird starting to call Boo a girl. His nose rapidly sniffling snot away from his terror and grief contorted face, Chris said, I'll do it! Get out of here! Go on! Just let us go, won't you? Why are you doing this? The nun's eyes locked with his as it careened around the corner, lurching into motion with a knife raised high. Chris screamed, his screwdriver dropping to the floor as he raised his hands, palm out in self-defense. His eyes widened while his mouth produced a scream that rattled the dark stairwell. Chris's own blood splattered hot across his face, and with him pressed against the gate, the nun pinned him there to bury the knife into his gut again and again. I kind of thought Chris was going to make it, honestly. Chris's last words as he stared into the empty face of the nun was, why? The 12th time pulling the knife out of him, Chris's killer tugged up. While his intestines spilled upon the floor, Chris followed. Man, these characters get disemboweled an awful lot. Saint Cecilia, why did it have to be the patron saint of music? I'm gonna do another chapter, fuck it. I'm still feeling, I was like, I'm not tired yet. It's 4.5 hours, so yeah. Maybe if I keep this up, I might be able to finish it within like the 5-6 hours I'm usually streaming. Alright. Chapter 11. Besides, I'm liking the story. I like where it's going, despite it being kind of sad that we're missing a lot of, or we're the people that I like have gotten killed, but people I don't like have also gotten killed. So I guess, you take the good, you take the bad. It's the facts of life. Without ambient light from the school, Dawn struggled to see who stepped out of the closet. That's who I thought was in the closet, by the way. I totally thought that was gonna be Chris hiding in the closet. She might not have figured it out if Scott didn't nail his shin on the edge of the dental chair while trying to make good his escape from the room. The unmistakable whisper of profanity lifted a leaden veil from Dawn's mind. Scott! She gasped, leaping from her place and provoking a shriek from her friend. Lifting the lighter and flicking it on, she enthused, It's me! Oh! Dawn! Relieved hair flip. His hand upon his heart, Scott hurried over to embrace her. Dawn had to wonder if they'd ever even really shook hands, but who cared? The brief, reassuring contact with a friendly human being flooded her brain into a soothing cocktail of dopamine and oxytocin, doing a little to balance out all the adrenaline and cortisol from her high stakes ordeal. When the two separated, Scott's brow furrowed right away. Even in the dim glow of the lighter, his eyes brimmed with glistening tears. "Mary," he said. "Mary's dead. Oh God, what do I do? Sad hair flip." Dawn's heart clenched with pain at the thought. While Scott covered his face with his hands and tried to get it together, Dawn said, "You didn't do anything, Scott. You were just messing around." "Yeah, but maybe I could have helped her. Maybe I could have done anything for her. It was horrible, regretful hair flip." Lowering his hands from his eyes and to regard her wetly, he blubbered out the words, "Horrible. There, the stairs. The front stairs by the dining hall, blubbering hair flip." I'm sorry. "Trapped," he said. A trap that he almost fell into himself. Scott's experience, as he related to Dawn, had been a stop so suddenly he had known for sure that something was wrong. Already he had to share his doubts, but his pride that kept him from doing anything. Now it was too late. Scott skidded around the edge of the staircase, made his way up the first flight, and mercifully caught a flash of wire in the brief illumination of lighting outside. He stopped short before tumbling into the razor pit where Mary's bleeding body lay tangled. His first scream had been one of horror and anguish. His second scream had been because the nun had appeared behind him to push him into the pit where Mary's body was. As immediately poised to fight he had been upon the sight of Mary's dead body, Scott managed to act quickly enough to catch himself on the edge of the wall. In a fast spat of panicked motions, he had managed to dodge his assailant. Here, his eyes squeezed shut as he related the story to Dawn. He still had fallen toward the pit, but thank God, atop Mary's body. I'm all scratched up, Dawn," he said, showing her a few bandaged cuts that he had patched up with the old, barely working supplies on the second floor's operating theater. "But thanks to Mary, I was able to get upright and just barely jump to the next flight of stairs. There wasn't anything like that, or anything else like that, like the barbed wire pit, I mean. God, Dawn, I had to step on her head to make it out." Oh my God, on her head to make it out. "I felt her sink into the razors. Devastated hair flip!" I'm sorry. I'll stop. That's so stupid. Here was to hoping that Mary really was dead at the time. Even in the dark, Scott had the distinct look of a man about to be ill. He braced himself against the cool surface of the nearby counter while telling Dawn weakly, "This is all my fault. I still feel like I'm dreaming. I wish I were anyway. I just ran as far as I could from that whole scene and just ended up on this floor. Well, really just in this room. Once I got myself patched up, I couldn't make myself leave, Dawn." Dawn knew the feeling. If she hadn't been desperate to find some kind of phone or any other way to contact the outside world, she never would have gotten out from underneath the cot in that bogus nurse's station downstairs. It sounded like that nun was even more insane than Dawn had thought. Pits full of razor wires in the place of staircase landings? What kind of maniac thought of something like that? "I'm sorry about Mary," Dawn said gently. "But that means if we can just figure out where Chris and Andrea are, we can meet Barbara outside." Hope stirred in his voice. "Oh, Barbie got out? Yeah, I just hope she was able to find somewhere safe to wait. Between the storm and this crazy person running around, I'm still just as worried about her as I am about the rest of us." "Well, did you see the way Chris and Andrea went?" Dawn shook her head. "I don't know. We ended up on opposite sides of the school. I hope they're still alive." With a glance at the hallway, she continued, Maybe one of them managed to get the power going? We should head down to the basement and take a look. One of them could still be there." With an uneasy look, Scott said, "I don't know about those stairs. How are we supposed to get across that gap with Mary's body and all?" Hesitant hair flip. There's that other set of stairs, the concrete ones we came through, remember? I think those continued down to the basement. We can at least take a look. After a few seconds of hesitation, Scott nodded. Okay, he said. I feel better moving around here with the two of us together. I would hope that herpes would never stir in anyone's voice. What? I hope that herpes would never stir in anyone's voice, because, yeah. You guys are goofy. Oh, I think we lost Artie. I think he might have passed out. Or maybe, we're losing people. I think everyone's getting tired. So I'll finish up this chapter and then we'll end for the day. And then I'll start it back up probably next week. Maybe I'll do like that thing like I did last time where I finished the stream and then ended it, or finished the story, ended it, and then started a new stream where you guys migrated over and I did a different one. That's probably what I'm gonna end up doing. Whew. Dawn couldn't help her laugh. You and me both. The laughter was about as short-lived as laughter could be, however. Any good feelings that arose as a result of Scott and Dawn finding one another, in fact, seemed to dissipate as they emerged through the door to the concrete stairway. In the darkness of that eerily echoing space, the flickering lighter illuminated two things: the black bars of a gate pulled across the top of the stairs, and the deep, red pool of blood that had rolled out in all directions around the full circumference of Chris's corpse. Scott cried out and stumbled back from the sight, his stomach at last giving up. While he dashed out of the stairway to puke in the corner, Dawn cried Chris's name out loud and received no response. Gritting her teeth, she held the lighter before her and stepped gingerly through the pool of blood. She tried not to think about it too deeply and instead focused on maintaining her balance while squatting down to illuminate the body. Chris was not a pretty sight. His entire front was stained red with the same blood that flowed around him. A screwdriver laid near him, soaked. Well, it hadn't done him much good, but it was the closest thing to a weapon Dawn had seen. If the Pope popped up here, that would be true. Yeah. Face arranged in a grimace, Dawn reached through the bars and stretched out her arm. With the very tips of her fingers, she coaxed the screwdriver towards the gate and to her position crouched to the other side. It took some contorting and a fair bit of discomfort, but gradually she was able to knock the screwdriver around enough to grasp the blade with her fingertips and drag it over. Thanks, Chris, she said sadly, too drained and urgently. Okay, weird. It's like split up weird. And too urgently focused on escaping the school to spend much time wallowing in grief. Touching the curly hair of the corpse through the bars was all she could manage. And that only for a few seconds. Then, with the bloody screwdriver in her hand and bright red footprints left in her wake, Dawn returned to the hallway. While wiping her feet off on the carpet and the screwdriver off on her shirt, she said, "Looks like we're just going to have to find another set of stairs after all." Scott looked about to protest, but Dawn turned to lead the way there and calmly insisted en route, "We don't have to go all the way down. In fact, we should just do a quick search of the second floor to see if we can find Andrea. Why don't we just go one floor down, then sweep back to this side of the school?" "All right," he said weakly, clearly less than thrilled by the notion of being in the same stairwell as Mary's body. But Dawn paused, peering through the dark at a face that was lined with concern like she had never seen Scott wear. "If we can't find her," he said, "when do we call it quits?" Pensive hair flip. Inhaling, Dawn lowered her head. She studied the flame of the lighter. I don't know," she answered. "I don't know if I can make myself leave this place without at least knowing what happened to her. I don't want anybody to do that to me, after all." "Yeah, but if she's already dead, there isn't any more that can be done." "But if she's still alive, we're abandoning her." Scott fell silent with that, his jaw tensing, no doubt with memories of Mary's final scream. After turning this over in his head... Sorry, I just imagine when they said that you could hear like audible clunking from like the two brain cells that had to work. Okay, he said, you're okay, you're right. We can't abandon her if there's a chance she's alive. Hero hair flip! Let's go, Scott. Glad they were in agreement, Dawn led Scott down the hall. Together they descended what was intended to be the school's primary set of stairs. Navigating together was something of a pain. The lighter's glow just wasn't that extensive. Scott had to stay pretty close to Dawn, and as a result the two bumped into one another frequently. Every little noise as a result of these impacts made Dawn's internal organs twist up in anxiety. Had their hunter heard? Even better question, did their hunter still have anyone else to hunt? Because, well, Barbara was outside. Mary, Kevin, and Chris were all confirmed to be dead. Janie and Mrs. McDonald? Hard to say the status of the former. Dawn hadn't seen the latter for some time. That meant, with Andrea's whereabouts unknown, Dawn and Scott were now prime targets. In normal circumstances, this was where people began praying. The second floor Dawn and Scott found was, by and large, devoted to two types of rooms. One wing consisted of private rooms for the nuns who ran the school, and the other seemed to be largely devoted to classrooms far greater in numbers than the handful of showrooms on the first floor. They checked the nuns' quarters first. They had always pictured nuns' cells as being quite cramped, and these were not exactly the Taj Mahal. However, each room they encountered seemed comfortably sized, certainly fit with more comfortable-looking bed than the ones given to the students. Most of the rooms were undecorated save for crucifixes and books like old copies of St. Augustine's Confessions or St. Teresa of Avila's divinely inspired writings. One of them, however, the largest, as well as the only one fit with the private bathroom, was clearly intended for the headmistress of the school, or Mother Superior, or whatever her title was, like a queen in her own domain. The checking of two brain cells, like the snap of a spray paint. Yeah, exactly, the spray paint. She even had a view that revealed the continual raging of the storm, though by that point the only storm Dawn cared about was the one raging throughout the school. Together they swept the room and found nothing of particular interest until, when discussing their plans to clear the classrooms, Dawn suggested, maybe this lady has an old map somewhere or something. Cursing herself for not taking more time at the desk of that central office downstairs, the music student rifled through the Mother Superior's old paperwork and coughed as dust puffed up from the surface. While Dawn leaned away to calm her throat without making too much noise, Scott said, "No map, just like some unsent orders for food and medicine and, Scott fell quiet, lifting the letter towards his face to try to read it better in the lighter's dim glow. His face scrunched up, brow furrowed, and eyes narrowed before everything relaxed into a commingling of delight and astonishment. He even produced a laugh. Hopeful at once, Dawn asked, "What is it?" "Look at this," he said, tossing it down on the surface of the desk. As Dawn bent her head over it, Scott continued enthusiasm. "It's a work order. It's like a request for somebody to come and fix the mechanism to open the safe room." Eyes widening, Dawn asked, There's a safe room? "Apparently somewhere. Look. Hopeful hair flip." Dawn leaned down and swept her gaze across the page, her attention primarily caught on the paragraph in its center. "We were told there would be no other mechanism required than to turn the hands of the grandfather clock backwards to 4, but when we looked to see why the door wouldn't open, we discovered some of the clock's gears were rusted beyond repair. Is it true that the grandfather clock must function for the mechanism to work? If so, I must request that you return and assist us with the manner of fixing it, as we cannot do so ourselves. Please understand, this is a girls' school with an entire female faculty. It is vital to our physical well-being that the safe room be accessible in case of an emergency." "This is incredible," said Dawn with a near sob, her hand pressing to her mouth and then her heart. Do you think that crazy nun knows about this?" Scott shook his head. "I don't know, but maybe if there's one in the place, in this whole school that's bound to have a radio, like a telephone or something. It's a safe room, right? 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 Two brain cells, is that right? Nodding in agreement, Dawn asked, but where are we going to find the gears? And where's the entrance to the safe room? I don't know, said Scott in deep contemplation. Gears? Gears? There must be something mechanical that we've seen. Something we could poach for gears. If we're lucky, they might even fit. Any typewriters? Typewriters? She shook her head. I've seen typewriter paper, but I don't know if I've seen any actual typewriters. If they were here, I guess they would probably be in the offices downstairs, which means they're probably long gone. Probably. I imagine Owen Wilson going, cha, when you say hair flip. Rubbing his jaw in contemplation, Scott stared blankly into the note as if willing it to offer a solution. The glow of the lighter glinted off the glass frame, enclosing a painting of St. Lawrence being cooked to death. Oh, that's the patron saint of birds. I think it was St. Lawrence, or maybe it was the other guy, St. Augustine or Augustus. Their answers sprang out of the reflection as much as out of the painting. The kitchen, Dawn said, looking over at him. One of the rooms off the dining hall was the kitchen. I looked in it and saw a big industrial-sized scale. While Scott perked to hear such a thing, Dawn went enthusiastically on. I have no idea if they'll fit, but it might have some gears. We could at least see what happens. That's a great idea. Ugh. Scott shuddered. His spirits may have seemed significantly higher after such a suggestion, but his ability to cope with the situation was still no better than when he was puking in the hall. We're gonna have to go past Kevin, aren't we? Yeah, it's very video gamey, isn't it? Just finding random gears that would fit a random clock. Because I'm pretty sure with grandfather clocks, some of those have to be very specifically fit gears. Yeah, let's just try not to look at him if we can't hear him breathing. Oh, and if we can, grossed out hair flip. Dawn shook her head. Then we'll have to find a way to get him to the safe room. It wasn't a great plan, but it was a start. If nothing else, they could wait in the safe room for the storm to abate. Then, when walking down the mountain wasn't quite as suicidal as it would have been during the thunderstorm, they could make a run for it. Dawn's mind churned in constant construction of plans while, out in the hall again, Scott gestured towards the other wing of the floor. Should we check these rooms before going down? They might have, like, the grandfather clock that's more compatible, or something else we can use. Why would there be multiple grandfather clocks? That just seems kind of weird, even for the, 70s. Good idea. I'd sure like to find a candle or something. Dawn would have appreciated that, but then again, if they had the capacity to split up, it would have been easy for them to be permanently separated. Moreover, if Dawn had been opening the doors on her own, she might have been the one to walk into the trap that got Scott in the end. Dawn held the lighter. Scott opened doors. He wasn't thrilled about it, but after 2 empty classrooms, they both became more confident that the nun wasn't lurking around every corner and waiting for her chance to strike. Not yet, anyway. After sticking their heads into the math classroom, a history classroom, and then an old music room, Dawn said, I don't know if there's going to be anything very useful over here, Scott. There's got to be something. A letter opener, anything that I could use to defend myself if push comes to... The door to the science classroom had been slightly ajar. Scott opened it by casually shoving the palm of his hand against the edge of the wood. Dawn had barely enough time to cry out before the bucket of clear fluid splashed over Scott's head. Ah! His cry rang out through the hallway, dwarfed in comparison to the clatter of the bucket on the floor. While the metal pail rolled away, the young man grimaced and lifted his hands to his eyes. Crying out, he began hurriedly wiping at them, while particularly acrid chemical scent filled the air. Gasping, Dawn snapped her lighter shut. "Turpentine," she said while Scott searched his shirt for a dry patch to rub against his eyes. "Are you okay? Did it get in your eyes?" "I don't know. Oh, God, that burns! That burns!" The House of Clocks. There was a 70s movie by Lucio Fulci. I don't think I've ever heard of House of Clocks. It's a cool name, though. Looking around the room, Dawn rushed to the window and pushed it open with a noise of shock of how stubborn the old sash was. It rattled its way up the frame with a groan of protest, but the warped window did open enough to permit the storms hammering down onto the darkness of the classroom. "Here," she said, hurrying over to Scott and guiding him, wincing to the window. "Here, Scott, stick your face outside." It just says. While the boy leaned out the window, his upper half suspended 2 stories above the ground, and his face turned toward the pattern of the rain from the harsh black sky. Dawn kept a hold of his arm. Even if he managed to get it off his face before getting a chemical burn, the turpentine had soaked his shirt. No way she could even think of using a lighter near him. They would have to move throughout the dark for now, or he could take off his fucking shirt. Like, I get it. You don't want to walk around without a shirt in a spooky place, but if it's covered in fucking turpentine, no. Gritting her teeth, Dawn was about to suggest they focused on getting the lighter on before activating the safe room. She didn't. Instead, a greater, more terrifying thunder than any nature produced echoed through the second floor. Sprinting footprints came right after them. Panic surged through Dawn at the sound of a approaching third party. She tugged on Scott's arm. "We have to hide," she told him, inspiring him to move so quickly that he slammed his head on the window pane. With a sympathetic wince to match his harsh grimace, Dawn dragged him behind the desk of the chemistry lab and crouched with him there on the floor. A few doors down from theirs, the footsteps slowed, one at a time. Doors opened and shut after a brisk investigation. The floorboards creaked as though to warn off the individual approach when they were not running. Dawn thought, with a sick twist of terror, of hiding beneath the cot in the nurse's office. Would she be so lucky enough to avoid the nun the same way twice? Luckily, she wouldn't have to. "Janie!" Scott and Dawn exchanged a look of relief through the curtains of darkness between them. Their bodies relaxed, all the intense fear of immediate conflict easing for the moment. Mrs. McDonald called again, her voice tinged with hope. "Janie, is that you?" "It's us, Mrs. McDonald." Dawn stood, offering Scott a hand up from the floor. "Dawn and Scott." "Oh." The bitter disappointment of her tone broke Dawn's heart. The poor woman was lucky she hadn't been caught by the nun yet, but Mrs. McDonald was no doubt starting to think the same thing Dawn feared. Perhaps little Janie had not been so lucky. Shoulders sagging in the doorway, Mrs. McDonald's silhouette leaned back against the jamb. She had rubbed her hand across her forehead. "I heard such a terrible noise. I thought for sure it was her. She's always getting into something." "No," explained Dawn. "It was us. The door to this room was trapped. Somebody put a bucket of turpentine on top of the door there." With a noise of shock, Mrs. McDonald took a step into the room before recoiling back into the hall. "Is that what's all over the floor? Oh my God, are you two all right?" "Yeah, we're fine. I mean, I am anyway. Scott got hit by it. How are your eyes, Scott?" "They're not burning as much as they were about 30 seconds ago, if that means anything." "Pained hair flip." Shuddering to hear such a thing, Mrs. McDonald held herself and wiped her shoes on the floor, or off on the floor. "This is all so awful. I just want to find Janie and get out of here." "We're trying to do the same thing with our friend," said Dawn, "but we just got some hope. There's a safe room somewhere in the school, Mrs. McDonald." Breath hitching, Mrs. McDonald forgot all about the turpentine and stepped through it on her way to the room. "There is?" Dawn nodded. "We're not sure where, but it seems like if we could fix the grandfather clock down in the main office, we should be able to access it. If we do manage to find it, if you hear the clock working or hear a door opening somewhere, you and Janie should come hide in there with us until the storm winds down." That's so kind," said Miss McDonald, her breath hitching more sharply as her composition began to dissolve. A soft sob racked her words as she repeated, wringing her hands. "Oh, that's so kind. Oh, I want so badly to find my poor Janie." "You will, Mrs. McDonald." But the worn-out lady shook her head, slowly at first, and then with increasing speed. "No," Mrs. McDonald said softly. "No. I'm afraid. I'm afraid Janie might be lost forever. Hearing all those screams and seeing all this, the turpentine, the barbed wire pit, I don't think I'll ever be able to save her from this place." "Don't think that way." Tired of suffering, tired of feeling the way herself, Dawn hurried around the desk through the dark and caught Mrs. McDonald's unready hand. The woman jumped in surprise, but allowed herself to be touched, listening as Dawn went on. "You have to believe that a way out is possible," the young woman told the older one. "You have to believe that you can survive. There are alternatives for you to dying here just because some crazy person hurt you. I believe you can survive. I believe Janie can too." Stirred, Mrs. McDonald asked, "Do you really believe that?" Dawn nodded. "I do. Just the fact that you're still standing before me makes me believe that you'll make it out of this alive. We all will." Her lips parted in a weak smile. Mrs. McDonald said, "You're a kind girl, Dawn. Thank you. If you two go into the safe room without me, how will I find it?" The teenagers explained that they had found what they found in that letter to the handyman describing the process of turning the grandfather clock backwards to 4. "I guess if we can't figure out where it is," summarized Dawn with a shrug, "then we'll just turn the clock back and try to listen for something mechanical somewhere." Good night, everybody. It's a cool concept too, slow burn, but I recommend trekking down. Okay. You can always check back. Good night, Adam. Looking amazed to hear such a thing, Mrs. McDonald nodded and said, "All right. If I can find Janie and the clock is running, I'll do that. Otherwise, if you get to the clock and it's still not fixed, just hide nearby and wait for us to meet you there." Satisfied by this, Mrs. McDonald nodded again. After brief hesitance, she held both of Dawn's hands in hers. "God bless you, Dawn," she said warmly, her face almost glowing in the dark with her gratitude. "Thank you for helping me like this." With that, Mrs. McDonald's left to continue the search for her daughter. Dawn couldn't help but think to herself that it was truly amazing that a person could believe in God after experiencing St. Cecilia's prep school. Alone with Scott again, she asked, "Are you sure you're okay? Should we try to find you another shirt?" "Probably, but, to be honest, I just want to get to that safe room. Plus, I don't know what they have to offer in the way of clothes. Not exactly thrilled to change it to a habit." Wow, I'm surprised Scott knows what a habit is. Idea for great spooky spoof flick about house overrun with deadly chickens. House of Clucks. That's adorable. Snorting humorously at that, Dawn shook her head and said, "All right. Well, since we're going to have to take the stairs back, take the back stairs, let's hit the basement to get the lights on, and then go to the kitchen." Nodding, Scott said, "Good idea." And let Dawn lead the way around the turpentine puddle. Thankfully, that crazy nun was nowhere to be seen as the two made their way down 2 flights of stairs. They soon found themselves in the same brick basement where, unbeknownst to them, Chris had been not long before. A red canister once filled with gasoline sat nearby. Seeing the generator was already fueled, Dawn urged her flammable friend to the side of the room and used her lighter to illuminate the breaker. A few switches later, and the basement lights flickered on. Dawn and Scott exchanged a sigh of relief while she shut the door. She frowned. "I wonder why it failed last time." Scott spread his hands. "I don't know, ancient circuits, overloading not working, or maybe just, lifted his eyebrows and glanced all around as if to indicate their assailant. While Dawn pocketed the lighter, she realized with a start of fear that Scott had a point. Surely the nun would be attracted to the basement by the activation of the breakers. She glanced at her friend and removed the screwdriver from her back pocket. "Well, we need to be ready." Scott sighed and shook his head. "I'd like to be. Can we please find something I can use to defend myself?" "I think I saw an open utility closet at the end of the hall," she told him in response, hurrying to the doorway and peering out before waving him through. "There might be something in there that you can use in a pinch." There was, thank goodness. A few seconds of looking about the closet revealed a wrench that might prove handy for getting the gears removed, and a hammer that might aid in more than one task, including one that involved the killer nun's skull. The two friends exchanged a look of gratitude and a sigh of relief while Scott took the dusty tool from where it lay beside the shovel and some old hedge clippers. Really? You're not going to take the... Well, I guess the hedge clippers are probably rusted shut. That's perfect, said Dawn with approval. We can even use it to get a few boards off the courtyard door and lay a plank or two across that razor pit. Scott paled at the mere mention of Mary's place of death. Oh, I don't know, he said weakly. Can't we just, use the back steps? Do you really want to keep coming back here every time we have to go to the first floor to the second, and then all the way back to the other side of the school to get to the third floor? Maybe we can do, something about that gate, he whispered, continuing to peck through the contents of the closet. Come on, this is good, but I'll take the crowbar. Oh, wait. Oh, come on. This is good, but, I'll take this crowbar. Scott, hurry it up. Tapping her friend on the shoulder, Dawn fidgeted towards the echoing chamber of the back staircase. We have to go. All right, he said with a sigh. All right already. Quietly as they could, the pair hurried to the stairs and began the long ascent. Scott led the way with his hammer at the ready, a bit of bravado in him now that he had something in which he could feasibly defend himself. Dawn was more happy to let him take the lead for a few minutes, but she had to admit she was about as skeptical of his fighting abilities as she was of her own. As they reached the landing before the first floor and paused to glance up to the next flight of stairs, Dawn wasn't sure why, but something seemed wrong. Scott didn't seem to agree and mounted the next set of steps. The strike of a match echoed through the higher chamber and made Dawn's heart race. Scott, she urged, watch out! Too late. The nun swept into view and tossed a lit match upon Scott's turpentine-infused shirt, which is why you should have gotten rid of it, Scott! Shouldn't hard rock instantly be the downfall of any nun, even a cursed one? I'm kind of confused who it is, honestly. I'm still, trying to piece that together. Oh, I'm just gonna finish this, by the way. I know there's only 4 people in here, and 3 of them are probably asleep, but I figured I'm already this far in, I might as well just finish it. The frayed scent of burning hair, and seconds later cooking flesh, spiked its way into Dawn's nostrils. Scott's scream rose through the stairwell as he was immolated, head to toe in a golden blaze of the match. Hammer falling from his hand while Dawn recoiled, Scott thrashed and shrieked in mortal agony that was truly nightmarish to behold. Just imagine what poor Scott went through while experiencing it. Dawn had never considered him to be a great guy by any stretch of the imagination, but he wasn't an entirely bad guy either. She certainly didn't think he or anybody else who died that night deserved such an awful fate. But as he dashed up the stairs, careening around the corner, and after the nun who went flying away from the screaming Human Torch, Dawn couldn't help but think of the common phrase of her mother. This was one she said when witnessing the news story about the tragedy or about a tragedy or hearing some unfortunate gossip about a relationship. There, but for the grace of God, go I. It meant nothing to Dawn all the time she had heard it before, but there, in that hallway, swaying in delirium, to think of how narrowly she had avoided the horrific fate of being burned alive, she could not help but reflect on that saying with more consciousness. Had Scott not gone first into the science lab, she would have been the one burned to death. Chilled by the thought, Dawn tarred just long enough to grab the hammer. She then rushed up the stairs, not worried about making too much noise for the time being. Her friend screamed down the hall and after the nun, who had darted to the second floor and unfortunately headed the same way Dawn had intended to go. Just as the killer darted around the corner, Scott ducked into the nearby classroom. No doubt he intended to fling himself through a window, in which case he would die in the rain and the mud instead of the dust of and the horror. But Dawn was not going to die. She was committed to it now. And still afraid, yes, but now she was angry. Now Dawn hurried as quietly as she could down the hall, taking her chance to pause by the courtyard door. 3 boards blocked her way. Before she could think about working the nails out of even one of them, with Scott's newly acquired hammer, the nun's footstep echoed down the hall with clear intent to either see where Scott went and finish the job, or discover where Dawn had gotten to. Moving quickly and quietly, Dawn slipped around the corner and made her way up the eastern hall. Soon enough, she found the rear entrance of the dark dining hall where Kevin's body lay in the coagulated pool of still drying blood. His face moved. Her heart skipped in horror for him. Was he still alive? She took up one of the candles still burning on a nearby table and drew it closer to her friend. The rat that had been gnawing through his uvula, hearing her footsteps or feeling them rattle through its dinner, wriggled out of Kevin's mouth, and scurried into the dark. First, Dawn shrieked. Then Dawn realized what she had done. Blowing out the candle and taking it with her, Dawn sprinted to the kitchen, swinging double doors. She had hoped that they shut behind her soon. In the meantime, she had to find a place to hide. The kitchen was a special mess after all the years of neglect, rusted and full of trash. It had a few likely hidden hiding places, and then she remembered her own prior thought about the scale and how disturbingly human-sized it was. Breath seizing as the rear entrance to the dining room opened, Dawn grasped at the nearby flour stack that had long since spilled most of its contents. Even so, it was still surprisingly hefty. Gritting her teeth, she tugged the dense burlap cloth up into her arms. Footsteps drew toward the kitchen doors. The scale whined softly beneath the combined weight of a human being and half wholesale bag of flour. Dawn drew her foot into a protective covering of the sack just as the kitchen door slammed open. As they had when she hid under the cot, Dawn's eyes shut. The nun stepped slowly into the room. Dawn swore she could feel its eyes trailing around. Its single-minded obsession over hunting her down and her friends, inexplicable as it was demonic. Good night, Tammy. After casting its first long stare around the room, the nun made its slow way around the shelves and the counters, the tables, the sinks. What was wrong with this person? Clearly, whomever it was, they were the same person who had committed the first massacre. That, or they were closely inspired by it, or something else. Hadn't Dawn just thought of the nun as demonic, after all? Oh, I said that weird. Whatever. While a table screeched viciously across the floor and Dawn exhaled slowly through her mouth to keep herself calm, the girl couldn't help but think that there was something almost superhuman about the speed and endurance of the nun. If it was a human, it had some kind of serious mental problem that kept it from recognizing its own fatigue. Then again, it didn't go without saying that the person doing this had some kind of mental problem. Upon making its way around the circumference of the room and determining Dawn was neither in the pantry nor under any of the counters, the nun left the room without delay and hunted for the girl elsewhere. Dawn, trying not to cry, forced herself to remain where she was for another handful of long minutes. A good thing she did. When she got up from the scale and shifted her weight up, the adjustment of her position made the poor device gasp its final proverbial breath. With a terrible groan, a sharp little clang, and a fatal twang of a spring, the cradle of her hiding place collapsed upon the base of the scale. Something bounced out of the now disjointed pieces. Moving quickly to compensate for the amount of noise made, Dawn lit her candle and tried to find out what it was. Wouldn't you know it? A few bright, shiny gears. Well, that might have been an exaggeration. They weren't exactly bright or shiny, but the most important thing was they weren't rusty. The trick now was deciding how and when to open the safe room and determining just where that safe room was. Dawn longed again for a map and wondered if the central office would have one that showed where the safe room was. Seemed like either way she was gonna have to go to the uncomfortably exposed space of that office with its broken window. That could be dangerous. Whatever needed doing in the grandfather clock needed doing quickly, and Dawn needed to get there quickly in addition. The collapse of the scale may well have attracted the nun's attention back to the dining hall, but not to the kitchen itself. But it seemed that there were other plans in store. Dawn stepped into the dining room in time to hear glass shattered from about the distance of the chapel. Andrea? Mrs. McDonald? Or maybe Janie? Dawn wanted to investigate, but couldn't take the time. She couldn't risk crossing paths with the nun either. For now, she just had to be grateful for the distraction, and she could even repay the favor. If there was somebody in trouble in the chapel, the grandfather clock would just as likely prove a distraction in turn. Heading in the direction opposite of the noise, Dawn made her swift way down the hall. She ignored her urge to glance up the stairs toward Mary's body. Instead, she hurried along the offices, slipped inside one that had proved the focus of so much attention, and looked around the desk. After setting down the gears, Dawn slid open a couple of drawers. She flipped through the empty file that had sat atop and seemed to have had its label sticker ripped off. She rifled through an address book from decades ago. She searched almost endlessly through the odds and ends littered about. She did not find a school-sanctioned map, but she found something interesting nonetheless. A diary? The words rose from her in a whisper as she lifted the little pink book from a long shut drawer. Carefully, Dawn turned the object over in her hand. Mother Apollonia found my diary and locked me in punishment. Was this the diary of the same child who had written on the back of that newspaper ad? Dawn couldn't help but suspect that it was. Curious, not expecting to find anything in particular value, she thumbed through the book. The first entry she read, somewhere near the quarter point, of the filled pages, seemed like something she would have expected from a Catholic boarding school. Mother Apollonia told me I'm not praying enough. This is the prayer I'm supposed to try. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom I shall be afraid? Hide not thy face far from me. Put not thy servant away in anger. Thou hast be my help. Leave me not. Neither forsake me, O God of my salvation, for he gives me the power to always see thee. It was normal to teach a kid to pray when they were afraid or sick or going to bed. That was the job of a nun. But then there were other weirder entries, awful things, shocking things. Certain words caught Dawn's eyes. Soon, forgetting about the sound of the shattered glass, she found herself rapidly skimming through the diary that described corporal methods of behavior correction, public humiliation, and punishment, which seemed to be isolation. The diary ended abruptly. Dawn supposed this was when Mother Apollonia confiscated it. Lips pursed, she pushed back to the first page to gain some insight into the reasons its author was there. Instead, Dawn found two things that made her more interested than ever. The first was a page simply labeled, "I drew a map so I wouldn't get lost." Gasping, Dawn squinted at the rudimentary sketch. She soon recognized the shape of the first floor along with its many, many rooms. Perfectly symmetrical, except that, looking at the kitchen, she couldn't help but notice a lot of the extra space available with respect to the dining hall. Now that she thought about it, the latter was about 20 feet wider than the other. That was worth thinking about. Across from the map was another religious entry, but despite it being so much earlier, this one was much more shocking. Dear Diary, Mommy dropped me off at my new school. I'm going to miss my old friends. I brought Bongo with me, though. We have a teacher named Sister Euphemia. She has an assistant named Sister Odelia. They're teaching all of us about the saints and what wonderful lives they live. Today we learned about Saint Lucy. Her eyes were put on a plate and she became a martyr. That's a weird word. Sister Euphemia said that her love for God saved her from the evil Romans that tried to hurt her. Sister Rose says Mother Apollonia is going to take care of us. Sheesh, this seems like pretty graphic stuff to be teaching young kids. Sister Euphemia, though, Dawn knew that name. That was the aunt of Barbara's that died in the massacre. And she knew another name, too. I brought Bongo with me, though. The name of the author uttered from Dawn's lips in a whisper. Janie? A feminine scream rang through the school like a tolling of a death knell. Another, and another. Even across the distance of the school, and through the lens of those three terrible screams, Barbara's voice was crystal clear. That's who I thought was breaking back in. I kind of thought that's what was happening. Dawn dropped the diary and leapt from the desk, snatching the candles as she rushed off to the chapel. The hammer was clenched in her hand the whole way. Her arms trembled, but only with its readiness to use her weapon at any second. There was no hesitation in her about what she was willing to do to defend her closest friend. No question of whether she was willing to take the life of the evil person responsible for so much death. Impromptu weapon at the ready, Dawn rounded the corner, dashed through the dark, and soon burst into the chapel entirely without ceremony. The whole time she was ready to meet the nun. Every shadow made her wince. Every rat risked dying by her hammer. Yet, as the chapel door flung open and she crossed the boundary of the alleged sacred space, Dawn did not find the murderous assailant who plagued them at night. She found only Barbara. The stained glass windows in the chapel were broken now, wind howling through the dark room, and blew Dawn's hair about her face. She knelt before Barbara's body. Her friend died supine upon the 3 short steps leading to the altar. Barbie's eyes had been gouged from her head, and the remaining flesh pits streamed gore that, oh man, I'm pissed that Barbie was killed. I liked Barbie. That looked black in the darkness of the chapel. For the first time in what seemed to be a century of all this horror, Dawn was overwhelmed by tears. Her arms encircled the limp form of her closest friend. Dawn forced herself to look into the body's mutilated face. This is what happened because she delayed. This is what happened because she had failed her friend. She sobbed, caressing Barb's hair and holding her limp hand. "I'm so sorry, Barbara," whispered Dawn, looking at the terrible fate that had befallen her, only because it would dishonor Barb's suffering to look away. "I'm sorry I didn't get out here sooner. I'm sorry. We should have tried going down the mountain, Barb. Oh." Heartbreak was real, Dawn learned then. She had always thought it would be a figure of speech, but the pain she felt in her chest was truly like nothing else. It felt like a canyon being born into her torso, a deep, twisting ache beaten in by the cascade of losses, and that the night had inflicted not just upon Dawn, but upon her friends' families, and everyone else they knew. And just feeling things for other people made her realize that someday, somewhere, someone would feel that for her. The thought of her own death turning her fingertips numb, Dawn once more steeled herself. She may have been doomed to die one day, but she would not let it be here. Lowering her friend's dead body upon the stairs where she laid again, Dawn looked around for Barbara's keys. Instead, Dawn noticed something beneath the dead body, something that made her wonder if she had finally lost it. Blood chilling, Dawn reached under Barbie and drew the item out. The final pieces of the truly insane puzzle fell into place. Was she trying to get back in, or was she thrown through the window? Whew. We're almost done. All Barbie wanted was to have a good time with her friends. Maybe she was a little stubborn about it, sure, but did stubbornness mean she deserved to be responsible for this? Was this really the punishment she wrought upon herself and her friends, all because she hadn't wanted to turn home and let them remember their last party together as a failure? Of course, now they wouldn't remember anything at all, ever again. Her business-savvy father would have been disappointed to know the sunk cost fallacy was his daughter's real killer. Barbie trembled in the driving rain, her arms wrapped around herself and her purse locked tight in her embrace. The storm was terrible. This weather was to blame for the night, not her. It had been cloudy when she left the house that night. By the time they picked up Dawn, the drizzle had begun over their little town. But on the mountain roads, the already treacherous drive was further imperiled by the brutal thunderstorm that shrouded the mountain in a black veil. If this rain had begun any sooner, or been mentioned in a forecast at any point, Barbara would have called the whole thing off. But when a freak weather pattern comes on so fast, well, who can blame her for thinking it was just going to be a quick burst of precipitation? Look at Barbie, making excuses. Did she really need to? Ultimately, Barbara was just being a teenager. She hadn't known. She had it in her head that the coolest place for a party would be an alleged haunted boarding school. If you were trying to do something cool, one of the most uncool things to do was cancel or back out at the last minute. It was a horrible thing to imagine being remembered for one last embarrassing failure that would be party, and Barbie couldn't just handle that. She just had to admit it. She felt a crushing amount of pressure to be perfect. Why bother getting into it? People felt the drive to perfect. People felt the drive to perfection for all kinds of reasons. Barbara had plenty of her own and was embarrassed by the impulse because, well, she was human. Humans were imperfect, and why she was fine with the and that's why she was fine. But when it came to herself, she just couldn't accept anything less than the absolute best 100% of the time. There was no pleasure to be derived from taking such hypercritical stance towards oneself. It became a loop, in fact, a lifelong stance towards it became a loop, in fact, a lifelong effort at outdoing every past attempt. When somebody lived like that, they were doomed to be unsatisfied in just about every regard, and found themselves doing ridiculous or even stupid things in the name of just maybe reaching out or reaching the day when they would finally uncover the thing that would satisfy them. They followed every vision, and anything less than a perfect manifestation of their personal will was a disaster in their sensitive minds. So Barbie had ignored the warning signs and pushed on with her friends to the top of the mountain. And now Kevin was dead. Crouched in the rain, Barbie cried for her dead boyfriend. Oh, Kevin was such a nice person. He had his flaws, of course. He could make fun of people a bit too much, for instance. He could be very critical of the faults of others, but he was also very smart, very strong person. The type to take charge in any situation that needed a leader, which of course had been the cause of his death, at least in part. Kevin. The mere thought of his name made Barbie sob, her tears indiscernible from the rain. She wanted to stop weeping and instead think about something she could do. But never having had a panic attack before, Barbie struggled to get her emotions under control at that precise moment. Nothing like this had ever happened before. She'd never seen a dead body. She didn't like horror movies. All her grandparents were still living. The only pets who had died during her lifetime had been a pair of goldfish and a rabbit, and the rabbit being a death from when she... Jeez, the wind is crazy today. A death that she was too small to remember. Barbara was not used to accepting the darker realities of life and was not used to any kind of danger. She was not used to surviving. Maybe that was what lured her to the boarding school in the first place. It was a place where girls younger than her had been forced to experience a modicum of independence, for better or worse. These girls managed to navigate the same circumstances Barbie dreaded. The truth was that she was terrified of leaving her small town to go to college, terrified of leaving her friends behind. Mary and Andrea were important to her, and Dawn especially. Barbie loved Dawn. She wasn't sure Dawn realized how genuinely Barbara felt the relationship, nor how cool Dawn seemed to her. The truth was that Barbie admired the quiet musician. After all, Dawn somehow managed to go through life without worrying what people thought of her. She managed to be talented, smart, and pretty darn funny, all without ever trying too hard or getting down on herself or obsessing over how she was perceived by her classmates. Dawn was, well, very different from Barbara, and that's what Barbara liked about her from the start. Now Barbie was more grateful for her friend than ever before. Dawn had been the reason Barbie got out of that awful school. Now, like the rest of them, Dawn was trapped inside, left to fight for her life against the insane person dressed, of all sacrilegious things, a nun. Barbara's stomach tightened to think of it. Who was this murderer capable of producing screams of mortal anguish so loud that Barbie, outside of the school, managed to hear at least two of her friends' death over the rain? What did this evil person want? Was there any way to make them stop? It seemed like Barbara was out in that storm for at least an hour, maybe more. Her body shook in the cold downpour, and each clap of thunder made her jump out of her bones. There was no place for her to seek shelter either. Trees were out of the question with all the lightning. The overhang of the school's roof was too high to offer any comfort, and anyway, she didn't want to be too near to the school. Doing so would attract the attention of the nun. The longer Barbara stood in the doorway or under the side porch's covering, the more frightened she became. Soon enough she would withdraw into the darkness of the storm again, her teeth chattering fast enough to bite her tongue. More than once she had checked the remains of Kevin's car as as if hoping to find it somewhat drivable, resurrected. Even with the rain, the metal remained too hot to touch. After checking Kevin's car, she would walk to the edge of the property and assess the wet highway around the curves of the mountain. Each time, she would consider making her way down this winding road. Then, inevitably, Barbie would imagine twisting her ankle, or slipping and falling to her death, or being caught in a landslide, or being hit by a car that didn't see her. Beneath the pressure of all these thoughts, she would retreat and weep again, utterly paralyzed. Unlike most of her friends, Barbie was a Christian. Like most Christians, she hadn't prayed in years. Yet there, in the pouring rain, Barbie knelt in the mud and prayed to God. Wasn't there something he could do? Was this some kind of trial for all of them? One of them? None of them? Was this just some horrific random circumstance? Surely not. If not, perhaps this was somehow related to that awful night when her own aunt, Sister Euphemia, was slain by an evil killer still unknown to this day. Oh. Oh, boo. Or perhaps this killer was the spirit of Euphemia, an innocent nun returned from the grave and driven by hatred for the world she left. It sounded ridiculous, but Barbie didn't know what to believe anymore. In a world where even Kevin could be senselessly murdered, all numbers of horrible things were possible. Everything now had an eerie, consequence-free quality of a bad dream. Her friends had not come outside, after all. Barbie couldn't help but suspect that their absence indicated a fate as awful as Kevin's had befallen each and every one of them. She paced in the rain, colder than ever, her mind and body aching with each relentless droplet. Gradually, as the minutes wore on and her frantic mind rushed in the midst of what may well have been increasingly dangerous hyperthermia, she began to convince herself that the theory about Sister Euphemia's ghost was true. Some kind of family curse, a punishment for Barbie and her failure to make the right choice, to turn around. It is really long. Seeped in panic, paranoid illusions, and brutal effects. Oh, I thought you went to sleep, Tammy. Glad to see you're still here. Rain upon the human body, Barbie was at last chilled by the sound of Scott's awful scream. It ended in a sudden, wet silence. She couldn't stand it a second longer. If she didn't get to that place and help her friends, she was gonna go insane. Finding a suitable rock, Barbara circled around the school and tried to get her bearings. She wasn't sure exactly how things were oriented after her hovering about in the rain. The only windows that had been immediately obvious The only windows that had an immediate obvious room attached were the stained glass ones that marked the chapel. Gritting her teeth. Now my internet decides to slow down like it's LA traffic. Gritting her teeth, Barbara hurled the rock. The multicolored glass crumbled within its tall frame, tinkling down upon the floor of the chapel like a shower of stars. Grimacing as a few shards scraped her hand, Barbara nonetheless braced against the edge of the open frame and climbed inside. She stumbled into the darkness of the room and lingered for a few seconds, permitting her eyes to adjust. There it was. A room that, in another time or place, would have been beautiful to her, safe to her. Somehow the chapel felt to Barbie like the most unsafe room in the world now, but it did help to get her oriented in the school. She knew roughly where it was located based on Dawn's description. If she could just find Dawn herself and anybody else, maybe she could help each other out of this terrible place and down the mountain with safety in numbers. When she could at last perceive some of the objects in the room after about a minute of waiting, Barbara made her cautious way around the pews. She quickly found the cabinet of candles that Dawn had previously plundered. Plenty remained. Barbara took up a votive and groped around the surface of the cabinet before finding a box of fireplace matches. She lit her candle and sighed in relief at the light. A small relief compared to the depth of oppressive darkness around her, but a relief nonetheless. Before she left, Barbara looked at the statue of the crucified Jesus, as though to appeal for his help. But something seemed wrong. Barbie wasn't sure what it was. The position of the figure up on the cross seemed somehow distorted. Weathered wood, maybe? No, the chapel had been perfectly dry before she broke the window. That was easy enough to tell. Frowning, Barbara edged towards the altar and lifted her candle towards the image of the crucifixion. The flickering flame of the votive In her hand illuminated a woman's withered corpse, decades old and long since suspended upon a cross in place of Christ. Barbie's scream rose high in an instant, leaping from her throat and unstifled by the hand that formed a kind of claw before her mouth. The door creaked open behind her, and she unleashed her second scream. Barbara turned in time to see the nun rush at her. Acting on pure instinct, Barbie threw the votive candle. It shattered on the floor behind the nun, who was upon her in a second. Third scream rose from her before the nun gripped her by the throat and squeezed her windpipe so tightly that Barbie felt it collapse. The sting was so sharp and immediate that it felt as if she had swallowed some sort of glass from the broken window. She certainly fell back into some of it as the nun's pressure forced her upon the floor. Moving her mouth as if to cry out, Barbie thrashed and pushed at her killer's surprisingly light body. She shoved the nun's face and slapped its cheeks, and soon enough began raking her fingers in. The killer made no noise, but it did lift its hands to fend off this weak defensive assault. As if inspired by Barbara's attempt to defend herself, the nun sank black-gloved thumbs into the inner corners of Barbara's eyes with slow, deliberate pressure. I'm about to rip that chapter out of the book. Sacrilegious. Oh, did I say something? I am getting kind of tired, so I probably screwed that up. Barbie screamed in mortal agony. She pushed at the nun and gripped at the black cloth of its habit. Her eyeballs burned and her brain ached, and she kicked and fought and tore at her assailant with all of her might, and it wasn't good enough. Barbie gripped a fistful of something soft. Whatever it was, she felt it pull away from her murderer. While her eyeballs burst out of the exterior corners of her sockets, the orbs, or whatever remained of them at any rate, drooled down her cheeks while, open-mouthed, she stammered in silent agony. Her killer's footsteps trailed away. Unable to obtain air through her destroyed windpipe, Barbie collapsed beneath the overwhelming gravity of death. As her head fell back, someone rushed in with a cry. Thank God, Dawn was still safe. Chapter 16. We've got 3 chapters left. 17, 18. Yeah, 19. We've got 3 chapters left. Dawn stood over Barbie's dead body and stared at the doll in her hand. Bongo the clown leered back at her expectantly. Its buck-tooth features mocked her, grinning, waiting for her to understand the punchline of the hidden joke. And yes, now she understood. Nothing had been making sense. Janie, lost somewhere in a school in the middle of nowhere, in a place where a little kid had no reason to be. Mrs. McDonald, wandering listlessly through the halls of St. Cecilia's prep school, somehow managing to avoid the nun. Bongo the clown, Janie's toys, appearing everywhere. In the diary, at the site of the murder, in Mrs. McDonald's possession, they were all the same person. Mrs. McDonald, Janie, and the nun. In fact, had Mrs. McDonald ever said that Janie was her daughter? Trembling, Dawn nearly threw the doll as far as she could. That was certainly her impulse, if nothing else. But at the same time, she was somehow grateful to the creepy, smarmy little toy. Because, much as it showed her the way to the candles, and the last time they met, it now illuminated a truth so powerful that all of Dawn's fears dissipated. 2,000 years later, because this chapter is so long. Well, I'm on a new chapter now. Because as much as it showed her the way to the candles, and the last time they met, it now illuminated a truth so powerful that all of Dawn's fears dissipated. There was no room for fear when a person overflowed with so much anger. Did Jane McDonald understand what she was doing? Was this a case concerning an abusive psychopath or a complete psychotic? Dawn didn't understand much about formal psychology, but she did understand that there was crazy and then there was evil. So which one was Jane McDonald, who dressed up like a nun to kill intruders on an old property where she once laid waste to a whole school of people? Wait, she was 9. A 9-year-old did that? And Jeebus said unto her, don't look at me, lady. Dawn thought about the pit trap, the gate, the turpentine, all so intentional, so calculating. If Jane was insane, then she was getting some form of external direction, possessed by a demon, as it would have benefit her diabolical actions. That was about as likely as seeing the ghost of Barbie's aunt. or at this point, seem Barbie's ghost. Hammer Hammer gripped all the tighter in her free hand. Dawn turned away from Barbie's dead body and raked her gaze across the chapel. There was no sign of the disguised MacDonald anywhere that Dawn could see. Even so, she remained prudent and kept an eye out around the room while dragging Barbie's purse from beneath her corpse. Dawn fished through it without looking and found 2 sets of keys by touch alone. One belonged to Kevin and one belonged to Barbara. Dawn took both along with her because Kevin Key's had a small flashlight on him, and Barbara wasn't going to need it anymore. Flipping the flashlight on and off, Dawn mentally thanked her friends for managing to get this to her even after death. Its beam even caught something she hadn't fully noticed before. Now she remembered trying to see the Christ statue with the lighter in her first visit to the chapel. Raising the flashlight, she illuminated the same withered dead body that had made Barbara scream. Dawn felt next to nothing, which was somewhat alarming. The part that bothered her was that this nearly mummified husk of a dead female body had been hanging there an hour or two ago, back when Dawn was innocent, and none of this happened. There it had been, lurking in the shadows, waiting for her to notice. Shaking her head, Dawn shut off the flashlight. Then, still with Bongo in her hand, wait, I thought she threw it. Dawn made her way back to the office with the grandfather clock. The way seemed longer than ever before. Knowing the truth demystified her fear, but it had come at the cost of a far more terrible knowledge. Unless Andrea remained unaccounted for because she was going to surprise her by popping out of a closet or arriving with a cavalry, Dawn was the last person standing. In a way, there was no more reason for her to stay. She had resolved to remain only to help her friends. That strategy had not paid off. But Dawn was only human. Humans were subject to powerful emotions, and of all emotions felt by humans, the one that was most powerful was love. When damaged by an outside party, love turned rapidly into notions of revenge. In the absence of love, burning red hatred raged in Dawn's pained heart. An obligation weighed upon her, one that felt somehow ancient, an impulse and design. A primitive instinct blossomed. It informed her that she needed to balance the deaths of her friends with the death of her murderer. She had already decided that she would not die in this horrible place, but Jane MacDonald absolutely would. In the dark office, Dawn set Bongo down beside the gears upon the desk. Hands free, she busied herself in pulling the clock from its place. With the flashlight propped against the doll's arms, oh cute, Dawn swapped between the screwdriver. Oh no, I was just commenting on how it described wearing a nun's habit as sacrilegious. Oh, while some folks out there look forward to role-playing. Oh yeah, you see those every year. Driver taken from Chris's body, the wrench she nabbed from the utility closet, and the hammer that was the only tool she intended to keep with her. The rest were abandoned as she used them, and in fact, when she was done, she did not even bother shutting the little door she had opened to replace the corroded gear. Simply relieved to know that the gears from the scale fit the clock at all, Dawn stepped around to the face of the clock. Per the instructions in the letter, she turned it back to 4. And, as much as she expected, the thing chimed 4 long, loud times. That was all right. After stuffing Bongo into a drawer of the desk for the moment, Dawn stepped out of the hall with the hammer in her hand. Just as she shut the broken door behind her, a footstep caught her attention. She looked down the hall. Jane MacDonald stood at the end. Her disguise gone, her face scratched red, from Barbara's attempt at self-defense, Dawn assumed. The hammer trembled in its wielder's anger. "Dawn," said Mrs. MacDonald in a relieved tone, stepping down the hall towards her. "I'm so glad to see you. Was that the safe room opening?" How hard it was to make herself reply. What Dawn wanted to do more than anything was rush forward and smash Janie's face in. Her soul yearned for vengeance, for justice, and in the name of those ideals, Dawn had to stay calm. She had to look Jane in the face and try to remember what it was like, or what it was like to do so before she knew the truth. "Mrs. MacDonald! Yes, I think that was it." With a faint smile, Jane stepped toward her. Dawn tried not to flinch. "You're so smart, Dawn," said Mrs. MacDonald in approval. Mock or real, there was no way to tell. Maybe when the storm clears, we can escape this place together. Where's the safe room? I think it's off in the kitchen. Have you found Janie yet? Mrs. McDonald's face fell. No, she said softly. No. It was so hard to say whether or not Mrs. McDonald was a victim of her own mind. While outside, Dawn swore she detected a subtle easing of the storm. She told the woman in a tone not unsympathetic, I hope that awful nun didn't get her. Face drawn, Mrs. McDonald nodded slowly and stared off into space. Not at Dawn, but somewhere in Dawn's left. I hope not. I'm very scared for her. Very scared of the mother. Shaking her head, the woman went on. I even lost Bongo somewhere again. You haven't seen him around, have you? No, Mrs. McDonald, said Dawn, focusing on keeping her voice casual and even. I haven't. The furrows of her brown brows deepened their ravines. Jane hurried towards Dawn, who cringed until the woman reached out to set a hand upon her forearm. Staring in Dawn's eyes, Jane said, You'll bring him to the safe room for me when you find him, won't you? I will, Mrs. McDonald. Right now I'm going to go find Barbara and lead her there. If I see Bongo on the way, I'll bring him with us. Nodding, satisfied, Jane released her light grip on Dawn and turned to make her way down the hall. When she disappeared around the corner, Dawn exhaled with slow relief. If she was understanding everything correctly, the nun was getting its information from Jane. Whether Jane was a willful antagonist or coping with a split personality as the result of her trauma, and from some of the vile things in that old diary and the vast difference between Jane and the nun, the latter somehow seemed more likely in these impossible circumstances. Whatever Jane learned, the nun knew. For instance, Jane learned that it was Scott who had fallen for the turpentine trap. The nun used that information to drop the match on him instead of Dawn. Therefore, with Jane's knowledge of the safe room, it was now likely that the nun would cloister herself inside of it, there, lying in wait. She would be ready for Dawn to arrive and kill her without question or effort. It would be horrible. Time would pass. Sooner or later, the nun would have an opportunity to do it all again. All of this was why, after discovering the identity of the nun, Dawn had no more intention of going to the safe room. Instead, the safe room had become a convenient place to trick the nun into putting herself for at least a little while. At least long enough to find a location allowing something allow something even close to a fight. When Mrs. McDonald was out of sight, Dawn crept back into the office, this time without opening the door. She contorted through the broken window as she had the first time and quietly removed Bongo from the drawer, free to have him on her person now that she knew where Mrs. McDonald was. It seemed to her, after all, that she was going to need something to bargain or lure the nun in some way, and what better way than Jane's precious toy? Good night, Tammy. Next, thinking all the while of locations in the school, only with one exit and a fairly level playing field, Dawn hurried to the courtyard door and worked nails free from the boards barring entry. The problem with the school was that it was all interconnected, yet the multiple staircases made navigating it difficult. Maybe she could somehow trick the nun into falling into her own razor wire trap? So far as Dawn's vision went, the boards were meant as a bridge over Mary's body. But maybe when they were arranged, Dawn could wait until the nun was just about to cross and then find a means to pull them away? Dawn was on the fence about how to corner the nun at all until she got the third board off of the door. She very nearly took the boards to the razor wire trap without looking at the courtyard, but curiosity got the better of her, and a good thing it did. The door swung wide, and Dawn marveled at one location in the whole school that seemed suited to her needs. A broad area with a space to run in any direction, but enclosed and lacking in obstructions, a location for a fair fight. In fact, the only obstacles she could see were, to her surprise, large headstones carved of gray granite. Each was somewhat austere and woefully neglected, but the size of each, as high as Dawn's waist and about twice as wide, indicated the importance of those buried there. She stepped out in the rain and bent before one, peering through the downpour to make out the worn text of the face of the oldest one. Mother Cecilia, 1792 to 1866. So the Mother Superiors were buried on site. How was that discomforting? Shuddering to imagine going to a school with a bunch of dead bodies on the premises, let alone sleeping in such a place every night, Dawn looked around further, and only one grave seemed to be particularly amiss. In fact, it was empty. Dawn shone the flashlight into the empty pit where a grave once stood. No casket sat at the bottom of the hole, no vault or anything else. It were as though whomever had laid there had been buried straight into the earth, without any of the normal funeral accoutrements. The light's beam trailed up. No headstone. If Dawn had been a betting woman, she would have ventured to guess that this grave belonged to Mother Apollonia, and that this was the identity of the missing nun mentioned in the story about this awful place. Dawn felt a pain of something close to fear again. It was relieving in a way. She wasn't completely numb to all that was happening around her. The dead body crucified in the chapel must have been Apollonia. It hadn't been enough to turn Apollonia's violence outward upon the rest of the boarding school. Evidently, Janey had been forced to become Apollonia, to exhume her body and rob it of its clothes, to kill while bearing the Mother Superior's identity. With a shudder, Dawn set Bongo before the grave and left to find a shovel. Mrs. MacDonald drifted through the halls of St. Cecilia like a phantom. Bongo. Oh, poor Bongo. Where were you? If Mrs. MacDonald couldn't find her Janey, at least she might manage to find Bongo. The trouble was that she wasn't sure where she dropped him. After running around the school the whole night, practically turning it upside down in search of a little lost girl, Mrs. MacDonald wasn't even sure where to look for the old toy. Better start from the beginning. She retracing her steps. Where had she seen it earlier in the night? She remembered finding the teenagers in the dining hall. Since she needed to go to the kitchen and see if there really was a safe room that had opened, it seemed prudent place to check first. Her body tensed in anticipation for an unexpected noise. Mrs. MacDonald retraced her steps back through the school. The Mother Superior's second kill that night had been a nice-looking young man. His stomach now writhed with rats that had eaten their way inside of him and presently gorged themselves on his innards. Ugh. Could always lure the nun with some comfortable shoes. It looked like his corpse was about to explode. The sight made Mrs. MacDonald retch. Covering her mouth, glancing away, the woman hurried through the kitchen and consoled herself that Bongo was nowhere to be seen in the dining hall. Nor was he anywhere in the kitchen. But Dawn was right. A safe room had, in fact, opened up off in the kitchen. One of the walls had disappeared to reveal a white passage into a room beyond. Mrs. MacDonald wanted to go in and take a look at it, but once she was there, she feared she would be tempted to remain. And she couldn't do that until she found Bongo. Besides, maybe, just maybe, this would be when she found Janey. Why had Janey ever been sent to a place like this? It just wasn't fair. Mrs. MacDonald didn't know what she was thinking at the time. Janey was such a bright, happy, free-spirited girl. A little bit of a troublemaker, of course. Not always the proper sort of girl one expected a young lady of her age to be. But did she deserve to come to a place like this? A place where students were beaten with rulers and locked in solitary confinement where they disobeyed the rules? Mrs. MacDonald thought of the folder she found in that office after talking to the tall girl. The manila folder had been printed with Janey's name, and Mrs. MacDonald had read it end to end right there in the office. She had been so upset after seeing the contents of the so-called incident reports that she had torn the papers up and thrown them in the trash with angry tears in her eyes. This evil Mother Apollonia woman. She had done things to poor Janey. Terrible things. The other girls hadn't been treated the way Janey was treated. Janey was a good girl. Why didn't God care about her? Why didn't her mother care about her? Janey even liked to pray. While in search for Bongo, she wandered the halls of the office. Janey prayed to herself in a whisper. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Hide not thy face far from me. Put not thy servant away in anger.
Thou hast been my help. Leave me not, neither forsake me, O God of my salvation, for he gives me the power to always see thee. It was sad that Mrs. McDonald would never find Janey. That wasn't really either of their faults. It was all the mother's fault. The mother was just so cruel. There was nothing she loved more than keeping the two of them apart. Janey could have been standing right in front of Mrs. McDonald's, right there in the mirror, and Mrs. McDonald wouldn't have seen it if the mother wouldn't allow her to. That was all right, though. Janey understood how to take care of herself. She understood, too, how to protect herself from the mother. Bongo could help protect her from the mother, too, if only she knew where he was. He liked to hide this way sometimes, but Janey could usually find him. He wasn't in the office where Mrs. McDonald met the tall girl, though, and when she went to take a look on the stairs, he wasn't there either. There was just another dead guy, another victim of the mother, looking wide-eyed with terror in a sticky soup of his own mostly dried blood. Janey wrinkled her nose and made her way down the stairs again. Mrs. McDonald couldn't handle seeing something like that, but Janey had an iron stomach, and when she was focused on a goal, she tended to see through in a very single-minded fashion. What was the point, after all, in worrying about dead people? They were already dead. The power of flats compel you. And it wasn't like the mother could hurt Janey. Apollonia had hurt Janey a lot, often, very badly. Apollonia had been a snide and hateful woman, a sinner of the highest, most inexcusable order. Imagine treating a child with such cruelty. Moreover, treating a child with such cruelty when other children were passed over. Mother had been outraged to see such a thing. It had only been natural that she arrived to protect poor Janey. After all, Janey had been abandoned, trapped in this hellish excuse for a school. Everyone had been very surprised to meet the mother, but they shouldn't have been. They earned her attention. They deserved her attention. If there was one thing to be learned at St. Cecilia's prep school, it was that nobody could be trusted in this world. Mother found herself without her habit and went up to go fetch it from its hiding place in the shower room. Only in the garments of her uniform did she feel natural, at peace. Once her gloves were on, Mother took the stairs down to see if Janey's toy had fallen by the edge of the landing pit. There was no sign of the little clown there, only a dead redhead whose blood had since stopped dripping from her slit throat. Mother stood at the end of the upstairs hallway, and considered where else she had been that night. Oh, the boy she had most certainly caught by the edge of the pit, who then was later set ablaze. Had Janey dropped her toy while he was shrieking down the hallway like a human ball of fire? Mother was always picking up after Janey, and herself, of course. It was why Mrs. McDonald just couldn't understand. There was no evidence of anything to understand. This was by design. Otherwise, Janey would have been imperiled. In order to protect little Janey's existence, Mother made sure that Mrs. McDonald could never find any evidence of what had been done while she wasn't looking. Though they had not seen one another from time to time, though they did see each other from time to time, Mrs. McDonald and Mother. Sometimes, when Janey couldn't come out of hiding and ease back down to earth as Jane, Mrs. McDonald woke so sharply that she became aware of the presence of the nun. Fear and paranoia would surge over her. For days on end, she would eschew the basic necessities of her own health in order to hide from the nun, and that she was sure would glide out from around every corner or any corner to claim her life. In such a situation, only Bongo seemed capable of tethering her to the ground again, and only because his presence reminded little Janey that the nun was there to help her. The nun existed to protect Janey. As long as Mrs. McDonald cared about Janey, she has nothing to fear. The classroom, the one where the boy's charred corpse hung halfway out the window, impaled upon the glass shards of the window through which he tried to leap, contained no clown toy, only evidence that the storm was beginning to abate. If Mother was going to protect Janey from interlopers, and what they could persuade Mrs. McDonald to do, go to the police or the hospital, start medication, or even kill herself, the mother needed to take care of the final girl. But Janey yearned too sharply for the comfort of her toy, and so Mother paused a moment, staring through the blackened corpse. She thought of where else she had been. Ah, the chapel. The girl had been martyred in the fashion of St. Lucy, little Janey's favorite saint. Even Apollonia had been there for that one. Maybe that was where Bongo had been too. Yes, all the grasping and thrashing about that young woman did surely was it. Knife ready in her hand, in case she should meet the living girl, Mother glided steadily through the dark halls of the school. She intended to fetch Bongo and go straight to the safe room to take care of the chatty little fool who had finally revealed its location to her after all these years of curiosity. But something caught her attention while she passed from one wing to another. The boards had been removed from the courtyard door. Mother had put those up years ago to prove to Apollonia she would have no rest. Once those who looked gave up any search for Janey or Apollonia, Mother dug up the dead abuser of innocent children and mounted her where she belonged. After all, had Apollonia not shown Janey how vile even a nun could be, Mother would never have existed. It seemed important, therefore, that Apollonia know what she did, and even more important that Apollonia know she would never be permitted to rest. That was why the absence of the boards inspired awful terror in Janey. Was something bad going to happen? The girl's heart raced. Poor thing. Mother couldn't stand to see Janey so afraid. Intent on extinguishing that fear, she stepped into the subsiding rain. The girl simply needed to remember her prayers. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Yes, that was very good. Mother made her way toward the empty grave of Apollonia to prove to Janey that nothing could hurt them. No monster had burst from the earth to enact some vengeance on behalf of the dead headmistress. Something did sit before the pit, however. Janey continued to recite the fast whisper. The Lord is the strength of my life, of whom I shall be afraid. Rain beat upon Mother's face while she stopped at the edge of Apollonia's grave. Bongo smiled up at her. Janey's heart overflowed with delight, but Mother recoiled a step. Whipping around with a chef's knife held high, focused on Bongo as she was, Janey prayed even as Dawn's shovel swung at her. Thou hast been my help, leave me not, neither forsake me, O God of my salvation, for he gives me the power to always seek thee. The knife flew from Mother's hand and down into the grave. Dawn had been lucky that Jane hadn't seen or heard her in the rain. She had crouched behind the headstone right before Apollonia's open grave, and the shovel from downstairs utility closet gripped in trembling fists. It had been an obvious risk to sit outside with an implement of metal and wood while a thunderstorm raged, but by the time she was back up from the basement and ready to position herself in the courtyard, the storm had begun to well and truly settle. Almost like nature itself wanted Janey MacDonald dead. Boistered by this thought, Dawn focused on remaining as still as possible. She waited and waited and waited and tried not to tremble. Eventually, the door opened. Dawn couldn't look to confirm that she had changed into her nun costume, but the fast-paced and somehow desperate whispering she produced was almost as reliable as an indicator of this heinous condition. Slowly, the whispering grew louder. So did the squelch of mud beneath her feet. Dawn's grip tightened around the shovel. Would the so-called nun catch sight of her? If she didn't, would it matter? Or if she did, would it matter? Jane was incredibly fast when she needed to be. And she was certainly fast in the courtyard, but that didn't change the fact that, with another stroke of luck, the knife was knocked from the nun's hand when it made contact with the shovel's head. A short spark of joy lit Dawn's heart, but she didn't let it distract her. Instead, more focused than ever in her life, she drew the shovel back and swung again at the mad woman. The woman who had murdered all of her friends. The nun was too fast. Jane dodged the blow and grabbed a hold of the shovel. At close range, each with their own grip on the implement, Dawn stared into Jane MacDonald's face. Empty eyes gazed back, framed within the shadows of a veil. "Mrs. MacDonald," she said. "Jane, please stop this. Why would you want to hurt people like this? Innocent people!" Nothing changed in the nun's dark face. There was not even any sign of animal bloodlust there. Only those matte, empty eyes that stared through Dawn, as if she were a phantom. The only change was a slight tension that appeared with the exertion required to finally jerk the shovel from Dawn's hands. Crying out, Dawn stumbled back and caught herself on the edge of the headstone. The hammer in her back pocket clanged against the granite, and she took a breath, snatching it out to wield it with her free hand extending before her. Please, Mrs. McDonald, you don't have to do this. You realize that you're Janie, right? You and Janie and this nun are the same person. The nun drew the shovel back and with the wide sweep of a baseball player and slammed a home run against Dawn's extended hand. Dawn's scream was no match for the crunch of her bones. Her right hand would never be the same again after that night. For the most part, it would look fine, but the loss of the finger dexterity would be doomed to change her interest in writing and playing music to an interest in conducting. And every time it rained, she would feel the pain and remember Jane McDonald. The white flames of agony passed over Dawn's consciousness to find she had stumbled some steps to the left. Jane had dropped the shovel and taken the opportunity to slide it down into the empty grave. While her shattered hand swelled and her still functioning left one began to sweat amid the severity of the pain, Dawn saw she had one chance. While the nun bent to pick up the knife, Dawn slid into the grave with the hammer at the ready, stumbling down to... I wouldn't get into the grave with her. Ooh. Stumbling down to the ground, unable to balance herself with her broken hand, Dawn blindly waved the hammer and made hard contact with the side of Mrs. McDonald's knee. The nun's voice raised in agony, her prolonged scream full of rage. Dawn staggered to her feet while her opponent slammed against the muddy wall of the grave, then slid upright against it to turn around and catch the hammer before it fell again. With two hands, Jane stayed Dawn and left the teenager struggling to compensate for her own one-handed condition. Mrs. McDonald, please, you can't want to do this, can you? You can't want to kill me. It's something else inside of you. Jane extracted the hammer from Dawn's grip and threw it. While it bounced to the foot of the grave, the woman dressed as the nun threw herself upon Dawn and gripped her throat. Rasping, Dawn remembered that what had been done to Barbie. Her teeth grit as she lifted her thumbs to thrust them into Miss McDonald's eyes. Jane cried out, her eyelids squeezed sharply shut, and her face contorted in pain. While she released, Dawn encountered this by gripping her broken hand until Dawn quite literally collapsed from the agony. The music student still tried talking sense into her assailant. She laid on her back in the mud, cradling her wounded hand once McDonald released it, and still she talked. You've been looking for Janie all this time, Miss McDonald, but you found her. I found Janie. She's right here. McDonald paused, frozen while bending with the rain-slickened knife reclaimed in her hand. She searched Dawn's face as Dawn went on. Jamie's okay, Mrs. McDonald. She's safe, and she'll be safe, or will be, when the nun is gone. The killer said nothing. She raised the knife poised to stab Dawn. Please, please, please! Janie isn't safe from the nun if you let her stay. Sooner or later, you'll end up in an asylum. Then Janie will be taken away from you forever, Mrs. McDonald. Janie and Bongo. The knife paused, quivering. Somehow, in some strange and almost indiscernible way, Jane's face changed. Someone wants to take Bongo away. Exhaling, lowering the broken hand that had raised to shield her at least the first few stabs, Dawn stared up at Jane McDonald. Yes, said Dawn softly. Yes, they'll take everything away, but especially Bongo. No. The grown man's girlish whimper was terrifying, her chest heaving as she began to endure some kind of panic attack. No, please, I've been a good girl. Here it was. If Dawn could just push this, she could get what she needed. Dawn nodded and forced herself to play along. I know, Janie. That's why Mrs. McDonald has been looking all over for you. She wants to save you from the nun. Don't you, Mrs. McDonald? Jane? Don't you want to protect Janie from the nun? You understand, don't you? The woman's lips trembled. Dawn pressed on. Don't you? With a mute sob, Jane's eyes squeezed shut. She nodded, dropped the knife with a groan, and soon enough fell weeping to her knees in the bottom of Mother Apollonia's grave. They won't leave me alone, screamed Mrs. MacDonald, her hands balled into fists around fabric of her black veil. I just can't escape this place. No matter what I try, I end up back here. I always end up back here with them. I know, Mrs. MacDonald, said Dawn softly. While MacDonald covered her face with a piteous sob, Dawn picked the hammer up with her good hand. Just want to be a good person, Miss MacDonald continued between desperate gasps for airs. I just want to control myself. I don't want to do these things. I'm so afraid. I'm so afraid of her, of what she makes me do. It's okay, Mrs. MacDonald. Clambering uneasily to her feet, Dawn steadied herself against the side of the grave and raised the hammer. No, it's not. I killed those people. The nun inside me killed those people. I just don't know how I can make her stop. I do, said Dawn while swinging the hammer upon the top of MacDonald's black veil. The cracks of Jane MacDonald's skull beneath the head of the hammer were the final bursts of thunder the mountain would hear that night. 1, 2, 3 blows rained upon MacDonald's head. By the time the third lifted away, the violent nun swayed upon her knees. At long last, she keeled face first into the dirt. Panting, Dawn dropped the hammer. She turned to climb out of the grave. Mud slipped beneath her hands. In the forearm she threw up over the edge of the pit. Her shoes stuck in the gloppy sides. Mrs. MacDonald grabbed her ankle and tried to pull her back down into the darkness. A cry lifted from Dawn's lips. She struggled, kicking out, and managed to make hard contact with the spot on the back of Mrs. MacDonald's head where the hammer had fallen so many times. The nun released her. Dawn managed to make her way out of Apollonia's grave. Rolling out upon her back and gasping for air, Dawn permitted herself the luxury of only a few seconds to breathe in the promising air of accomplishment. Still, she had a job to finish. Could Dawn kill the nun herself in a direct way? No, not really. Even after all that happened, the young woman just couldn't stand the thought of ending a human life with her own 2 hands. But she couldn't dream of leaving MacDonald alive, so she did what she could do. Spade of earth by spade of earth with swollen. This is still murdering somebody. This is just suffocating somebody with extra steps. Of her broken hand braced beneath the shovel, Dawn filled in Apollonia's grave. The stuff she tossed in the pit was more like a slurry of mud and gravel than it was solid dirt. That somehow seemed better. Like if she could just pack it densely enough, the job would be done faster. The job of Jane MacDonald's death, that was. The actual act of burial would take quite some time. But Dawn was patient and steady. When committing to some monotonous act, like folding laundry or sorting her albums, it always amazed her how quickly such things could pass. The act of repetition. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Several inches now stood between her and Jane MacDonald. Still the telltale prayer rose up. Weak, stifled, the words choked by dirt and lack of air, but audible. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom I shall fear? The final repetition came as Dawn filled the hole nearly to the top. By then, the storm had ceased. Morning seemed close, though she had lost all sense of time and could no longer be sure how long she had spent amid this ordeal. The Lord is my light, salvation, light, salvation. Dawn waited for the rest. It never came. She filled the grave higher until the earth was a mound on top of the spot where Jane MacDonald had taken place of Mother Apollonia. Dawn stared down on it, listening for any sign of life. None came. Dawn waited in the courtyard for an hour to be sure Jane MacDonald wouldn't crawl out of the grave anytime soon. She never wanted to do this again. Once, when Dawn's father had worked the night shift for a week, she had come home from school to find him washing dishes as though it were nothing. "What are you doing up? Shouldn't you be sleeping right now?" I'm too exhausted to be exhausted, was his answer. For the first time, Dawn understood that concept perfectly. The idea of collapsing on the spot seemed somehow alluring, but there was still more to do. Always more to do. Body aching, mind thick with fog of constant exertion and long hours of panic, Dawn limped out of the courtyard and back through the school. The shovel she left there. The knife and the hammer remained down in the grave with Mrs. McDonald. She brought with her one single thing. Donna wasn't sure what she was going to tell authorities when they questioned her, but she honestly didn't care. After all that happened, this was the least Jane McDonald deserved. Dawn stepped out of St. Cecilia's prep school through the same door they entered. The soft pinkish glow of morning winked from the east and provided just enough light for her to begin a slow descent down the mountain road. It was a good thing they waited. More chunks of the ancient highway had eroded. More than once she had to edge along the remaining bits of cliff. To hope her fate was not to survive the night only to die on the mountain. Fortune was with her, however. The growing sunlight made the hike simple, if prolonged. The road was still a bit slick, but fast to dry once the daytime was well installed. After a steady trek of just over an hour, she reached Barbie's car with something close to a sob of relief. Her good hand opened the car door. Her bad hand threw her trophy to the passenger side. Slumping back in the driver's seat, Dawn exhaled. It's time to break a habit. God damn it, silly pond. The warm buzz of adrenaline afterglow made her body heavy, made reality seem unreal. She sat there like a zombie for a few long minutes, still in disbelief of all that happened. She looked down at herself. Her clothes were covered in blood. The only reason her hands didn't match was because of all the rain. Well, she supposed anyway. Though dirt blackened the the beds of her nails as a suitable substitute. After looking around through Barbie's car, Dawn discovered a light blue cardigan and pulled it on over her head. At the very least, it covered the bloodstained clothes and smelled like her dead friend. Soft and floral perfume mingled with the sad reality that this scent now represented a memory with a terrible ending. Desperate to get home and go to bed, Dawn started the car, turned it around, and cruised down the mountain. She was not sure what she was going to do with the car, but the reality of her circumstances emphasized themselves to her. When the roadblock appeared about another mile of driving later, her jaw tightened. If only these clowns had been around the night before, a little higher up the mountain maybe? Somebody might have been there to help her friends. Anybody other than her. Instead, Dawn had been forced to sacrifice herself. Yes, some fundamental part of her mind, her soul, something once rooted in the very core of her personality no longer seemed to be there, although she could not say just what it was. Dawn slowed the car at the direction of the highway patrol officer setting up a roadblock. As she rolled down the window, one approached with the collar of his jacket pulled up around his face to protect him from the mountain chill. What was she going to say? What was she going to say to this man? How was she going to explain what happened? "Excuse me, ma'am. How'd you get up here? The path is closed due to erosion. There's been a landslide." For some reason, a tiny voice in the back of Dawn's head compelled her to lie. "Oh," she said in mock surprise, glancing back over her shoulder and up the mountain road. As he followed her gaze, she stole the opportunity to pull the sleeve of Barbie's cardigan over her swollen hand, an action that caused her tremendous pain. She fought against it while casually asking, "Really? I was camping all night." The man arched a brow. In the rain, ma'am?" "It wasn't raining when I went up there, sir. But it started once I made it, and I didn't want to drive back down. Stayed in my car all night and waited for it to dry off." With a slight sniff, the cop said, "Well, that probably was a good idea, but if you're going to go camping, then you should know it's just not safe to do it alone these days. You never know what's going to happen. A lot of people go missing in America every year, especially out here in the wilderness." Nodding solemnly, Dawn says, "You're not kidding." A spark of inspiration filled her. Gesturing back up the mountain with her good hand, she lied. When I was camping, I saw a jeep full of people go driving up even higher than I was. I don't know if it was safe for them to go so far, but I didn't have a chance to flag them down." With a quick, grave look at his nearby partner, the cop questioned Don. The cop questioning Don asked, "When was this?" "Oh, I don't know, something like 10 or so last night." His blue eyes searched her face. He went on to inquire, "And they didn't come back down?" Dawn shook her head. "Not that I saw." The cop's nostrils flared. He looked at his partner and waved his hand. Dawn tried not to look too relieved when said partner temporarily set aside the stripped barrier they'd been assigned to place. "And my partner over there thought today it was going to be no problem. Sounds like we might be in for some overtime. Thanks for letting us know, young lady. Be extremely careful if you keep camping by yourself." "Thank you, officer," she said in a pleasant smile as she could manage. Beginning to relax at long last, Dawn cruised through the roadblock, waving at the second officer, and resumed the drive back to town. Dawn, people are gonna... There's no way you didn't tell them that you were with them. This is stupid. There was still over an hour to go, over an hour to think and wonder. How would she be able to look at her family in the face again? How could she have any kind of future when her friends were dead? Dead! And her alive. Dawn could still barely believe it. The weight of her continued existence seemed somehow insignificant. It made her all the more driven to excel in life. Yet, when carrying this kind of trauma, excelling would surely be a tall order. Dawn was going to have to figure out a lot of things. She had to determine how to cope with her new vision of the world, and her new vision of herself. Because though she may not have killed Jane McDonald with her own two hands, yes, you fucking did! You suffocated her! Dawn couldn't lie to herself the way she had to the cops. She couldn't lie to herself the way Jane had. That was what trauma did to those helplessly disarmed by its staggering weight. Trauma broke open the present space and brought the harsh, hateful reality of the past springing back before the faces of the traumatized. Even in the car, even as she passed the welcome sign of her quaint hometown, Dawn felt ready for something to go wrong. Felt ready for the nun to spring out of the back and slit her throat across the dashboard. Instead, Barbie's compact car cruised into town. Suburbia was just starting to awaken on that lazy Sunday morning. Beneath the bright blue sky, manicured lawns glowed with the jade of stubbornly clutched raindrops, and the time was almost 11, though hard-working fathers were just now stumbling out of their plush robes and worn slippers to collect newspapers protruding from their bushes. Church had ended, and the parishioners in their Sunday best poured out along the sidewalk to the adjacent parking lot. Averting her eyes, Dawn drove on. She left the car not too far from the church, on the other side of town from her house. In it, she abandoned Barbara's cardigan and Kevin's keys. The only thing she took was the item that sat with her in the passenger seat. It fit perfectly in the crook of her wounded arm as she made her slow and steady way across town. Passerbyers stared. She wasn't sure if they were looking at her broken hand, or the blood staining her shirt, or what she carried. She didn't really care. Consequences could come later, but for now, she was safe. It felt good to walk through the town. Felt so good to hear the chirping of birds and watching the passing of neighbors' cars, lawnmowers, radios, friends chatting over fences, bells ringing on kids' bikes, dogs barking. The music of eternity, her reward for holding on to life. It sort of amazed Dawn somehow that she had managed to retain her own set of keys during the ordeal. Upon fishing them from her pocket with her left hand, Dawn opened the back door of the house and slipped into the kitchen. The safe, familiar sounds of her father tinkering away on model airplanes rose up to her ears from the basement. Dawn slipped off her shoes and, with her newfound skill for sneaking, crept quietly through the living room. A note from her mother sat on the telephone stand. "Welcome home, Dawn. I hope you had fun with your friends. Just ran to the store. Back soon. We're having steak tonight." That hollow core of Dawn's essential self almost warmed to read the note. She took it with her while making her way up the stairs, feeling only the slightest bit bad about her intentions to lie to her parents. They would believe her, though, and defend her to the cops if she needed defending. They would happily tell officers that she had actually been home all night, having been driven back and dropped off by Kevin when she'd gotten a bad feeling about the thunderstorm. Yeah, but you ran into two cops. You ran into two cops. They could see, they would remember you. They would remember you driving. All right. It was just that they didn't hear her come in because they were asleep, and they never thought to look in her shut bedroom because she was supposed to be elsewhere that night. And her hand, well, she slipped and fell on it on her way into the house. An accident that wouldn't have happened if she had just stayed with her friends. Yes, the ER bill and the rehab cost would be a pittance compared to what would have happened had she remained up there on the mountain. Her parents would soon enough find out. Everything would sort itself out by design. Her hand throbbed worse than ever. Dawn set her memento upon her dresser. She swiftly took the maximum dose of aspirin, undressed, and enjoyed the most relieving shower of her life. The events of the night felt like a movie she had seen many years before. None of it would feel real until she had gotten a night of sleep and woke up to find reality unchanged. Wrapped in a robe, Dawn filled the bathtub halfway and left her sneakers there to soak. She would throw them in the wash later. For now, she needed to sleep. Ignoring the sound of her mother arriving home downstairs, Dawn perched upon the edge of her twin-size bed. It felt like the bed of a child she'd never met. She ran her thumb along the threadbare sheets she slept on since she was 13. She lifted her head. The stuffed clown stared at her from where he sat on the edge of her dresser. Dawn almost smirked before she realized she didn't have the strength. At the very least, she managed to speak. I guess I owe you one for all this, huh, pal? Bongo smiled on. That time, he didn't reply. The end! Jesus Christ, that was, So, I don't quite understand her point of lying to the cops. That just seems like needlessly complicating things. But I don't know. It kind of seems was she like now crazy? I'm trying to figure out because it said that Bongo didn't answer her that time. That time he didn't reply. So I'm wondering if he does reply later on. But all right, story time is over, and it was a damn near 6.5 hour stream to read it. I hope you guys who had to bail early got a time or got the chance to come back around and listen to the rest of it. Thank you all for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys next week. And I'll figure out something to do before then. I'll announce it, I'm sure. All right. My 3 viewers left. Thank you for sticking through the whole thing. That was impressive.